A boring history for Sleep's tale. How medieval peasants kept hygiene without a bar of soap. The first light of dawn always came gently to Thornwick, seeping through the diamond-paned windows of our timber cottages like honey through cloth. I would wake to the sound of roosters calling across the village green, their voices mingling with the distant lowing of cattle and the soft whisper of wind through the ancient oak that stood sentinel at our crossroads. The air carried the mingled scents of wood smoke from banked fires, fresh bread from the baker's ovens, and that indefinable sweetness that comes with morning dew settling on wild herbs. Our cottage, like all the others, bore the gentle marks of centuries, beams darkened by age and smoke, floors worn smooth by countless footsteps, walls that seemed to hold within their timber the accumulated warmth of all who had sheltered there. The floorboards would creak their familiar greeting as I rose, and I would pause at the small window to watch the village slowly stirring to life. Thin columns of smoke rose straight up in the still air, and somewhere a door would open with its characteristic wooden groan, releasing the sound of quiet conversation and the clink of pottery. There was something sacred about these early moments, when the world felt soft and new, when the harsh edges of daily concerns had not yet intruded upon the peace that night had woven around us. The wash basin by my bedside would catch the growing light, its surface reflecting the pale sky like a small mirror of possibility. Water, always water, waiting to begin the day's first ritual of renewal. But that morning, as I reached for the pitcher with hands still heavy with sleep, something in the quality of light felt different, as if the day itself was preparing to teach me something I had never known before. The river's gentle calling. The path to the Whitmore River had been worn smooth by generations of feet, each step a prayer whispered into the earth, each footfall a testament to the endless human need for renewal. In the pre-dawn darkness, I could feel the ancient stones beneath my bare soles, still holding the warmth of yesterday's sun, still carrying the memory of all who had walked this way before me. The air grew cooler as I approached the water's edge, thick with the scent of river weeds and morning dew, heavy with the promise of transformation that came with each new day. Here, where the village ended and the wild world began, I could hear the gentle murmur of current against stone, a sound that had lulled countless souls to sleep and awakened them to possibility. My grandmother used to say that rivers were the earth's way of dreaming, and standing there in the growing light, I understood what she meant. The Whitmore carried more than water. It carried stories, memories, the dissolved hopes and fears of everyone who had ever knelt at its banks seeking something they couldn't name. It was a living thing, this river, with moods and secrets, with the power to wash away more than dirt from tired bodies. The morning ritual of bathing wasn't just about cleanliness, though cleanliness was precious enough in our world of mud and smoke and endless labor. It was about stepping outside the boundaries of ordinary life, about allowing the water to carry away not just the grime of yesterday's work, but yesterday's sorrows, yesterday's small failures, yesterday's accumulated weight of being human in a world that asked so much of us. As I prepared to enter the water, I felt the familiar flutter of anticipation in my chest, the same feeling I'd carried to this place since childhood. Part reverence, part relief, part recognition that I was about to participate in something larger than myself, something that connected me to every soul who had ever sought renewal in the embrace of flowing water. Today, like every day, the river would teach me something about what it meant to be truly clean. The morning mist, clung to the Whitmore River like a mother's embrace, and I stood at its muddy banks, watching the sun pierce through the gray dawn of 1347. My name is Elena, and I was 22 years old when I first truly understood that cleanliness wasn't merely about washing away dirt. It was about washing away the weight of being human in a world that seemed determined to cover you in the dust of daily struggle. The path to the Whitmore River had been worn smooth by generations of feet, winding through meadows where morning mist clung to the grass like scattered silk scarves. I would walk this familiar route in the pearl-gray light before dawn, my bare feet finding their way by memory over roots and stones, past the wild rose bushes that released their perfume into the cool air with each brush of my passing skirts. The river itself was a ribbon of silver threading through our valley, bordered by willows whose trailing branches created natural alcoves of privacy. The water sang its eternal song, sometimes a whisper over smooth stones, sometimes a gentle murmur where it deepened into pools dark as polished jet. Steam would rise from its surface on the coolest mornings, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that made the simple act of bathing feel like entering a sacred space. Here, surrounded by the cathedral of overhanging branches and the soft music of flowing water, time seemed to move differently. The urgent concerns of daily life would fade, replaced by the ancient rhythm of water over stone, the gentle lap of current against the bank, the distant call of a kingfisher announcing the day. My reflection would waver in the moving water, fragmenting and reforming like thoughts not yet fully formed, like possibilities waiting to be born. The ritual of river bathing connected me to something deeper than cleanliness, to the very pulse of life itself, to the understanding that we are all part of the same flowing current that connects mountain to sea, rain to river, one moment to the next in an endless cycle of renewal. And so, with the mist rising around me like incense and the water singing its ancient song, I would step into the river's embrace, knowing that I was about to discover something that would change how I understood the very nature of being clean. The morning mist clung to the Whitmore River like a mother's embrace, and I stood at its muddy banks watching the sun pierce us through the gray dawn of 1347. My name is Elena, and I was 22 years old when I first truly understood that cleanliness wasn't merely about washing away dirt. It was about washing away the weight of being human in a world that seemed determined to cover you in the dust of daily struggle. The village of Thornwick had awakened before me, as it always did. Smoke curled from thatched roofs like prayers ascending to a god who seemed perpetually busy elsewhere, tending to matters far grander than our small concerns. But here, at the river's edge, I found something that felt closer to divinity than any sermon I'd ever heard. The gentle lapping of water against worn stone, the whisper of reeds bending in the morning breeze, and the promise that today, like every day before it, I could emerge from these waters somehow renewed. You see, we didn't have the luxuries that future generations would take for granted. No gleaming white bars of soap wrapped in precious paper. No bottles of fragrant oils imported from distant lands. No warm water flowing from metal spouts at the turn of a handle. What we had was this: the river, the rain, and the accumulated wisdom of countless generations who had learned to find cleanliness in the most unexpected places. I remember the first time my mother brought me to the river for what she called a proper washing. I was perhaps 6 years old, small enough that the current felt like a living thing trying to pull me into its mysterious depths. The water was cold, so cold it made my teeth chatter like autumn leaves in the wind, and my breath come in sharp, startled gasps. But there was something else there too. Something that went beyond the physical shock of the temperature. "Feel that, little dove," my mother had said, her weathered hands steady on my shoulders as I stood waist-deep in the flowing water, my thin shift clinging to my trembling body. That's the river taking away everything that doesn't belong on you. The dirt, yes, but more than that. The worries, the small angers, the weight of being alive in a world that asks so much of us. I didn't understand her then, not really, but as I grew older, as I made my own pilgrimages to the water's edge through the changing seasons of my life, I began to grasp what she meant. The river wasn't just cleaning our bodies. It was purifying something deeper, something that had no name but felt as real as the smooth stones beneath our bare feet. The Whitmore wasn't what you'd call pristine by any measure. Upstream, Miller Jeffrey's great wheel churned constantly, grinding grain for the surrounding villages. And beyond that, the settlement of Eastbrook sent its own offerings into the current. Animal waste, kitchen scraps, and the occasional unfortunate soul who'd had too much ale and misjudged the distance to the bank in the darkness. But we'd learned to read the water like a beloved book, to know when it ran clear and sweet, and when it carried the detritus of human existence. There was an art to it, you see. We bathed downstream from where we drew our drinking water, but upstream from where the current carried away our own contributions to the river's burden. It was a delicate balance, one that required us to think not just of ourselves, but of our neighbors, our children, and the strangers who lived in villages we'd never seen, but whose lives intersected with ours through the medium of flowing water. On this particular morning, I wasn't alone at the river's edge. Margaret Thornfield stood knee-deep in the shallows, her brown hair loose around her shoulders like a waterfall of autumn silk. Her simple woolen dress hiked up and tucked into her belt with the practiced efficiency of someone who had performed this ritual countless times. She was scrubbing a piece of linen with a determination that spoke of someone trying to wash away more than just stains. Perhaps the memory of harsh words spoken in anger, or the lingering sadness of a love that had not bloomed as hoped. "Morning, Elena," she called without looking up from her work, her voice carrying the soft warmth that made her beloved throughout our village. "Water's warmer today than it's been all week. Spring's finally deciding to stay, I think." I nodded, though she couldn't see me, and began the familiar ritual of undressing. There was no shame in it. Not here, not at the river. We'd all seen each other in various states of undress since childhood, and the human body, we'd learned, was simply another tool that required maintenance, like a plow that needed sharpening or a spinning wheel that needed oiling. The water embraced me like an old friend returning from a long journey, cold but not shocking, familiar in its wildness. I could feel the current tugging gently at my legs, could sense the life teeming beneath the surface, fish darting between the rocks like silver thoughts, insects skimming the surface tension with delicate precision, the endless cycle of water flowing from somewhere unknown toward a destination I could only imagine. As I began the slow, meditative process of scrubbing away the accumulated grime of farm work, I found myself thinking about the generations who had stood in this same spot, performing this same ritual with the same reverence. My grandmother had bathed here, and her grandmother before her. Somewhere in the mud beneath my feet lay the footprints of countless souls who had sought the river's purifying embrace, each one adding their story to the great tapestry of human experience. There was comfort in that continuity, in knowing that the simple act of washing oneself connected me to a chain of human experience that stretched back beyond memory, beyond the oldest stories our village elders could tell. We were all part of something larger than ourselves, all participants in the endless human struggle to remain clean in a world that seemed determined to dirty us with its dust and sorrows and small disappointments. Margaret finished her washing and waded toward the bank, wringing water from her hair with movements that seemed almost like a dance. As she passed me, she paused, and I caught the scent of river water and something else. Lavender, perhaps, or some other herb she'd rubbed into her skin. One of the small luxuries that made the difference between mere cleanliness and something approaching beauty. Strange to think, she said, gazing out at the water with eyes that held depths I was only beginning to understand, that this river has seen more of our secrets than any priest or confessor ever will. I considered her words as she disappeared up the winding path toward the village, her wet hair catching the morning light like spun gold. She was right, of course. The river had witnessed our vulnerabilities, our attempts to wash away not just dirt, but guilt, sorrow, and the small shames that accumulate in the corners of a human life, like dust in forgotten corners. It had seen us at our most honest, naked, shivering, desperate for the kind of purifying that went deeper than skin. As the sun climbed higher, painting the sky in shades of pearl and rose, other villagers began to appear at the water's edge like flowers opening to the light. Old Henrik, the blacksmith, lowered his massive frame into the shallows with a grunt of satisfaction that spoke of muscles that ached from a lifetime of working iron. Young Thomas, barely 16 and still awkward in his growing body, tried to scrub away what looked like the evidence of his first real heartbreak. Sarah, the baker's wife, brought her youngest child, a boy of perhaps 4 years, teaching him the rituals that would serve him for the rest of his life. We were a community bound together by water, by the shared understanding that cleanliness was not a luxury, but a necessity, not just for the body, but for the soul. In a world where so much felt beyond our control, the weather, the harvest, the whims of lords and kings who lived in distant castles, this daily ritual of washing gave us something we could master, something we could perfect through practice and patience. The morning passed in this gentle rhythm of arrival and departure, of bodies entering and leaving the water's embrace like a slow, sacred dance. And, as I finally emerged from the river, feeling the cool air against my wet skin like a blessing, I carried with me not just the physical sensation of cleanliness, but something deeper, a sense of renewal, of connection, of belonging to something larger and more enduring than my individual existence. In those quiet moments at the water's edge, I learned that cleanliness was never really about the dirt we washed away, but about the humanity we discovered beneath it. The river taught us that we were all connected, all part of the same flowing current of life that carried us from birth to death and beyond, into the stories our children would tell and the memories that would outlast our mortal bodies. As I walked back toward the village, my damp hair drying in the warming air, I felt the peculiar lightness that always followed a morning washing. It wasn't just that my body was clean. It was that my spirit felt somehow clarified, as if the water had washed away not just the physical residue of yesterday's labors, but the emotional weight of yesterday's troubles as well. The path from the river wound through a grove of ancient oaks, their massive trunks bearing the scars of countless seasons, their branches reaching toward heaven like the arms of supplicants. Here, in the dappled shade, wildflowers bloomed in secret profusion. Violets and primroses, forget-me-nots and wild roses that would later provide petals for the scented waters we used for special occasions. It was in this grove that I first began to understand the deeper mysteries of cleanliness, the ways in which the act of washing connected us not just to our community, but to the natural world that sustained us. The same water that cleaned our bodies also nourished the flowers, fed the trees, and carried life to every corner of our small world. We were not separate from nature. We were part of it, participants in its endless cycles of renewal and rebirth. This understanding would grow deeper as the seasons turned, as I learned the subtle arts that transformed simple washing into something approaching magic. But even then, on that spring morning with the sun warming my damp skin and the scent of wildflowers filling my lungs, I sensed that I was part of something beautiful and eternal, something that connected me to every woman who had ever stood at a river's edge and felt the water wash away her sorrows. The path to the Whitmore River had been worn smooth by generations of feet, winding through meadows where morning mist clung to the grass like scattered silk scarves. I would walk this familiar route in the pearl-gray light before dawn, my bare feet finding their way by memory over roots and stones, past the wild rose bushes that released their perfume into the cool air with each brush of my passing skirts. The river itself was a ribbon of silver threading through our valley, bordered by willows whose trailing branches created natural alcoves of privacy. The water sang its eternal song, sometimes a whisper over smooth stones, sometimes a gentle murmur where it deepened into pools dark as polished jet. Steam would rise from its surface on the coolest mornings, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that made the simple act of bathing feel like entering a sacred space. Here, surrounded by the cathedral of overhanging branches and the soft music of flowing water, time seemed to move differently. The urgent concerns of daily life would fade, replaced by the ancient rhythm of water over stone, the gentle lap of current against the bank, the distant call of a kingfisher announcing the day. My reflection would waver in the moving water, fragmenting and reforming like thoughts not yet fully formed, like possibilities waiting to be born. The ritual of river bathing connected me to something deeper than cleanliness, to the very pulse of life itself, to the understanding that we are all part of the same flowing current that connects mountain to sea, rain to river, one moment to the next in an endless cycle of renewal. And so, with the mist rising around me like incense and the water singing its ancient song, I would step into the river's embrace, knowing that I was about to discover something that would change how I understood the very nature of being clean. Heaven's gift. The morning after my river baptism, I woke to the sound of rain drumming against our cottage roof with the persistence of a lover's gentle knocking. It was the kind of rain that medieval England knew best, not the violent downpours that turned roads to rivers and sent villagers scurrying for shelter, but the steady, patient rainfall that seemed to understand that the earth needed time to drink deeply, slowly, savoring each drop like a precious gift. I lay in my narrow bed, wrapped in the coarse woolen blanket my grandmother had woven years before my birth, listening to the symphony of water that surrounded our small cottage. The rain spoke in many voices, the sharp patter against the diamond-paned windows, the deeper drumming on the thatched roof above my head, the musical cascade as water overflowed from the gutters and fell into the wooden barrels positioned strategically around our dwelling. Each sound was a note in nature's own composition, a lullaby that spoke of abundance and renewal. Through the small window beside my bed, I could see the world transformed. The village green, usually brown and dusty from the constant traffic of feet and hooves, had become a carpet of emerald velvet. The ancient oak at the crossroads stood like a cathedral spire against the gray sky, its leaves heavy with moisture, each one a tiny reservoir catching and holding heaven's gift before releasing it in gentle drops to the earth below. Steam rose from the warm ground where the rain met soil that had been baking under the summer sun for weeks, creating an ethereal mist that made the familiar landscape seem touched by magic. I smiled as I listened to the water cascading from the thatched eaves into the wooden barrel that stood beneath our roof's edge. Today would be a washing day of a different sort, one that didn't require the journey to the river, one that brought heaven's own cleansing directly to our doorstep. The anticipation filled me with a warmth that had nothing to do with the heavy blanket that covered me. You see, rainwater was considered the purest blessing we could receive. Unlike the river, which carried the stories and sometimes the burdens of everyone upstream, rainwater came to us fresh from the clouds, untouched by human hands, blessed by its journey through the vast cathedral of sky. It was soft in a way that well water could never be, gentle on skin that had been roughened by wind and work, kind to hair that had grown coarse from exposure to smoke and sun. The difference was something you could feel the moment the water touched your skin. Well water, drawn from the depths of the earth, carried with it the minerals and memory of stone, making it hard and sometimes harsh. It would leave a residue on skin and hair, a film that spoke of its underground journey through limestone and clay. But rainwater, rainwater was different entirely. It was like liquid silk, so pure and soft that it seemed to caress rather than merely wet, so gentle that even the most sensitive skin welcomed its touch. My mother was already awake. I could hear her moving about in the main room below, the familiar sounds of morning preparations taking on a different quality in the rain-washed air. The scrape of the wooden bucket against stone, the soft splash of water being poured, the gentle clink of our few precious vessels being arranged for the day's tasks. But today there was something different in her movements, a lightness that spoke of anticipation, of opportunity seized. I could hear her humming, a rare occurrence that told me she too felt the special quality of this rain-blessed morning. The sound of her voice, soft and melodic, drifted up through the floorboards like incense. It was an old song, one her mother had taught her, and her mother's mother before that. A song about water and washing, and the endless cycle of renewal that governed our lives. The melody was simple, the words worn smooth by generations of women who had sung them while they worked. But there was something in the tune that spoke of deep contentment, of finding joy in the simplest gifts. Elena, child. Her voice called up through the floorboards, warm with excitement that she couldn't quite contain. Come see what the night has brought us. I rose from my bed, my bare feet finding the familiar grooves in the wooden floor that had been worn smooth by generations of early risers. The floorboards were cool against my soles, a pleasant contrast to the warmth of my bed, and they creaked their familiar greeting as I made my way to the narrow wooden stairs. Each step was a note in the morning's symphony, adding to the percussion of rain and the gentle sounds of my mother's preparations below. Descending the stairs, I could smell the difference the rain had made in our cottage. The air was fresher, cleaner, washed free of the accumulated dust and smoke that usually lingered in the corners and rafters. It carried with it the scent of wet earth and growing things, the perfume of rain-washed herbs from our small garden, and, underneath it all, the clean, pure smell of water itself. Not the muddy, organic scent of river water, but the crystalline clarity of rain that had never touched the ground. I found my mother standing beside our largest barrel, her face glowing with the particular satisfaction that came from receiving an unexpected gift. She was still in her night shift, her graying hair loose around her shoulders instead of bound up in its usual practical braid, and there was something almost girlish in her excitement as she gestured toward the barrel with obvious pride. The barrel was nearly full, the water so clear it seemed to hold light within its depths, so pure it might have been distilled from starlight itself. The surface reflected the gray morning light streaming through our single window, creating patterns that shifted and danced with each drop that fell from the eaves above. It was beautiful in a way that only the simplest, most essential things could be. The beauty of purity, of potential, of gifts freely given. "Look at this bounty," she whispered, running her weathered fingers across the water's surface, creating tiny ripples that caught the gray morning light and scattered it in silver fragments. "Soft as silk, clean as prayer. This is water that remembers heaven." Her words carried the weight of reverence, and I understood why. In our world, where every resource was precious and nothing could be taken for granted, this abundance of pure, soft water was indeed a gift from heaven. It represented possibilities, the chance for a thorough washing, for clean hair that would shine like burnished copper in the firelight, for the luxury of feeling truly clean from head to toe. The art of collecting rainwater was something every household in Thornwick had perfected over generations. It wasn't simply a matter of setting out containers and hoping for the best. It required planning, patience, and an understanding of the subtle differences between one rainfall and another. The positioning of barrels and basins had to be carefully considered, taking into account the slope of the roof, the direction of the prevailing wind, and the need to keep the collected water as pure as possible. Our cottage, like all the others in the village, had been designed with rainwater collection in mind. The thatched roof was angled precisely to channel water toward the gutters, which were nothing more than hollowed-out logs that had been carefully shaped and positioned to direct the flow toward our collection barrels. The gutters themselves had to be cleaned regularly, cleared of leaves and debris that might contaminate the precious water, and the barrels had to be covered with fine cloth to strain out any remaining impurities. But even with all these precautions, not all rainwater was considered equal. The first rain after a long dry spell was never collected for washing or drinking. It carried with it the dust and debris that had accumulated on our roof during the drought, the bird droppings and leaf matter that needed to be washed away before the pure water could flow. We had learned to read the sky, to understand the difference between the quick, violent storms that brought dirty water and the gentle, steady rains that offered liquid gold. This rain, this was the second day of a gentle, steady downpour, and the water that filled our barrels now was as close to perfect as we were likely to find. It had washed the world clean and now offered itself to us, a gift from the very heavens that watched over our small lives with what I chose to believe was benevolent attention. My mother had already begun the careful process of preparing for our washing ritual. She moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had performed these tasks countless times, but there was also a ceremonial quality to her actions that spoke of the special nature of this day. From the shelf where we kept our most precious possessions, she had taken down the large copper pot that had been her mother's, and her mother's before that. A vessel so old that its bottom was worn thin from years of heating over countless fires. The pot was beautiful in its simplicity, its copper surface burnished to a warm glow by generations of careful use. It had been crafted by a metalsmith whose name was lost to time, but whose skill lived on in the perfect balance of the vessel, the way it heated evenly and held warmth long after it was removed from the fire. This pot was used only for special occasions, for heating water for births and deaths, for washing the sick, and for days like this when heaven blessed us with an abundance of pure water. She had already begun heating some of the precious rainwater, the pot suspended over our fire on its iron hook. The flames licked at the copper bottom, and I could see the first wisps of steam beginning to rise from the surface like incense offered to household gods. The steam carried with it the promise of warmth, of comfort, of cleanliness that went beyond the merely physical. This would be a washing that touched the soul. "Today, we wash our hair," she announced, and I felt a flutter of excitement in my chest that was entirely disproportionate to the simplicity of the statement. But hair washing was not a daily ritual for us. It couldn't be, not when water was precious and fuel for heating it even more so. But when the opportunity arose, when heaven sent us this gift of pure, soft water, we celebrated it with the reverence it deserved. The process was elaborate, almost ceremonial in its careful steps. It was a ritual that had been passed down through generations of women, refined and perfected until every movement had meaning. Every step served a purpose. It was a dance of care and attention, a way of honoring both the gift of the water and the bodies that would be blessed by its touch. First, my mother would test the water temperature with her elbow, a gesture so automatic I wondered if she'd learned it from her mother, and her mother from hers, stretching back through generations of women who had learned to read water like a sacred text. The elbow, she had explained to me when I was small, was more sensitive than the hand, better able to judge the perfect temperature for washing hair. Too hot, and it would strip our hair of its natural oils, leaving it brittle and difficult to manage. Too cool, and it wouldn't properly dissolve the simple cleansing agents we had learned to make from the plants that grew wild around our village. While the water heated, we prepared our washing mixture. This was perhaps the most important part of the entire ritual, the step that transformed simple water into something that could truly cleanse. In a small wooden bowl that had been carved from a single piece of oak, my mother combined rainwater with a handful of soapwort, a plant that grew abundantly in the meadows around Thornwick, its pale pink flowers hiding a secret that our ancestors had discovered centuries before. Soapwort was one of nature's most generous gifts to those who knew how to use it. When crushed and mixed with water, the roots and leaves of this humble plant created a gentle, natural cleanser that could lift dirt and oil without the harshness of the lye-based soaps that only the wealthy could afford. The plant contained natural compounds called saponins, though we didn't know them by that name. We simply knew that soapwort could clean hair and skin as effectively as any manufactured soap, and far more gently. The process of preparing the soapwort mixture was an art in itself. The roots had to be dug at just the right time of year, when the saponins were most concentrated, and then dried carefully to preserve their cleansing properties. When we were ready to use them, they would be crushed in a mortar and pestle that had been in our family for generations, ground to a fine powder that would dissolve easily in water. But it wasn't just the soapwort that made our washing mixture special. To this base, my mother added a few drops of lavender oil, extracted through a process so time-consuming and precious that we used it only on special occasions like this. The lavender had been grown in the small plot behind our cottage, tended with the same care we gave to our vegetables, harvested at just the right moment when the oils were most concentrated, and processed with techniques passed down through generations of village women who understood that beauty and cleanliness were not luxuries, but necessities for the soul. The extraction of lavender oil was a labor of love that took days to complete. The flowers had to be picked at dawn, when the dew still clung to their petals, but before the heat of the day could dissipate their precious oils. They were then layered in a large glass jar with rendered animal fat, creating what we called an enfleurage, a method of capturing the flower's essence that required patience and perfect timing. Day after day, fresh flowers would be added to the jar, their oils slowly infusing into the fat until it became saturated with the pure essence of lavender. Then came the careful process of separating the oil from the fat, using gentle heat and patient stirring until we were left with a few precious drops of liquid that captured the very soul of the flower. The scent that rose from our washing mixture was like nothing you could imagine. Clean and floral, but with an earthiness that spoke of its origins in soil and rain and patient cultivation. It was the smell of home, of tradition, of women who had learned to find luxury in the simplest gifts of the natural world. There was something in that fragrance that spoke to something deep in the human soul, something that said, "You are cared for, you are loved, you are worthy of beauty." When the water reached the perfect temperature, hot enough to open the pores of the scalp and dissolve the cleansing mixture, but not so hot as to damage delicate hair, my mother ladled it carefully into a large wooden basin. The basin itself was a work of art, carved from a single piece of ash wood by a craftsman whose skill had been legendary in our village. Its sides were smooth as silk, worn to a perfect finish by years of use, and its shape was designed to cradle a person's head comfortably, while allowing for easy rinsing. Steam rose from the basin like a blessing, carrying with it the mingled scents of pure rainwater and lavender, creating an atmosphere that was both practical and sacred. My mother tested the water once more, nodded with satisfaction, and gestured for me to kneel beside the basin. The ritual of hair washing was one of the most intimate acts of care in our household. It was a time when the barriers between mother and daughter dissolved, when we existed in a space of pure love and attention. My mother's hands, roughened by years of work but infinitely gentle, would work the soapwort mixture through my long brown hair with a patience that spoke of love made manifest in action. She would start at the roots, massaging my scalp with small, circular motions that sent waves of relaxation through my entire body. Her fingers knew exactly how much pressure to apply, how to work the cleansing mixture into every strand without tangling or pulling. It was a skill that had been passed down through generations, a knowledge that lived in her hands rather than her mind. The sensation was indescribable. The warm water cascading over my head, carrying away not just the accumulated dirt and oil of daily life, but something deeper, something that felt like worry made tangible. My mother's hands moved with the rhythm of prayer, and I would close my eyes and let myself drift on the sensation of being cared for, of being clean, of being loved. "Your grandmother used to say," my mother murmured as she worked, her voice soft and rhythmic, taking on the cadence of the old stories she used to tell me when I was small, that washing your hair in rainwater was like letting heaven touch your thoughts. She believed that pure water could carry away not just the dust of the world, but the dust that settles on our spirits when we forget how beautiful life can be. As she spoke, I felt the truth of her words in my bones. There was something transformative about this simple act, something that went far beyond the physical reality of clean hair. It was as if the rainwater, in its journey from cloud to earth to basin, had gathered some essential quality of renewal, some power to restore not just our bodies, but our sense of possibility. My grandmother had been a woman of deep wisdom, someone who understood that the physical and spiritual worlds were not separate, but intertwined in ways that most people never recognized. She had taught my mother, and my mother was teaching me, that every act of care, every moment of attention to cleanliness and beauty, was also an act of reverence, a way of honoring the divine spark that lived within each of us. The washing process continued with methodical care. My mother would work the soapwort mixture through every strand of my hair, from the roots to the very tips, ensuring that each part received equal attention. She would gather sections of hair in her hands, working the cleanser through with gentle squeezing motions that created a rich, creamy lather, despite the absence of manufactured soap. The lather itself was different from what you might expect. Not the thick, artificial foam of modern soaps, but a subtle, almost invisible cleansing action that you could feel rather than see. It was the plant's own chemistry at work, the saponins binding with oil and dirt and lifting them away from hair and scalp with gentle efficiency. As she worked, my mother would tell me stories, tales of her own childhood, of her mother and grandmother, of the long line of women who had knelt beside similar basins and performed this same ritual of care. These stories wove themselves into the washing process, becoming part of the experience, creating a connection not just between mother and daughter, but between past and present, between the living and the dead. "My grandmother," she said, her hands never pausing in their gentle work, used to say that every woman's hair held the memory of every washing it had ever received. She believed that the care we put into cleaning our hair became part of us, that the love and attention we gave to this simple act would stay with us always, making us stronger and more beautiful from the inside out. The idea fascinated me, that my hair could hold memory, that the gentle touch of my mother's hands and the blessing of pure rainwater could become part of who I was. It made the simple act of washing feel profound, important in ways that went far beyond cleanliness. The rinsing was almost as elaborate as the washing itself. My mother would pour the warm rainwater slowly, carefully, ensuring that every trace of the soapwort mixture was carried away. She used a special technique that her mother had taught her, tilting my head at just the right angle, pouring the water in a steady stream that followed the natural fall of my hair, using her free hand to guide the water and ensure that no soap residue remained. This part of the process required multiple rinses, each one removing more of the cleansing mixture until the water ran completely clear. My mother was meticulous about this. She understood that any soap left in the hair would make it dull and difficult to manage, that true cleanliness required not just washing but thorough rinsing. Between rinses, she would run her fingers through my hair, checking for any areas that still felt slippery with soap, any tangles that needed gentle attention. Her touch was so practiced, so sure, that she could assess the condition of my hair through her fingertips alone, knowing exactly when it was clean and ready for the final rinse. Then came the final rinse. Cold rainwater, straight from the barrel, shocking in its temperature but essential for sealing the hair's natural oils and leaving it with a shine that no amount of brushing could achieve. This was the moment that required the most courage, the sudden shock of cold water after the warmth of the washing. But it was also the moment of transformation. The cold water would make me gasp, my scalp tingling with the sudden change in temperature. But almost immediately I could feel the difference it made. My hair would feel different under my mother's hands, smoother, more alive, as if the cold water had awakened something that had been sleeping. The individual strands would become more distinct, more manageable, and when my mother finally wrapped my head in a clean linen cloth, I could feel that my hair had been transformed. I would emerge from this ritual feeling reborn, my hair hanging in dark, gleaming waves that caught the light like water itself. But more than that, I would feel renewed in some fundamental way, as if the rainwater had indeed washed away the accumulated weight of daily concerns and left me ready to face whatever challenges the day might bring. The transformation wasn't just physical, though that was remarkable enough. My hair would be softer than silk, so clean that it seemed to float around my shoulders when I moved, so shiny that it reflected light like a mirror. But there was something else, something that went deeper than appearance. I would feel lighter, cleaner in my soul, as if the ritual had washed away not just dirt, but doubt, not just oil, but worry. My mother would then help me dry my hair, using techniques that had been passed down through generations of women who understood that wet hair was vulnerable hair. She would gently squeeze out the excess water with the linen cloth, never rubbing or pulling, then carefully comb through the wet strands with a wooden comb that my father had carved for me years before. The comb itself was a work of art, carved from a piece of boxwood that he had selected specifically for its fine grain and smooth texture. Each tooth had been shaped by hand, sanded to perfect smoothness, and polished until it gleamed. It was designed to glide through wet hair without snagging or breaking the delicate strands, and my father had spent countless evenings by the fire perfecting its shape and finish. The process of combing wet hair was another ritual in itself. My mother would start at the ends, working out any small tangles with infinite patience, then gradually work her way up toward the roots. She never pulled or forced the comb through resistant areas. Instead, she would isolate the tangle, work it out with her fingers, and then continue with the comb. It was a process that required time and patience, but the result was hair that dried without tangles, that fell in smooth, even waves when it was finally dry. As my hair dried, my mother would braid it loosely to prevent tangling, using a technique that allowed air to circulate while keeping the strands organized. The braid was temporary. Once my hair was completely dry, she would release it, and the waves created by the braiding would give my hair a texture and body that was both natural and beautiful. But the washing ritual wasn't finished yet. While my hair dried, it was time to attend to the rest of my body. The leftover washing water, still warm, still blessed with the essence of soapwort and lavender, would be used for a full body wash. Nothing was wasted in our careful household economy, and the water that had cleaned my hair was still pure enough and fragrant enough to cleanse the rest of me. My mother would heat additional rainwater in a smaller pot, creating a washing station beside the fire where the warmth would keep me comfortable during the bathing process. She would lay out clean linen cloths for washing and drying, arrange the washing basin at the perfect height, and create a space that was both practical and sacred. The body washing was a more private affair. I was old enough now to wash myself, though my mother would still help with areas I couldn't reach easily. But even this solitary washing carried the same sense of ritual, the same understanding that cleanliness was about more than just removing dirt. I would start with my face, using the softest cloth and the gentlest motions, working the soapwort-scented water over my skin with the same care my mother had used on my hair. The water was still soft from its journey through the clouds, still gentle enough to cleanse without harsh scrubbing, still carrying the blessing of heaven's gift. Working my way down from face to neck to arms, I would wash each part of my body with deliberate attention, not rushing through the process but savoring the sensation of warm, soft water against my skin. The soapwort mixture, diluted now from its use on my hair, was still effective enough to lift away the accumulated grime of daily life, still gentle enough to leave my skin feeling soft and smooth. The washing process became a meditation, a time of quiet reflection when I could think about the day ahead, about the gifts I had received, about the simple pleasure of being clean and cared for. In a world where such luxuries were rare, this moment of pure indulgence felt precious beyond measure. As I washed, I could hear the rain continuing outside, drumming its steady rhythm on the roof, filling our barrels with tomorrow's possibilities. The sound was comforting, reassuring, a promise that heaven's gifts would continue to flow, that there would be other days like this, other opportunities for renewal and cleansing. When the washing was complete, I would dry myself with the clean linen cloths my mother had prepared, feeling the rough texture of the homespun fabric against my newly clean skin. The contrast was pleasant, the slight abrasiveness of the cloth against the smoothness of clean skin, the warmth of the fire against the coolness of the air, the sense of being completely clean from head to toe. The leftover washing water wasn't wasted. Nothing ever was in our careful household economy. It would be used to scrub the floors, to water the herbs in our garden, to wash the wooden bowls and spoons that served our daily meals. Even after it had served its primary purpose, the rainwater continued to bless our household with its purity. My mother would save some of the soapwort mixture for washing our clothes, a task that would occupy much of the rest of the day. The rain had provided enough water for a complete household washing, an opportunity that came perhaps once a month if we were fortunate. Our few garments would be washed in the same careful manner as our bodies, treated with the same respect and attention to detail. The clothes washing was a community affair. Other women from the village would bring their washing to the common area behind the church, where large wooden tubs had been set up for the purpose. We would work together, sharing the labor and the conversation, creating a social event out of the necessary task of keeping our families clean. But that would come later. For now, I sat by the fire, combing my damp hair and reveling in the sensation of being completely clean. My skin felt soft and smooth. My hair smelled of lavender and rain, and my spirit felt renewed in ways that went far beyond the physical. As I sat there, I reflected on the gift we had received. In a world where cleanliness was often a luxury, where the simple act of being clean required planning and patience and the cooperation of the natural world, we had learned to find profound satisfaction in these moments of grace. We had learned to recognize the sacred in the simple, to find luxury in the gifts that heaven chose to bestow upon us. The rain continued to fall outside our cottage, drumming its gentle rhythm on the roof, filling our barrels with tomorrow's possibilities. And I sat there, clean and warm and grateful, understanding that sometimes the greatest luxuries come not from what we can buy, but from what heaven chooses to give us freely, if only we know how to receive it. My mother joined me by the fire, having completed her own washing ritual. Her hair, now clean and drying, caught the firelight and seemed to glow with an inner radiance. She looked younger somehow, refreshed and renewed by the same process that had transformed me. We sat together in comfortable silence, listening to the rain and feeling the deep satisfaction that comes from being truly clean. "You know," she said finally, her voice soft and contemplative, "there are women in the great houses who bathe in tubs made of silver, who use soaps scented with perfumes from distant lands, who have servants to heat their water and wash their hair. but I wonder if they feel what we feel now. This sense of having received a gift, this gratitude for the simple blessing of being clean. I considered her words, thinking about the wealthy ladies I had occasionally glimpsed when they passed through our village in their fine carriages. They always looked clean and beautiful, dressed in fabrics I could barely imagine, and adorned with jewels that caught the light like captured stars. But did they feel this deep satisfaction? This sense of having participated in something sacred? I think, I said slowly, that when everything comes easily, when you never have to wait for rain or plan for washing day or make your own soap from plants you've grown yourself, maybe cleanliness becomes just another thing you have instead of something you've earned. My mother smiled and reached over to smooth a strand of my drying hair. Exactly, my dear one. When we have to work for something, when we have to wait for it and plan for it and recognize it as a gift, it becomes precious in a way that easy things never can be. In that moment, with my hair drying by the fire and the sound of rain blessing our roof, I understood that cleanliness was not about having the finest soaps or the most elaborate bathing chambers. It was about recognizing the gifts that surrounded us every day, about finding the sacred in the simple, about allowing the natural world to teach us what it truly meant to be clean. And as I sat there, wrapped in the warmth of the fire and the love of my mother, listening to heaven's gift drumming on our roof, I knew that no amount of silver or silk could make me feel more blessed than I did in that perfect, rain-washed moment. The midwife's sacred waters. The summons came at dawn, as they always did, urgent knocking at our cottage door that spoke of life hanging in the balance, of a soul preparing to cross the threshold between worlds. I woke to the sound of my mother's hurried footsteps on the wooden floor below, the familiar rustle of her gathering the tools of her trade, the soft murmur of voices speaking in the careful, hushed tones that people use when death and birth walk hand in hand through a household. My mother was the village midwife, a calling that had chosen her as much as she had chosen it. It was a role that carried enormous responsibility and equal reverence. She was the keeper of ancient knowledge, the guardian of secrets that had been passed down through generations of women who understood that bringing life into the world was both the most natural and the most sacred act imaginable. In a time when childbirth was fraught with dangers that could claim both mother and child, the midwife was often the difference between joy and tragedy, between celebration and mourning. Through the thin walls of our cottage, I could hear the voice of Thomas the miller, his usual jovial tone replaced by the tight anxiety that gripped all men when their wives labored to bring forth new life. His words came in fragments. The pains started before midnight. She's asking for you. Please, Goodwife Margaret, come quickly. There was a desperation in his voice that spoke of fear barely held in check, of a man who understood that the next few hours would determine whether his family grew by one or was diminished by two. I lay in my narrow bed, listening to the familiar sounds of my mother preparing for what might be a long and difficult day, the creak of her wooden chest being opened, the soft clink of glass vials being carefully arranged, the whisper of clean linen being folded and packed. Each sound was part of a ritual I had witnessed countless times, a careful choreography of preparation that could mean the difference between life and death for both mother and child. The midwife's bag was a marvel of organization and foresight, containing everything that might be needed to guide a soul safely into the world. There were herbs for easing pain and preventing infection, clean cloths for wrapping the newborn, sharp knives for cutting the cord that connected child to mother, and, most importantly, the knowledge of how and when to use each tool. But perhaps most crucial of all were the various preparations for cleansing, the understanding that cleanliness in childbirth was not just about comfort, but about survival itself. "Elena," my mother's voice called softly up the stairs. "Dress quickly, child. I may need your help today, and there are things you must learn." I rose immediately, my heart quickening with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. I had assisted my mother before, but only with the simpler births, the ones where mother and child were both strong, and the delivery proceeded without complications. Thomas's wife, Mary, was older than most first-time mothers, and I had heard the whispered concerns among the village women about the challenges that might await her. As I dressed in my simplest, cleanest garments, for cleanliness was paramount in the birthing chamber, I thought about the sacred nature of the work we were about to undertake. Childbirth was a threshold moment, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the ordinary rules of existence seemed suspended. It was a time when cleanliness took on meanings that went far beyond the physical, when the act of washing became a form of prayer, a way of preparing sacred space for the miracle of new life. I descended the stairs to find my mother already dressed and organizing her supplies with the methodical precision that marked all her professional activities. She wore her birthing dress, a simple garment of undyed linen that could be easily washed and that would show any stains that might indicate infection or other complications. Her graying hair was bound back severely, covered with a clean white cap that would keep any loose strands from contaminating the birthing area. She looked like what she was, a professional healer preparing for battle against the forces that would claim both mother and child if given the opportunity. "Today you will see why water is the most sacred element in our work," she said as she checked her supplies one final time. "Birth is about crossing from one world to another, and water is what makes that crossing possible. You will understand, before this day is done, why our ancestors believed that every birth was a kind of baptism, a blessing that required the purest water we could provide." Her words carried the weight of prophecy, and I felt a shiver of anticipation as I helped her gather the final items for her bag. The most important of these was a large ceramic jug, glazed to a smooth finish and sealed with a cork that had been wrapped in clean linen. This jug contained water that had been specially prepared for birthing, rainwater that had been collected during the previous month's gentle shower, boiled with herbs that promoted healing and prevented infection, then cooled and stored in the cleanest vessel we possessed. This birthing water was precious beyond measure. It had been prepared according to recipes that stretched back through generations of midwives, each one adding her own knowledge to the accumulated wisdom of centuries. The herbs that flavored it, chamomile for soothing, lavender for cleansing, rosemary for protection, had been grown in our own garden, harvested at the optimal time, and dried with meticulous care. The water itself had been boiled not once but 3 times, each boiling removing more impurities and concentrating the healing properties of the herbs. But the preparation of birthing water involved more than just herbs and boiling. It required intention, prayer, and the kind of focused attention that transformed a simple mixture into something that could serve as a bridge between worlds. My mother would prepare this water during the quiet hours of early morning, when the world was still and her mind could focus completely on the sacred nature of her task. She would speak prayers over the mixture as it boiled, asking for protection for all the mothers and children who would benefit from its use, requesting guidance for her own hands as they worked to bring new life safely into the world. The walk to Thomas's cottage took us through the heart of Thornwick, past the familiar landmarks that marked the rhythm of village life. the baker's shop, where the ovens were already warming for the day's bread, the blacksmith's forge, where the coals glowed red in the pre-dawn darkness, the church, where the bell tower stood silhouetted against the lightening sky like a finger pointing toward heaven. Each building held memories, stories, connections that bound our small community together in ways that went far beyond mere geography. But this morning, the familiar sights took on a different quality. Everything seemed more vivid, more significant, as if the impending birth had heightened my awareness of the preciousness of life itself. The smoke rising from cottage chimneys spoke of families beginning their daily routines, of the endless cycle of ordinary moments that made up the fabric of human existence. The sound of roosters crowing in distant yards was a fanfare announcing another day, another opportunity for life to assert itself against the forces of darkness and uncertainty. Thomas met us at his door, his face drawn with worry and exhaustion. He was a large man, made powerful by years of lifting grain sacks and turning the massive stones that ground wheat into flour. But this morning he seemed diminished, made small by forces beyond his control. His hands shook as he led us into his cottage, and I could see the fear in his eyes, the terror that gripped all men when faced with the mystery of birth and the possibility of loss. "She's been laboring since midnight," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The pains are strong, but—" He trailed off, unable to voice his fears, but I could see them written in the lines of his face, in the way his shoulders hunched, as if he were trying to protect himself from blows that might fall from an uncaring sky. My mother placed a gentle hand on his arm, and I saw some of the tension leave his body at her touch. This was part of her gift, the ability to bring calm to chaos, to offer reassurance even in the face of uncertainty. She had guided dozens of children into the world, had seen the full spectrum of what could happen in the birthing chamber, and her presence alone was often enough to steady the nerves of anxious fathers and frightened mothers. "All will be well, Thomas," she said with quiet confidence. "Mary is strong, and the child chooses its own time. Now, I need you to help us prepare. We'll need hot water, clean linens, and a space where we can work without interference. Can you do this for us?" He nodded eagerly, grateful to have concrete tasks that would allow him to feel useful in a situation where men were largely helpless observers. As he hurried away to begin heating water and gathering supplies, my mother turned to me with an expression that was both serious and instructive. "Watch everything today," she said quietly. "See how we use water not just for cleaning, but for comfort, for healing, for creating the sacred space that birth requires. Every drop we use has a purpose. Every washing serves a function. By the end of this day, you will understand why our ancestors believed that water was the element that connected earth to heaven, body to spirit." We climbed the narrow wooden stairs to the chamber where Mary labored, and I felt the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders like a cloak. This was not just about witnessing birth. It was about learning the sacred mysteries that would one day be mine to carry, about understanding the role that cleanliness and purification played in one of life's most fundamental processes. The birthing chamber had been prepared according to traditions that stretched back through centuries of accumulated wisdom. The windows had been covered with thick cloth to create a dim, womb-like atmosphere that would be gentler for the emerging child. Clean straw had been scattered on the floor to absorb any fluids, and fresh linens had been arranged on the bed and nearby surfaces. The air smelled of herbs, lavender and rosemary that had been burned to purify the space, chamomile that had been steeped in hot water to create a soothing atmosphere. Mary lay on her side in the large bed that dominated the room, her face flushed with exertion and pain. She was a woman of perhaps 30 years, older than most first-time mothers, with the kind of sturdy build that spoke of a life spent in physical labor. Her brown hair was damp with perspiration, and her hands gripped the bedsheets with a strength that spoke of determination and endurance. When she saw my mother enter the room, relief flooded her features like sunrise breaking over a dark landscape. "Margaret," she gasped between contractions. "I was so afraid you wouldn't come in time." My mother moved to her side immediately, her hands already assessing, checking, determining the progress of labor with the kind of intuitive knowledge that came from years of experience. Her touch was gentle but confident, and I watched as Mary's breathing became more regular under the influence of my mother's calming presence. "I'm here now," my mother said softly, "and I'm not going anywhere until your child is safely in your arms. But first, we need to prepare properly. Elena, bring the washing basin and the birthing water. We have work to do." The first task was always the same: the ritual cleansing that would prepare both the birthing woman and the space around her for the sacred work ahead. This was not simply about removing dirt or preventing infection, though those were certainly important considerations. This was about creating a state of purity that would be worthy of the miracle about to unfold, about establishing a connection between the earthly realm of flesh and blood and the spiritual realm from which new souls emerged. I poured the precious birthing water into the large ceramic basin that had been brought specifically for this purpose. The water was still faintly warm from its preparation that morning, and as it filled the basin, the scent of herbs rose like incense, filling the room with an atmosphere of peace and sanctity. The water itself was crystal clear, so pure that it seemed to hold light within its depths, so clean that it might have been distilled from the very essence of life itself. My mother began with her own hands, washing them in the birthing water with movements that were both practical and ceremonial. She worked the herbed water between her fingers, under her nails, up her wrists to her elbows, removing any trace of contamination that might threaten the health of mother or child. But this washing was more than just physical cleansing. It was a ritual of preparation, a way of dedicating her hands to the sacred work they were about to perform. "Clean hands save lives," she murmured as she worked, speaking as much to me as to herself. In the birthing chamber, cleanliness is not just about comfort, it is about survival. The childbed fever that claims so many mothers comes from contamination, from the introduction of corruption into the sacred space of birth. We wash not just to be clean, but to be worthy of the trust placed in us. As she spoke, I understood that I was witnessing something far more significant than simple hygiene. This was a ritual that connected my mother to generations of midwives who had come before her, a sacred tradition that transformed ordinary water into something that could serve as a bridge between worlds. The careful attention to cleanliness was both practical wisdom and spiritual practice, a recognition that the act of bringing life into the world required the highest standards of purity in both body and spirit. When her own hands were clean, my mother turned her attention to Mary, beginning the gentle process of preparing her for the birth ahead. Using soft linen cloths dipped in the birthing water, she began to wash Mary's face and neck, removing the perspiration of labor and replacing it with the cool blessing of purified water. Her movements were gentle, almost caressing, and I could see the immediate effect on Mary's demeanor. The tight lines of pain around her eyes softened. Her breathing became more regular, and some of the fear that had gripped her seemed to ease. "The water helps," Mary whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "It feels like a blessing." "It is a blessing," my mother replied, continuing her gentle ministrations. "Water that has been prepared with intention, blessed with prayer, and dedicated to the service of life. Every drop carries with it the hope and love of all the women who have labored before you, all the children who have been safely delivered, all the families who have been made complete by the miracle of birth." The washing continued methodically, each part of Mary's body receiving the same careful attention. My mother worked with the kind of focused concentration that transformed routine tasks into sacred rituals, her hands moving with practiced efficiency, while her voice maintained a steady stream of gentle encouragement and instruction. As she worked, she explained to me the significance of each step, the reasons behind traditions that might seem arbitrary to the uninitiated, but which carried the accumulated wisdom of centuries. The washing of the hands and face was for purification and comfort. The cleansing of the body was for health and safety. The preparation of clean linens was for the reception of new life. Each action served multiple purposes, addressing both the practical needs of childbirth and the spiritual requirements of a sacred transition. "See how the water changes her?" my mother asked quietly as she continued her work. "This is not just about cleanliness. It is about transformation. The birthing water helps her body prepare for the work ahead, helps her spirit connect with the ancient wisdom that guides all women through labor. Water is the element of change, of flow, of life itself. In the birthing chamber, it becomes our most powerful ally." I watched in fascination as the ritual of preparation continued. Every few minutes, Mary would be gripped by a contraction that would cause her to cry out and grip the bed sheets with white-knuckled intensity. During these moments, my mother would place cool, damp cloths on Mary's forehead and neck, using the birthing water to provide comfort and relief. The contrast between the heat of exertion and the coolness of the water seemed to provide immediate relief, and I began to understand how the simple act of applying water could become a form of medicine. Between contractions, my mother would continue the careful process of preparation. She washed Mary's hands, explaining that clean hands would be important when the time came to hold her child. She cleansed Mary's arms and shoulders, areas that would be involved in the physical work of pushing. She prepared clean cloths and arranged them within easy reach, ensuring that everything needed for the birth would be immediately available. But perhaps most importantly, she used the time between contractions to teach Mary breathing techniques that would help her manage the pain and work with her body's natural rhythms. These techniques, passed down through generations of midwives, were designed to help laboring women find a state of focused calm that would allow them to work with the natural process of birth rather than fighting against it. "Breathe with the water," my mother instructed, demonstrating the slow, rhythmic breathing that would help Mary through the most difficult moments. "Let your breath flow like a gentle stream, carrying away the pain and bringing in strength. Water teaches us about flow, about yielding without surrendering, about finding power in gentleness." As the morning progressed, I began to see the deeper wisdom in my mother's approach to childbirth. This was not just about the mechanical process of delivering a baby. It was about creating an environment where birth could unfold as naturally and safely as possible. The careful attention to cleanliness, the ritual use of water, the gentle encouragement and instruction, all of these elements worked together to create a sacred space where life could emerge from the mystery of the womb into the reality of the world. The birthing water played a central role in every aspect of this process. It was used to clean and comfort the laboring mother, to prepare the space for the child's arrival, to wash the hands of everyone who would touch mother or baby. But more than that, it served as a constant reminder of the sacred nature of what was happening, a physical manifestation of the spiritual forces that guided the process of birth. As Mary's labor intensified, the role of water became even more crucial. My mother used warm, damp cloths to ease the pain of contractions, applying them to Mary's lower back and abdomen with gentle pressure that seemed to provide immediate relief. She offered Mary sips of herbed water to keep her hydrated and to provide the strength she would need for the final stages of labor. She used cool water to refresh Mary's face and hands, helping her maintain the focus and determination that would see her through the most challenging moments. "Water is life," my mother murmured as she worked, her voice taking on the rhythmic quality of a prayer or incantation. "Water is change. Water is the element that flows between worlds, that carries souls from one realm to another. In birth, we are all servants of water, all participants in the great flow that connects every living thing." I found myself mesmerized by the ritual unfolding before me, by the way that simple elements, water, cloth, gentle touch, could be transformed into powerful tools of healing and comfort. This was medicine in its most fundamental form, not the complex preparations and elaborate procedures that marked the practice of learned physicians, but the basic human understanding of what bodies needed to function, to heal, to bring forth new life. As the day wore on, Mary's contractions grew stronger and more frequent, and I could see that the moment of birth was approaching. My mother's movements became more focused, more urgent, as she made the final preparations for the child's arrival. She arranged clean linens on the bed, prepared the birthing water for the washing of the newborn, and positioned herself to assist with the delivery. "Now comes the most sacred moment," she said quietly, her voice filled with reverence and anticipation. "The moment when a soul crosses from one world to another, when the water of the womb gives way to the air of earth, when a child takes its first breath and becomes fully human. Watch carefully, Elena, for you are about to witness the greatest miracle of all." The final stage of labor was intense and overwhelming, a crescendo of pain and effort that seemed to fill the entire room with its power. Mary's cries echoed off the walls, her body straining with the enormous effort of bringing forth new life. My mother worked with calm efficiency, guiding and encouraging, using every tool at her disposal to ensure the safe delivery of the child. And then, in a moment that seemed to exist outside of normal time, the baby emerged, slippery, purple, and utterly perfect. My mother caught the tiny form in clean linen, her hands steady and sure despite the magnitude of what had just occurred. For a heartbeat, the room was silent, suspended in the space between one breath and the next. Then the baby cried, a thin, reedy sound that was nevertheless the most beautiful music I had ever heard. It was the sound of life asserting itself, of a soul announcing its arrival in the world, of the successful completion of the most dangerous and miraculous journey any of us would ever make. "A son," my mother announced, her voice filled with joy and relief. "A beautiful, perfect son." Mary collapsed back against the pillows, exhausted but radiant with joy. Tears streamed down her face as she reached out for her child, her hands trembling with emotion and fatigue. The transformation was immediate and complete. The woman who had been laboring in pain just moments before was now a mother, her entire being focused on the tiny life that had emerged from her body. But the work was not yet finished. My mother moved quickly to complete the rituals that would ensure the health and safety of both mother and child. The first and most important of these was the washing of the newborn, a ceremony that was both practical and sacred, designed to welcome the child into the world while protecting it from the dangers that threatened all new life. The baby was placed on a soft linen cloth, and my mother began the careful process of cleaning away the fluids of birth. She used the birthing water, now warmed to the perfect temperature, applying it with soft cloths in gentle, caressing motions that seemed to comfort the newborn even as they cleansed. The baby's cries quieted under her touch, and I could see the immediate effect of the warm water on the tiny form. Muscles relaxing, breathing becoming more regular. The transition from womb to world made easier by the familiar sensation of warm liquid against skin. The first bath is the most important, my mother explained as she worked, her voice soft and reverent. It washes away the journey from the other world, cleanses the child of the fluids that sustained it in the womb, and prepares it for life in the realm of air and light. But more than that, it is the child's first experience of human care, the first demonstration that it is loved and wanted and welcome in this world. The washing was thorough but gentle, each part of the tiny body receiving careful attention. My mother cleaned the baby's face first, using the softest cloth and the gentlest motions to remove any fluids that might interfere with breathing. She cleaned the eyes, the nose, the mouth, all the openings through which the child would experience the world. She washed the head, where the soft spot pulsed with the rhythm of new life, and the neck, where the pulse beat strong and steady. Working her way down the tiny body, she cleaned the arms and hands, marveling at the perfect formation of fingers and thumbs, the delicate nails that were already fully formed. She washed the chest and abdomen, checking that all was as it should be, that the child showed no signs of the defects that sometimes marked difficult births. She cleaned the legs and feet, counting toes and checking that the hips moved properly in their sockets. Throughout this process, the baby remained calm, seeming to find comfort in the warm water and gentle touch. It was as if the washing served as a bridge between the watery world of the womb and the airy world of earth, providing continuity and comfort during what must have been a bewildering transition. When the washing was complete, my mother wrapped the baby in clean, dry linen that had been warmed by the fire. The transformation was remarkable. What had emerged as a slippery, purple creature was now revealed as a perfect, pink human being, ready to take its place in the world. The baby's eyes opened, dark and unfocused, but already beginning to take in the sights and sounds of its new environment. "Now for the mother," my mother said, turning her attention back to Mary, who had been watching the washing of her child with an expression of wonder and love that was beautiful to behold. The afterbirth had been delivered safely, and now came the careful process of cleaning and caring for the new mother, ensuring that she would recover from the ordeal of birth and be able to care for her child. This washing was as important as the cleansing of the newborn, for the period immediately following birth was fraught with dangers that could claim a mother's life even after her child had been safely delivered. The childbed fever that my mother had mentioned was a constant threat, an infection that could develop if proper cleanliness was not maintained in the days following delivery. Using fresh birthing water and clean cloths, my mother began the careful process of cleansing Mary's body. She worked with the same gentle efficiency she had shown throughout the day, removing any traces of the birthing process and replacing them with the clean blessing of purified water. Her movements were both practical and ceremonial, acknowledging the sacred nature of what Mary had just accomplished while attending to the physical needs of recovery. "This washing is your blessing," my mother said softly as she worked. "It cleanses away the pain and effort of labor and prepares your body for the joy of motherhood. The water carries with it the prayers and hopes of all the women who have walked this path before you, all the mothers who have brought children safely into the world." As she spoke, I understood that I was witnessing something far more significant than simple post-birth care. This was a ritual of transformation, a ceremony that marked Mary's passage from one state of being to another. She had entered labor as a woman. She emerged from it as a mother. The washing with sacred water was a recognition of this transformation, a blessing that acknowledged the magnitude of what she had accomplished. The cleanup process continued for some time, with my mother attending to every detail that might affect the health and comfort of mother and child. Fresh linens were placed on the bed. The birthing area was cleaned and purified, and all the tools and vessels used during the delivery were carefully washed and stored. Nothing was left to chance. No detail was too small to receive attention. Throughout this process, the baby lay peacefully in Mary's arms, nursing for the first time, and beginning the bond that would sustain them both through the challenging days ahead. The sight of mother and child together, both clean and safe and perfect, was a testament to the power of careful preparation, skilled assistance, and the blessing of pure water. As the afternoon sun slanted through the covered windows, casting gentle patterns of light and shadow across the birthing chamber, I reflected on everything I had witnessed. I had seen the power of water to comfort and heal, to purify and bless, to serve as a bridge between worlds. I had learned that cleanliness in the context of birth was not just about hygiene, but about creating sacred space, about honoring the magnitude of the miracle that was unfolding. The birthing water that had seemed so simple that morning, just rainwater and herbs in a ceramic jug, had revealed itself to be one of the most powerful tools in my mother's arsenal. It had provided comfort during labor, safety during delivery, and blessing in the aftermath. It had served as medicine and sacrament, practical necessity and spiritual practice. "Do you understand now?" my mother asked quietly as we prepared to leave the new family to rest and bond. "Do you see why water is sacred in the work we do?" I nodded, feeling the weight of new knowledge settling into my bones. I had learned that the midwife's art was not just about catching babies, but about creating the conditions where life could emerge safely and joyfully. I had seen that cleanliness was not just about removing dirt, but about removing barriers between the physical and spiritual worlds. I had witnessed the transformation of ordinary elements, water, cloth, gentle touch, into tools of healing and blessing. As we walked home through the village streets, now busy with the activities of late afternoon, I carried with me a new understanding of my mother's calling and my own future role in the community. The midwife was not just a medical practitioner, but a keeper of sacred mysteries, a guardian of ancient wisdom, a servant of the forces that brought life into the world. The birthing water that remained in our jug would be saved for the next emergency. The next mother who needed the blessing of pure water to ease her labor and welcome her child. It would continue to serve, to heal, to bless, carrying with it the accumulated prayers and hopes of all the women who had benefited from its use. That evening, as I sat by our fire and reflected on the day's events, I understood that I had been initiated into mysteries that went far beyond the simple mechanics of childbirth. I had learned that water was indeed the element that connected earth to heaven, body to spirit, one world to another. I had seen how the careful preparation and ritual use of this most basic element could create miracles, could serve as a bridge between the seen and unseen realms. The sound of rain beginning to fall on our roof was like a benediction, a reminder that heaven continued to send its gifts to those who knew how to receive them. Tomorrow there would be more water to collect, more opportunities to serve, more chances to participate in the sacred work of bringing life safely into the world. And as I drifted off to sleep that night, lulled by the gentle sound of rain and warmed by the memory of a perfect baby's first cry, I knew that I had found my calling in the sacred waters that connected all life, in the ancient wisdom that flowed from mother to daughter like a river of blessing, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of all the generations that had come before and all those yet to be born. The autumn of my 24th year brought with it a summons that would change my understanding of cleanliness forever. It came in the form of old Martha's grandson, Peter, running breathless through the village streets just as the morning mist was lifting from the Whitmore like a gossamer veil being drawn away from the face of the earth. "Elena," he gasped, his young face flushed with urgency and something approaching panic that made my heart quicken with concern. "Grandmother needs you, says you know more about the washing ways than anyone save herself, and there's a birthing that's gone wrong." I had never assisted at a birth before, though I had heard the stories whispered among the women, tales of blood and pain and the mysterious rituals that surrounded the bringing of new life into the world. But Martha was the village's most respected midwife, a woman whose knowledge of healing and purifying had saved more lives than anyone could count. If she was calling for me, it meant something had gone beyond her usual expertise, into territory that required all the wisdom we could gather. I followed Peter through the winding paths of Thornwick, past cottages where smoke was just beginning to curl from morning fires like prayers ascending to heaven, past gardens where the last of the harvest vegetables clung to their dying vines with the stubborn persistence of life refusing to surrender to winter's approach. The air carried the scent of wood smoke and dying leaves, that particular fragrance of autumn that spoke of endings and beginnings intertwined like lovers' hands. Martha's cottage sat at the edge of the village, close enough to the forest that she could gather the herbs and roots that formed the foundation of her healing practice. As we approached, I could hear sounds from within, low moaning that spoke of pain beyond words, urgent whispers, and underneath it all, the steady rhythm of Martha's voice speaking words of comfort and instruction that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "She's been laboring for 2 days," Peter explained as we reached the door, his voice dropping to a whisper as if the very words might somehow make things worse. "The baby, it's not coming right, and there's been bleeding, too much bleeding. Grandmother says the mother needs purifying, but not the usual kind, something deeper." Inside the cottage, the air was thick with steam and the mingled scents of herbs I couldn't identify. Some familiar, like the lavender and chamomile I knew from my own garden. Others strange and exotic, carrying whispers of distant places and ancient knowledge. The main room had been transformed into what could only be described as a temple of healing. Every surface covered with bowls and basins, bundles of dried plants hanging from the rafters like offerings to forgotten gods. And in the center of it all, a young woman I recognized as Emma Thornfield, Margaret's cousin, lying on a bed of clean linens with her face pale as winter snow. Martha looked up as we entered. Her weathered face creased with concern, but her eyes still sharp with the focused intensity that had made her legendary throughout the region. She was perhaps 70 years old, her gray hair bound back with a simple cloth, her hands stained with the evidence of her work but steady as stone, steady as the earth itself. "Elena," she said without preamble, her voice carrying the authority of someone who had guided countless souls into the world and knew the sacred responsibility that came with such work. "I need your knowledge of the waterways. This child is coming, but the mother's body is fighting against itself. She needs a purifying from the inside out, and I cannot do it alone." I approached the bedside carefully, unsure of what was expected of me, but willing to help however I could. Emma's eyes were closed, her breathing shallow and rapid, her skin damp with perspiration that spoke of exhaustion and pain beyond anything I had ever witnessed. Her dark hair clung to her forehead in damp tendrils, and her hands gripped the linens with a desperation that made my heart ache. "What do you need me to do?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Martha gestured toward a large wooden tub that had been positioned near the fire, filled with water that steamed gently in the flickering light. The tub was carved from a single piece of oak, its surface worn smooth by countless uses, and around its rim, Martha had arranged candles that cast dancing shadows on the walls. "We must move her to the birthing bath," she explained, her voice taking on the tone of someone sharing sacred knowledge. "The warm water will ease her pain and help the baby find its way. But more than that, we must cleanse her spirit as well as her body. This birth has been touched by fear, and fear is the enemy of new life." Together, we helped Emma from the bed to the tub, supporting her weight as she lowered herself into the warm water. The moment she was submerged, I saw something change in her face, a loosening of the tight lines around her eyes, a deepening of her breathing, as if the water itself was drawing away some of the pain and tension that had been holding her captive. "Now," Martha said, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper, "we begin the true purifying." What followed was unlike anything I had ever experienced. Martha began to add herbs to the water, chamomile for calming, lavender for peace, and others I didn't recognize that filled the air with scents both familiar and mysterious. But more than the physical additions to the bath, there was something else happening, something that went beyond the realm of ordinary healing. Martha began to speak in a voice that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than her throat. Words that sounded like prayers, but were unlike any prayers I had heard in church. She spoke of water as the first element, the source of all life, the medium through which souls entered the world. She spoke of cleansing not just the body, but the spirit, of washing away fear and doubt, and the accumulated weight of a world that too often forgot the sacred nature of birth. As she spoke, I found myself adding my own voice to hers, though I didn't know where the words came from. I spoke of the river where I had learned to wash away my sorrows, of the rain that had taught me the joy of being cleansed by heaven itself, of the ancient wisdom that connected all women who had ever labored to bring new life into the world. The water in the tub began to take on a life of its own, swirling gently around Emma's body, as if moved by invisible currents. The herbs released their essences into the warm liquid, creating patterns of color and scent that seemed to tell their own stories of healing and renewal. And then, as if summoned by our words and the sacred nature of the water itself, something shifted. Emma's breathing deepened, her body relaxed, and I could see the fear leaving her face like shadows retreating before the dawn. The water had done more than warm her body. It had cleansed her spirit, washing away the terror that had been preventing her child from entering the world. "Now," Martha whispered, her eyes bright with tears of joy, "now the baby can come." What followed was the most beautiful and terrifying thing I had ever witnessed. In the warm embrace of the sacred waters, with candles flickering around us like stars and the scent of healing herbs filling the air, Emma's child finally made its journey into the world. The baby emerged into the water, as if returning to its natural element, and for a moment, mother and child floated together in the sacred bath like figures from an ancient myth. Martha lifted the baby from the water with hands that trembled with reverence, and I saw that it was a girl, perfect and whole, her tiny fists waving in the air as if she were already reaching for all the wonders the world had to offer. Her first cry filled the cottage like a song of triumph, and I felt tears streaming down my face as I witnessed this miracle of new life emerging from the purifying waters. "She is cleansed," Martha said softly, wrapping the baby in a cloth that had been warmed by the fire. "Born in sacred waters, purified from her first breath. She will carry this blessing with her throughout her life." As we helped Emma from the tub and settled her back in the bed with her daughter at her breast, I realized that I had witnessed something far more profound than a simple birth. I had seen the deepest mystery of cleanliness revealed. The understanding that water was not just a means of washing the body, but a sacred element that could purify the soul and ease the passage between worlds. In the days that followed, word of the sacred birth spread throughout the village, and women began to seek me out, asking about the water rituals I had learned from Martha. I found myself becoming a keeper of ancient knowledge, a guardian of the sacred arts that connected cleanliness to the deepest mysteries of life itself. But it was in the quiet moments, when I sat by the river or stood in the rain, that I truly understood what I had learned in Martha's cottage. Water was not just H2O, not just a chemical compound that happened to be useful for washing. It was the element of life itself, the medium through which all existence flowed, the sacred substance that connected us to the divine source of all creation. From that day forward, every time I washed myself, whether in the river or in the rain or in a simple basin by my fire, I carried with me the memory of that sacred birth. I understood that cleanliness was not just about removing dirt from the body, but about maintaining a connection to the sacred waters that had given birth to all life, that continued to flow through our veins and our dreams and our deepest longings for renewal. The baby girl was named Aqua, in honor of the sacred waters that had eased her birth, and she grew up to be one of the wisest women in our village, carrying within her the blessing of those purifying waters that had welcomed her into the world. And whenever I saw her playing by the river or dancing in the rain, I remembered that night when I learned that cleanliness was not just a physical necessity, but a sacred art that connected us to the very source of life itself, the wisdom of ash and lye. The first time I witnessed the transformation of ash into soap, I understood why the ancients spoke of alchemy as both science and magic. It was in the workshop of Master Aldrich, the soap maker whose reputation stretched from our humble village to the great trading cities beyond the mountains. His hands, permanently stained with the residue of countless batches, moved with the precision of a scribe and the reverence of a priest as he performed what he called the sacred marriage of fire and fat. "Come closer, young scholar," he beckoned, his voice carrying the authority of decades spent perfecting his craft. But not too close. Lye shows no mercy to the careless, and I'll not have you leaving my workshop with fewer fingers than you entered. The morning sun slanted through the workshop's single window, illuminating motes of ash dust that danced in the air like tiny spirits. The room itself was a testament to organized chaos. Wooden vats of varying sizes lined the walls, each marked with symbols I couldn't decipher. Shelves groaned under the weight of clay pots containing mysterious substances, their contents ranging from pristine white powders to oils that gleamed like liquid amber. The air was thick with scents both familiar and foreign. The clean bite of lye, the rich earthiness of wood ash, and, underneath it all, the comforting aroma of rendered tallow. Master Aldrich had agreed to share his knowledge with me, only after I'd proven my genuine interest by spending 3 days hauling water from the well and tending his fires without complaint. Too many come seeking the secrets of soap-making, thinking it's simple work, he had explained. They see the finished product, clean, white, sweet-smelling, and assume the process must be equally pure. They don't understand that creation requires destruction, that cleanliness is born from caustic fire. Now, as I watched him begin the day's work, I began to understand what he meant. The process started not with the gentle mixing I had imagined, but with violence. Master Aldrich approached a large wooden barrel filled with what appeared to be ordinary wood ash, the remnants of countless fires that had warmed homes and cooked meals throughout the village. But this ash was far from ordinary. It had been carefully selected, aged, and prepared through methods passed down through generations of soap makers. Not all ash is created equal, he explained, running the gray powder through his fingers like a merchant examining fine silk. Oak ash burns hot and leaves the strongest lye. Applewood gives sweetness but lacks strength. Pine is too resinous, willow too weak. The art lies in knowing which woods to burn, when to harvest the ash, and how to blend them for the desired result. He began the process by creating what he called the first water, a careful pouring of heated rainwater over the prepared ash. The water had to be just the right temperature, hot enough to extract the potash, but not so hot as to create violent reactions. As the water met the ash, it began to change, becoming cloudy and then gradually clearing to a pale amber liquid that seemed to glow with inner light. This is where patience separates the master from the apprentice, Master Aldrich said, settling onto a worn wooden stool beside the barrel. The lye must steep like tea, but tea that could blind you if handled carelessly. 3 days minimum, stirred twice daily with a wooden paddle. Never metal, mind you. Metal corrupts the process, introduces impurities that will ruin the entire batch. While we waited for the lye to reach proper strength, he showed me the other essential component of soap making: fat. But not just any fat would do. The workshop contained an impressive array of rendered fats and oils, each with its own properties and purposes. Beef tallow, hard and white, formed the backbone of most soaps, providing firmness and longevity. Pork lard added gentleness and created a creamier lather. Goose fat, precious and expensive, was reserved for the finest soaps destined for noble households. The fat tells the story of the soap, Master Aldrich explained, holding up a cake of tallow to the light. See how this one is pure white? That comes from careful rendering, slow heat, patient straining. The yellow fat produces yellow soap. The rancid fat produces soap that will never lose its foul smell. A soap maker's reputation rests on the quality of his fats as much as his skill with lye. He led me to a corner of the workshop where large iron cauldrons sat over carefully banked fires. Here, the rendering process took place. The transformation of raw animal fat into the clean, odorless tallow essential for soap making. The process was neither quick nor pleasant. Chunks of fat, carefully trimmed from slaughtered animals, were slowly heated until they released their oils. The crackling sounds, the rich aromas, the careful skimming of impurities. It was a process that required constant attention and considerable skill. My grandfather taught me that every piece of fat has a story, Master Aldrich said, stirring a batch of rendering tallow with a long wooden spoon. The pig that lived well produces better lard than one that suffered. The cow that grazed on sweet grass gives tallow that holds fragrance better than one fed on poor fodder. A soap maker must know not just his craft, but the lives of the animals that provide his materials. As the days passed and the lye reached proper strength, Master Aldrich began preparing for the actual soap-making process. This was where his years of experience became most apparent. He tested the lye's strength using methods that seemed almost mystical, floating an egg in the liquid to judge its density, tasting tiny amounts despite the caustic nature of the substance, holding his hand at various distances from the surface to gauge the heat it generated. Lye that's too weak produces soft soap that never hardens, he explained. Too strong, and it will eat through your skin and leave the finished soap harsh and crumbly. The perfect strength is like the perfect marriage, strong enough to accomplish the work, gentle enough to last. The actual moment of soap making arrived on a gray morning when the wind carried the scent of coming rain. Master Aldrich had spent the early hours preparing his workspace, arranging tools and ingredients with the precision of a military commander preparing for battle. The lye, now a clear amber liquid that seemed to pulse with contained energy, sat in one vessel. The rendered tallow, melted to perfect consistency, waited in another. Now comes the moment of truth, he said, lifting the vessel of lye with hands that showed no tremor despite the dangerous nature of the liquid. The marriage of opposites, the caustic and the gentle, the destroyer and the nourisher. Watch carefully, for this is where soap is born or dies. The pouring began slowly, a thin stream of lye entering the melted fat with a hiss that spoke of chemical transformation. Master Aldrich stirred constantly with a wooden paddle, his movements rhythmic and hypnotic. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The lye and fat remained separate, like oil and water refusing to blend. But gradually, almost imperceptibly, the mixture began to change. "See there," he whispered, as if speaking too loudly might disrupt the delicate process. The saponification begins. The lye attacks the fat, breaks it down, transforms it into something entirely new. This is the miracle that our ancestors discovered by accident, and we have refined through centuries of practice. The transformation was indeed miraculous to witness. The separate liquids began to thicken, taking on a creamy consistency that reminded me of fresh butter. The color shifted from the amber of lye and white of tallow to a pale, uniform cream. The smell changed too, from the harsh bite of caustic soda to something cleaner, more neutral, but the process was far from complete. Master Aldrich continued stirring, his movements never varying in rhythm or intensity. "Consistency is everything," he explained without breaking his rhythm. "Stop too soon and the soap will separate. Stir too vigorously and you'll introduce air bubbles that will weaken the final product. The soap will tell you when it's ready, but you must know how to listen." The listening involved watching for subtle changes in the mixture's behavior. The way it fell from the paddle, the sound it made as the paddle moved through it, the way light reflected from its surface. All these were signs that Master Aldrich read like a scholar reading ancient texts. After what felt like hours but was probably less than one, he suddenly stopped stirring. "There," he said with satisfaction. "Perfect trace. See how the mixture holds the pattern when I lift the paddle? This is soap, though it doesn't know it yet." The next phase involved adding what Master Aldrich called the soul of the soap, the ingredients that would distinguish his product from the crude, harsh soaps produced by less skilled craftsmen. From various containers, he added carefully measured amounts of salt to harden the final product, honey to add moisturizing properties, and precious drops of oil extracted from lavender flowers that had been dried and pressed according to methods he guarded jealously. "A soap without character is like a person without soul," he said as he folded these additions into the mixture with gentle, precise movements. "It may clean the body, but it brings no joy to the spirit. The finest soaps are those that transform the act of washing from mere necessity into pleasure." The finished soap mixture was poured into wooden molds that Master Aldrich had carved himself, each one designed to produce bars of specific size and shape. Some were simple rectangles, practical and efficient. Others bore intricate patterns, roses, vines, even crude representations of saints for soaps destined for monastery use. The pouring required as much skill as the mixing, for the soap had to fill each mold completely without creating air pockets that would weaken the final product. "Now begins the longest part of the process," Master Aldrich said as he covered the filled molds with cloth. "The waiting. The soap must cure for at least a month, preferably 2. During this time, the last of the lye neutralizes, the moisture evaporates, and the soap hardens to its final form. Patience, young scholar. All good things require time." While we waited for that batch to cure, Master Aldrich shared with me the deeper mysteries of his craft. He showed me soaps made with exotic ingredients, olive oil from distant Mediterranean groves that produced bars so gentle they could be used on a baby's skin, ash from seaweed that created soap with mysterious healing properties, animal fats from creatures I had never heard of that produced soaps with colors and scents unlike anything made locally. "Each region has its own soap-making traditions," he explained, handling a bar of deep green soap that had come from traders who had traveled unimaginable distances. In the hot lands to the south, they make soap from olive oil and the ash of certain desert plants. In the cold northern countries, they use fish oils and the ash of sea wrack. Every method produces soap, but each soap tells the story of its homeland. He also shared the darker aspects of his trade, the dangers that came with working with caustic materials, the economic pressures that tempted some soap makers to use inferior ingredients or rush the curing process, the constant battle against competitors who spread rumors about the quality of his products. Soap making, I learned, was not just a craft, but a business, and success required not just skill, but cunning and resilience. I have seen good soap makers ruined by a single bad batch, he said, his expression growing serious. Lye that was too strong and burned a customer's skin, fat that had gone rancid and produced soap that stank, molds that weren't properly cleaned and contaminated an entire production run. In this business, your reputation is everything, and it can be destroyed faster than it was built. The economic aspects of soap making fascinated me almost as much as the technical ones. Master Aldrich operated in a complex web of relationships with suppliers, customers, and competitors. He bought his ash from specific woodcutters who understood his requirements, his fats from butchers who saved the finest trimmings for his use, his salt from merchants who traveled to distant coastal regions, His customers ranged from local housewives who bought single bars for family use to wealthy merchants who ordered dozens of bars scented with expensive imported oils. The secret to success, he confided, is understanding that different customers have different needs. The farmer's wife wants soap that will remove the stains of honest work without costing more than she can afford. The merchant's daughter wants soap that will make her skin soft and leave her smelling like a garden. The monastery wants soap that cleans thoroughly, but carries no scent that might be considered vanity. One recipe cannot serve all needs. This philosophy had led Master Aldrich to develop an impressive range of products. His basic soap, made from beef tallow and oak ash lye, was sturdy, effective, and affordable. His luxury soaps incorporated exotic oils, rare salts, and fragrances that commanded prices 10 times higher. He made special medicinal soaps for customers with skin ailments, incorporating herbs and minerals that were said to have healing properties. He even produced what he called sin soap, harsh, unscented bars used by religious penitents who believed that cleaning should be an uncomfortable reminder of their spiritual failings. The seasonal nature of soap making added another layer of complexity to the craft. Winter was the preferred time for rendering fats, as the cold air helped preserve the materials and made the hot work more bearable. Spring brought the collection of certain plants whose ash produced superior lye. Summer was for gathering herbs and flowers that would be dried and used for scenting. Autumn was the time for the final major soap-making push, producing the inventory that would last through the winter months when outdoor work became difficult. A soap maker must think like a farmer, Master Aldrich explained. Plan ahead, work with the seasons, store what can be stored, and never assume that this year will be like the last. I've seen soap makers fail because they didn't prepare for a harsh winter, or didn't take advantage of a particularly good harvest of ash wood. As the weeks passed, and I continued to visit Master Aldrich's workshop, I began to understand that soap making was more than just a craft. It was a form of applied philosophy. The transformation of ash and fat into soap required not just technical knowledge, but wisdom about the nature of change itself. The soap maker had to understand that destruction and creation were two sides of the same process, that the harsh lye that could burn skin was the same substance that made gentle cleansing possible. Every bar of soap is a lesson in transformation, Master Aldrich said one afternoon, as we examined a batch that had just been removed from its molds. The bars were perfect, smooth, hard, and pale as fresh cream. The ash that once was living wood, the fat that once nourished a living animal, the lye that could destroy flesh, all transformed into something that brings cleanliness and comfort. If that's not magic, I don't know what is. The social aspects of soap making also intrigued me. Master Aldrich's workshop was a gathering place for information and gossip. Customers would linger to discuss not just soap, but politics, weather, and personal affairs. The soap maker, trusted with intimate knowledge about his customers' cleansing habits and personal hygiene, often found himself serving as informal counselor and confidant. People tell their soap maker things they wouldn't tell their priest, he observed with a wry smile. They want soap for skin conditions they're embarrassed to discuss. They ask for advice about odors they can't eliminate. They confess to cleanliness habits that would shock their neighbors. A soap maker learns to listen without judging, and to keep secrets as carefully as he guards his recipes. The final lesson Master Aldrich taught me was perhaps the most important. The recognition that soap making, like all true crafts, was never fully mastered. Even after decades of practice, each batch presented new challenges and opportunities for learning. Weather affected the behavior of lye. Variations in fat quality required adjustments to recipes. Customer preferences evolved and demanded innovation. The day you think you know everything about soap making is the day you should find a new trade, he said as we watched his apprentice, an eager young man who reminded me of myself, struggle with his first attempt at judging lye strength. This craft will humble you regularly, teach you constantly, and reward you occasionally. The wise soap maker embraces the learning and accepts the humbling. As my time with Master Aldrich drew to a close, he presented me with a bar of soap unlike any I had seen before. It was small, perfectly formed, and bore the subtle fragrance of herbs I couldn't identify. The color was a warm cream, and the surface was so smooth it seemed to glow in the lamplight. "This is made with the finest ingredients I can obtain," he said, wrapping the bar carefully in clean cloth. "Olive oil from trees that are older than our grandfathers, ash from wood that grew in sacred groves, salt from springs that have never known pollution. It took 6 months to cure, and I've made only a dozen bars like it in my entire career." I tried to protest that such a precious gift was too valuable, but he waved away my objections. "Knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied," he said. "You came here seeking to understand the wisdom of ash and lye, and you've proven yourself worthy of that understanding. This soap will remind you that even the humblest crafts can aspire to art when practiced with dedication and reverence." As I left Master Aldrich's workshop for the final time, carrying with me not just the precious bar of soap, but a new understanding of the complexity and beauty hidden within seemingly simple processes, I reflected on the lessons I had learned. The transformation of ash and fat into soap was indeed a form of alchemy, but it was an alchemy available to anyone willing to learn, to practice, and to respect the ancient wisdom embedded in traditional crafts. The soap maker's art reminded me that civilization itself rests on such humble foundations. The accumulated knowledge of countless craftsmen who discovered how to transform raw materials into useful products, who developed techniques for preserving and sharing their knowledge, who found ways to balance tradition with innovation. In Master Aldrich's workshop, I had witnessed not just the making of soap, but the continuation of a tradition that stretched back through generations, connecting us to our ancestors and forward to future generations who would continue to refine and improve upon the ancient wisdom of ash and lye. Years later, whenever I use that precious bar of soap, now worn to a thin sliver but still fragrant and effective, I remember Master Aldrich's words about transformation and the patient work of turning harsh materials into gentle comfort. The soap serves as a tangible reminder that the most profound changes often happen slowly, quietly, through the application of knowledge, skill, and time. In our age of rapid change and instant gratification, there is something deeply satisfying about honoring the slow wisdom of traditional crafts. The patient transformation that turns ash and lye into the simple miracle we call soap. Winter's grip on Thornwick was loosening when I first learned the ancient art of making soap from ash and fat, a skill that would transform not only my understanding of cleanliness, but my place within the intricate web of village life. It was Martha who taught me, as she had taught me so many things. But this lesson came with a gravity that spoke of knowledge passed down through generations of women who had learned to create miracles from the humblest materials. "Come, child," she said to me one gray February morning when the world seemed caught between seasons, neither fully winter nor quite spring. "It's time you learned the old ways, the ones your grandmother's grandmother knew by heart." I followed her to the small outbuilding behind her cottage, a place I had passed countless times but never entered. Inside, the air was thick with scents I couldn't immediately identify. Something alkaline and sharp, mixed with the earthier aromas of herbs and rendered fat. Wooden shelves lined the walls, holding clay pots and glass vessels that seemed to glow with their own inner light in the dim space. "Soap," Martha said simply, lifting a pale, smooth bar from a wooden rack where dozens of similar bars lay curing like cheese in a dairy. Not the harsh stuff the merchants sometimes bring from distant cities, but true soap, made with our own hands from things the earth provides freely. She handed me the bar, and I was surprised by its weight, its smooth texture, and the subtle scent that rose from it. Lavender and rosemary. But underneath, something clean and pure that seemed to speak of transformation itself. "How?" I asked, turning the soap over in my hands, marveling at its perfection. Martha smiled, the expression transforming her weathered face into something almost girlish. "Patience, child. Like all the best things in life, soap cannot be rushed. It requires time, attention, and respect for the ancient wisdom that makes such transformation possible." She led me to a large wooden barrel that stood in the corner, filled with what looked like ordinary wood ash. But as she explained, this was no ordinary ash. It had been carefully collected from specific types of wood, hardwoods like oak and beech that burned clean and left behind the precious alkali that would become the foundation of our soap. "Your great-grandmother taught me this," Martha said, her hands moving through the ash with practiced familiarity. She learned it from her mother, who learned it from hers, back through the generations to the first woman who discovered that ash and fat could be transformed into something greater than the sum of their parts. The process began with water, always water, the element that connected all our cleansing rituals. Martha showed me how to pour it slowly through the ash, creating a dark liquid that she called lye. This was dangerous work, she warned, for lye could burn skin and blind eyes if not handled with proper respect. But in the right proportions, mixed with the right intentions, it became the key to transformation. "See how it runs clear now?" she asked, holding up a glass vessel filled with the filtered liquid. "This is the water that will change everything it touches, but it must be tested, must be proven worthy before we can proceed." She dropped a fresh egg into the lye, and I watched in fascination as it floated just beneath the surface, neither sinking to the bottom nor floating completely on top. "Perfect," Martha murmured, her voice carrying the satisfaction of someone who had performed this test countless times and still found wonder in its simple magic. "The lye is ready. Now comes the part that requires not just skill, but intuition, the marriage of ash water and fat." She led me to another corner of the workshop where large clay crocks held rendered fat from various animals. Pig fat that was white and smooth, beef tallow that carried a deeper, richer scent, and even some sheep fat that she said would make the gentlest soap of all. Each fat had its own character, its own gifts to offer the final product. "The secret," Martha said, warming the fat over a small fire until it became liquid gold in the flickering light, "is in the proportions and the timing. Too much lye, and the soap will burn your skin. Too little, and it will never harden properly. But get it just right." She smiled mysteriously. "Get it just right, and you create something that can cleanse not just the body, but somehow the spirit as well." I watched, mesmerized, as she began to pour the lye slowly into the warming fat, stirring constantly with a wooden paddle that had been worn smooth by years of use. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The two liquids swirled together but remained distinct, oil and water refusing to unite. But then, gradually, something magical began to occur. The mixture began to thicken, taking on a creamy consistency that spoke of transformation happening at the deepest level. Martha's stirring became more rhythmic, almost meditative, and I found myself falling into the same trance-like state that I experienced during my morning washings at the river. "This is saponification," she said softly, her voice barely audible over the gentle bubbling of the mixture. "The moment when separate elements become something entirely new. It cannot be forced, cannot be hurried. It happens in its own time, according to laws older than any of us." As we stirred, Martha began to add the herbs that would give each batch of soap its unique character. Lavender for peace and healing, rosemary for memory and clarity, chamomile for gentle cleansing, and rose petals that she had dried from the previous summer's blooms. Each addition seemed to change not just the scent, but the very nature of the soap itself. "Your grandmother had a gift for knowing which herbs to use for which person," Martha told me as we worked. She could look at someone and know exactly what their skin needed, what their spirit craved. Some people needed the gentle touch of chamomile, others the invigorating strength of mint. It was as if she could see into their souls and prescribe the perfect cleansing. The stirring continued for what felt like hours, though time seemed to move differently in that small workshop, as if we had stepped outside the normal flow of days and seasons into a place where only the ancient rhythms of creation mattered. My arms ached from the constant motion, but there was something deeply satisfying about the work, something that connected me to all the women who had performed this same ritual throughout the centuries. Finally, Martha nodded with satisfaction. "It's ready," she announced, though I couldn't see any obvious change in the mixture. But when she lifted the paddle, the soap that clung to it had a different consistency, a smoothness that spoke of completion. We poured the finished soap into wooden molds that Martha had carved herself, each one designed to create bars of the perfect size and shape for different purposes. Some were large and rectangular for general washing, others small and delicate for the face, and still others shaped like flowers or leaves for special occasions. "Now comes the hardest part," Martha said with a smile. "We wait." The soap needed to cure for weeks, she explained, during which time the saponification process would complete itself and the harsh alkalinity would mellow into something gentle enough for human skin. During this time, the bars would be turned regularly, checked for any signs of problems, and gradually transformed from the raw mixture we had created into the smooth, fragrant soap that would grace our washing rituals. As we cleaned up the workshop, Martha shared more of the lore surrounding soap making. She told me about the phases of the moon that were most favorable for the work, about the importance of the soap maker's state of mind during the process, and about the prayers and intentions that could be stirred into the mixture along with the herbs. "Soap made with love and intention," she said, "cleanses more than just the body. It carries the maker's care into the world, touching everyone who uses it with a blessing they may never even recognize." In the weeks that followed, I returned to Martha's workshop regularly to check on our soap and to learn more of the subtle arts surrounding its creation. I learned to recognize the signs of successful saponification, to troubleshoot batches that weren't progressing properly, and to experiment with different combinations of fats and herbs to create soaps for specific purposes. But more than the technical knowledge, I absorbed the deeper wisdom that Martha shared about the spiritual dimensions of cleanliness. She taught me that the act of making soap was itself a form of purification. a way of transforming the crude materials of everyday life into something beautiful and useful. The soap maker, she said, was a kind of alchemist, working with the fundamental forces of creation to bring about transformation. When our first batch was finally ready, Martha presented me with a bar that seemed to glow with its own inner light. It was pale ivory in color, smooth as silk to the touch, and scented with the lavender and rosemary we had added during its creation. But more than its physical beauty, it carried something else, the accumulated intentions and care that had gone into its making. "This is yours," she said simply. "The first soap you helped to create. Use it well, and remember that every time you wash with it, you are participating in an ancient ritual of transformation." That evening, I took my precious bar of soap to the river for my usual washing. As I worked it into a rich lather between my hands, I marveled at the difference it made. Where the river alone had cleansed my body, the soap seemed to cleanse something deeper, not just removing dirt and sweat, but somehow polishing my very essence until it gleamed like a jewel in the setting sun. The lather was rich and creamy, nothing like the harsh, scratchy feeling of the commercial soaps that occasionally made their way to our village. This soap caressed my skin, leaving it soft and smooth and scented with the herbs that had been chosen with such care. But more than the physical sensation, there was something else. A sense of being blessed, of being touched by the accumulated wisdom of generations of women who had learned to create beauty from the humblest materials. As I emerged from the river that evening, my skin glowing in the twilight and my hair shining with cleanliness, I understood that I had been initiated into something far more significant than a simple craft. I had become part of an ancient sisterhood of women who understood that cleanliness was not just about removing dirt, but about participating in the ongoing work of creation itself. In the months that followed, I began making my own soap, experimenting with different recipes and techniques under Martha's watchful guidance. I learned to read the subtle signs that indicated when a batch was ready, to adjust the proportions based on the quality of the ash and the type of fat available, and to infuse each batch with the herbs and intentions that would make it perfect for its intended use. But perhaps most importantly, I learned that the true magic of soap making lay not in the technical process, but in the love and attention that went into every step. Each bar of soap became a small miracle, a testament to the human ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary through patience, skill, and care. The soap I made became sought after throughout the village and beyond. People would come from neighboring settlements to trade for bars of my lavender soap, or my special healing blend made with calendula and comfrey. But more than the economic benefits, the soap making gave me a sense of purpose and connection that went far beyond mere commerce. I was carrying on an ancient tradition, preserving knowledge that might otherwise be lost, and creating something beautiful that would touch the lives of countless people in ways both seen and unseen. Every bar of soap that left my workshop carried with it a piece of my heart, a blessing whispered into the mixture during those long hours of stirring and waiting, as winter gave way to spring and the first wildflowers began to bloom along the riverbank. I found myself thinking about the deeper meanings of transformation. The soap making had taught me that change was possible, that even the humblest materials could be transformed into something beautiful and useful through patience, skill, and love. This lesson extended far beyond the workshop. I began to see transformation everywhere, in the way the river changed with the seasons, in the way rain could wash the world clean, in the way a simple bath could renew not just the body, but the spirit. I understood that I was part of an endless cycle of renewal, a participant in the great work of keeping the world clean and beautiful for future generations. The soap that cured on my shelves represented more than just a cleaning product. It was a symbol of hope, a tangible reminder that transformation was always possible, that even in the darkest times we could create something beautiful from whatever materials were at hand. And every time I used one of my own bars of soap, feeling its smooth texture and breathing in its gentle fragrance, I was reminded of the ancient wisdom that had been passed down to me, and that I would, in turn, pass on to others. The Healer's Basin. The first lesson Brother Matthias taught me about medical cleansing was delivered not through words, but through the sharp sting of his hand across my knuckles as I reached carelessly toward a basin of water that appeared perfectly ordinary. "Never," he said, his voice carrying the authority of decades spent tending the sick and dying. "Assume that any vessel in a healer's chamber is merely what it appears to be." I had come to the monastery's infirmary, seeking knowledge about the role of cleansing in medical practice, drawn by tales of Brother Matthias's legendary skill in treating ailments that had baffled other healers. What I found was a man whose understanding of water, herbs, and purification went far beyond the simple washing that most people associated with cleanliness. In his hands, the humble act of cleansing became a precise medical instrument, as carefully calibrated as any surgeon's blade. "Look again," he instructed, gesturing toward the basin that had nearly cost me my careless fingers. "What do you see?" This time I looked more carefully. The water was indeed clear, but it possessed a faint shimmer that ordinary water lacked. The scent, too, was subtly different, not unpleasant, but carrying hints of something sharp and medicinal. Most telling of all was the way the light seemed to bend slightly as it passed through the liquid, creating tiny rainbows at the water's edge. "Silver water," Brother Matthias explained, noting my puzzled expression. "Prepared by suspending pure silver in heated water for 3 days, then filtering through cloth blessed by the abbot himself. It kills the invisible creatures that cause infection, though it would also kill the visible creatures foolish enough to drink it in quantity." This was my introduction to the sophisticated world of medical cleansing, where water was never simply water, where every solution served a specific purpose, and where the difference between healing and harm often lay in measurements so precise that a single drop could determine the outcome. Brother Matthias had spent 40 years perfecting his understanding of these distinctions, and his infirmary was a testament to the complexity hidden within what others saw as simple washing. The room itself was unlike any healing space I had encountered. Where most physicians worked in chambers that reeked of blood and suffering, Brother Matthias's infirmary was filled with the clean scents of herbs and the gentle sound of constantly flowing water. A series of ingeniously designed channels carried fresh water from the monastery's spring through various basins and vessels, before carrying waste away to the gardens below. Every surface that might come into contact with the sick was regularly scrubbed with solutions whose recipes were guarded as carefully as any religious relic. "Cleanliness is not merely the absence of dirt," Brother Matthias explained as he began his daily ritual of preparing the various cleansing solutions that would be needed for the day's work. "It is the active presence of purity, and purity must be created anew each day through knowledge, skill, and devotion." The preparation of these solutions was itself a form of prayer, requiring precise timing, careful measurement, and constant attention to detail. Brother Matthias moved through the process with the fluid grace of long practice, but I could see that every step required conscious thought and decision. The water used for different purposes came from different sources. Rainwater for certain herbal extractions, spring water for wound cleansing, well water for general washing. Each type of water possessed different properties that made it more or less suitable for specific medical applications. "Water remembers where it has been," he said, holding up a vial of water so clear it seemed to glow in the morning light. This came from a spring that bubbles up through limestone, carrying with it the earth's own power to heal bones. This other, he indicated a second vial that looked identical to my untrained eye, fell as rain during the feast of St. Bartholomew, and was collected in vessels that had never known any liquid but the purest wine. Each has its purpose, each its proper use. The herbs that Brother Matthias added to his cleansing solutions were equally specific in their selection and preparation. His herb garden, visible through the infirmary's single window, was laid out according to principles that combined practical medicine with spiritual symbolism. Plants that aided in cleansing grew in the eastern section, where they would catch the first light of dawn. Those used for purification occupied the center, forming a cross that could be seen from the chapel tower. Herbs for protection ringed the entire garden, creating a living barrier against the forces of corruption and disease. Each plant offers its own gift to the healer's art, Brother Matthias explained as he selected leaves and flowers with the care of a jeweler choosing gems. Rosemary for remembrance and the cleansing of old wounds, both of body and spirit. Lavender for peace and the calming of inflammation. Sage for wisdom and the purification of infected flesh. But the true art lies not in knowing the properties of individual herbs, but in understanding how they work together, how they enhance or diminish each other's power. The preparation of herbal cleansing solutions required not just knowledge, but intuition. Brother Matthias would hold different herbs in his hands, seeming to weigh not just their physical properties, but some invisible quality that only experience could detect. Some herbs were crushed to release their essences immediately. Others were left whole to slowly surrender their virtues over time. The water temperature, the length of steeping, the order in which ingredients were added. Every variable affected the final result. Medicine is not a craft that can be learned from books alone, he said, as he strained a solution through cloth so fine it seemed like captured moonlight. The ancient texts provide the foundation, but each patient brings unique circumstances that require adaptation, innovation, even inspiration. A cleansing solution that saves one life might prove useless for another, not because the knowledge was wrong, but because the application failed to account for the infinite variability of human suffering. This philosophy was evident in the way Brother Matthias approached each patient who came to his infirmary. Before any treatment began, he would spend considerable time simply observing, noting not just obvious symptoms, but subtle signs that spoke to the deeper nature of the ailment. The color of the skin, the quality of perspiration, the scent of the breath, even the way light reflected from the eyes. All provided clues that guided his choice of cleansing methods. I watched him examine a young woman who had come seeking treatment for a persistent skin condition that had resisted all conventional remedies. Where other healers had focused on the visible symptoms, Brother Matthias seemed more interested in questions that initially struck me as irrelevant. What did she eat? How did she sleep? What was the quality of the water in her village? Had there been any changes in her daily routine in the months before the condition appeared? Disease rarely arrives alone, he explained as he prepared a cleansing solution specifically tailored to her needs. It brings with it a host of companions: poor nutrition, inadequate rest, spiritual distress, environmental corruption. To treat only the visible symptoms while ignoring these companions is like trying to empty a flooded cellar while the spring that feeds it continues to flow. The solution he prepared for this patient was unlike any I had seen him make before. It began with water that had been heated with stones taken from a particular stream known for its healing properties. To this he added a carefully measured amount of sea salt that had been blessed by a priest who specialized in the exorcism of demons that caused skin ailments. Herbs were selected not just for their medical properties, but for their spiritual associations. Plants that grew in places of power, that bloomed at significant times, that had been touched by holy men or women. The body and spirit are not separate entities that happen to occupy the same space, Brother Matthias said, as he stirred the solution with a wooden spoon carved from wood taken from a tree that had grown beside a saint's shrine. They are aspects of a single creation, and healing that addresses only one while ignoring the other is incomplete healing. True cleansing purifies not just the flesh, but the essence that animates the flesh. The application of the cleansing solution was as ritualized as its preparation. The patient was positioned so that she faced east, toward the rising sun and the promise of renewal. Brother Matthias began by washing his own hands in a basin of blessed water, then reciting a prayer that asked for divine guidance in the healing work. Only then did he begin the actual cleansing, using movements that seemed to follow patterns older than memory. The manner of application is as important as the substance being applied, he explained as he worked. Gentle circular motions to encourage the flow of vital forces, firm pressure to drive out corruption, pauses to allow the medicine to penetrate deeply. The hands themselves become instruments of healing, channels through which divine power flows to accomplish what human knowledge alone cannot achieve. As I continued to observe Brother Matthias's work over the following weeks, I began to understand that medical cleansing in his hands was far more than the simple removal of dirt or the application of herbal remedies. It was a complex system that integrated physical medicine with spiritual healing, practical knowledge with mystical understanding, ancient wisdom with careful observation of individual needs. The tools of his trade reflected this integration. His basins were made from materials chosen for their spiritual as well as practical properties. Silver for its ability to purify, copper for its connection to Venus and the healing of women's ailments, clay from sacred sites for its power to draw corruption from the body. His cloths were woven from fibers that had been grown in blessed soil. His brushes made from the hair of animals that had lived holy lives. Every tool carries the intention of its maker and the history of its use, Brother Matthias explained as he cleaned and blessed each implement at the end of each day. A basin that has been used only for healing work becomes itself a healing instrument. A cloth that has touched only clean flesh develops the power to cleanse. This is why we never allow our medical tools to be used for common purposes, why we consecrate them regularly, why we treat them with the same reverence we show to the sacred vessels of the altar. The economic aspects of medical cleansing also fascinated me. Unlike the soap maker who sold his products to anyone with coin, Brother Matthias operated within a complex system of obligations and exchanges that reflected the monastery's role in the broader community. Wealthy patients paid for their treatment with gold or silver, but payment could also take the form of land grants, promises of protection, or commitments to support the monastery's charitable work. Healing is a gift from God, Brother Matthias explained. But the materials required for healing must be obtained through human effort and expense. The silver for our purifying waters, the rare herbs for our most potent solutions, the special vessels and tools. All these require resources that must come from somewhere. We accept what people can give and trust that divine providence will provide what we need. This trust seemed well-founded. The monastery's infirmary never lacked for the materials Brother Matthias needed, though the sources of supply were often unexpected. A merchant whose child had been cured of a wasting disease might arrive with a shipment of exotic herbs. A noble whose wife had been healed of barrenness might endow the infirmary with a new silver basin. Grateful patients became part of an extended network that supported the healing work through contributions both material and spiritual. The seasonal rhythms of medical cleansing added another layer of complexity to Brother Matthias's work. Spring brought patients suffering from the accumulated toxins of winter, requiring cleansing solutions that could purge the body of stagnant humors. Summer heat created different challenges, with skin conditions and fevers that demanded cooling, soothing treatments. Autumn was the time for strengthening cleansing, preparing bodies for the harsh months ahead. Winter brought its own ailments, requiring warming solutions that could penetrate deeply into cold, weakened flesh. The wise healer works with the natural rhythms rather than against them, Brother Matthias observed, as he adjusted his recipes to account for the changing season. A cleansing solution that works perfectly in summer may prove too harsh for winter use, just as a winter remedy might be too heavy for spring application. The art lies in understanding these rhythms and adapting our methods accordingly. The training of apprentices in medical cleansing was perhaps the most challenging aspect of Brother Matthias's work. Unlike crafts that could be learned through simple imitation, medical cleansing required not just technical skill, but spiritual development. Not just knowledge, but wisdom. Not just practice, but calling. Many who came seeking to learn the healing arts proved unable to develop the sensitivity required to distinguish between different types of water, or the patience needed to prepare solutions properly. A true healer must be part physician, part priest, part alchemist, Brother Matthias said as he watched his current apprentice struggle with the preparation of a complex cleansing solution. They must understand the body's physical needs, the spirit's hunger for purification, and the mysterious processes by which simple materials are transformed into healing medicines. Not everyone possesses the combination of qualities required for this work. The apprentice in question, an earnest young man named Thomas who had come to the monastery after failing to find success as a conventional physician, was discovering the truth of Brother Matthias's words. His medical training had taught him to identify symptoms and apply standard treatments, but it had not prepared him for the intuitive aspects of Brother Matthias's approach. He struggled to understand why water from different sources required different handling, why the phase of the moon affected the potency of herbal extractions, why some patients responded to treatments that should not have worked according to conventional medical theory. Forget what you think you know, Brother Matthias advised him gently but firmly. Empty your mind of preconceptions and allow yourself to learn as if you were a child encountering water for the first time. Feel its weight, taste its essence, observe how it behaves under different conditions. The water itself will teach you what you need to know, but only if you approach it with humility and openness. This advice proved sound. Over time, Thomas began to develop the sensitivity that Brother Matthias's work required. He learned to distinguish between waters by touch alone, to judge the readiness of herbal solutions by subtle changes in color and scent, to sense when a patient was ready for treatment and when more preparation was needed. His transformation from conventional physician to intuitive healer was gradual but unmistakable. The greatest reward of teaching Brother Matthias confided to me, is witnessing the moment when knowledge becomes wisdom, when technique becomes art, when the apprentice discovers that they possess capabilities they never suspected. Thomas will never be the healer I am, but he will be the healer he is meant to be, and that may prove more valuable than mere imitation of my methods. As my time in the infirmary drew to a close, Brother Matthias shared with me the deepest secrets of his art. Not recipes or techniques, but insights into the nature of healing itself. He spoke of the mysterious connection between healer and patient, the way that genuine compassion could enhance the effectiveness of even simple treatments, the importance of hope in the healing process. The most powerful cleansing solution is worthless if applied without love, he said as we stood together in the herb garden, watching the sun set behind the monastery walls. The simplest water becomes miraculous when offered with genuine desire to heal. This is the secret that no book can teach, no master can demonstrate. It must be discovered within the heart of each healer, nurtured through practice, and expressed through service to those who suffer. On my final day in the infirmary, Brother Matthias presented me with a small vial of water that seemed to contain captured starlight. This is prepared according to methods known only to 3 people in the world, he said, placing the vial carefully in my hands. It has the power to cleanse wounds that will not heal by any other means. But its true value lies not in its rarity, but in what it represents. The possibility that human knowledge, divine grace, and natural forces can work together to accomplish what none could achieve alone. As I left the monastery, carrying with me not just the precious vial but a new understanding of the healer's art, I reflected on the lessons I had learned. Medical cleansing, as practiced by Brother Matthias, was indeed a form of applied spirituality, a way of bringing divine healing power into contact with human suffering through the medium of purified water and sanctified herbs. The healer's basin, I had learned, was far more than a container for water. It was a vessel for hope, a focus for prayer, a symbol of the possibility that even the most stubborn ailments could be cleansed away through the proper application of knowledge, skill, and faith. In Brother Matthias's hands, the simple act of washing became a sacrament, a visible sign of invisible grace working to restore wholeness to broken bodies and troubled spirits. Years later, whenever I encounter suffering that seems beyond the reach of conventional remedies, I remember Brother Matthias's words about the power of love to transform even the simplest treatments into instruments of healing. The vial he gave me remains unused, too precious to waste on any but the most desperate circumstances. But its presence serves as a constant reminder that true healing requires more than technical knowledge. It demands the integration of mind, body, and spirit in service to the fundamental human need for wholeness and peace. Spring arrived in Thornwick with a gentleness that year, as if the earth itself was awakening slowly from a long, peaceful sleep. It was during this season of renewal that I began to understand the deeper mysteries of the herbs that grew wild in our meadows and forests, and how these humble plants could transform the simple act of washing into something approaching the sacred. Martha found me one morning gathering violets by the old stone wall that bordered the churchyard, my basket already half full of the purple flowers that would later become a soothing wash for tired eyes. The morning dew still clung to their petals like tiny diamonds, and the air was sweet with the promise of warmer days to come. "Ah, child," she said, her voice carrying that particular warmth that always made me feel as though I were her own granddaughter. "I see you're learning to read the earth's pharmacy. But there's so much more to discover, so many secrets that the plants are eager to share with those who know how to listen. Urge. She settled beside me on the damp grass, her weathered hands moving through the violets with a reverence that spoke of decades of partnership with the green world. Each plant, she continued, carries its own gift for cleansing, its own wisdom about how to heal and purify not just the body, but the spirit as well. That morning marked the beginning of what I would later think of as my true education in the arts of herbal cleansing. Under Martha's patient guidance, I learned to see the world around me with new eyes, to recognize the healing potential in plants I had walked past countless times without truly seeing. We began with the herbs that grew closest to home, in the small garden plot behind Martha's cottage, where she had been cultivating healing plants for more than 50 years. Here, neat rows of lavender stood like purple soldiers in the morning sun, their fragrance so intense it seemed to shimmer in the air. Beside them grew rosemary, its needle-like leaves releasing their sharp, clarifying scent at the slightest touch. Lavender, Martha said, running her fingers through the purple spikes, is perhaps the queen of cleansing herbs. It soothes the skin, calms the mind, and carries away the accumulated stress of daily life. But it must be harvested at just the right moment, when the morning dew has dried, but before the heat of the day has caused the oils to evaporate. She showed me how to cut the stems at the perfect angle, how to bundle them for drying, and how to strip the flowers from their stems to create the fragrant powder that would perfume our soaps and washing waters for months to come. But more than the technical knowledge, she shared the deeper lore surrounding each plant. The old women say that lavender planted by a woman's own hands will always be more potent than any bought at market, she told me as we worked. The plant absorbs something of the gardener's intentions, her hopes and dreams and love. When you use lavender, you've grown yourself. You're washing with your own concentrated care. From lavender, we moved to rosemary, that hardy herb that seemed to thrive even in the poorest soil. Martha taught me to recognize the subtle differences between the various types, some with broader leaves that were gentler on sensitive skin, others with a more intense fragrance that could invigorate even the most tired spirit. Rosemary for remembrance, she quoted the old saying, but also rosemary for cleansing the mind of cobwebs and confusion. A wash made with rosemary will clear your thoughts as surely as it cleans your skin. As the weeks passed, our explorations took us farther afield, into the meadows and forests where wild herbs grew in abundance. I learned to identify chamomile by its apple-like scent and daisy-like flowers, to find wild mint growing along stream banks, and to recognize the heart-shaped leaves of violet plants that produced both flowers and leaves, useful for gentle cleansing. Each plant seemed to have its own personality, its own preferences for where and how it liked to grow. Chamomile favored sunny meadows where it could spread in fragrant carpets, while mint preferred the damp soil near water sources. Violets hid in shady corners, their modest flowers belying the powerful healing properties contained in their leaves and roots. Martha taught me not just to identify these plants, but to approach them with the proper respect. Never take more than you need, she cautioned, and always leave enough for the plant to continue thriving. The herbs give their gifts freely, but they must be asked properly, thanked appropriately, and treated as the living beings they are. I learned to harvest herbs at different times of day and different phases of the moon, understanding that the plant's energy was strongest at certain moments and weaker at others. Morning herbs, gathered after the dew had dried, but before the heat of noon, carried a different quality than those picked in the evening when the plant's energy was turning inward. The preparation of herbal washing waters became an art in itself. Martha showed me how to make infusions by pouring hot water over fresh or dried herbs, how to create decoctions by simmering tougher plant materials like roots and bark, and how to make oil infusions by steeping herbs in warm oil for weeks or even months. Each method extracted different properties from the plants. A simple infusion of chamomile flowers created a gentle, soothing wash, perfect for irritated skin or tired eyes. A decoction of oak bark produced a strong, astringent liquid that could help heal minor cuts and scrapes. Oil infusions captured the more volatile compounds that water couldn't extract, creating concentrated preparations that could be added to soaps or used directly on the skin. But perhaps the most magical preparations were the flower waters. Distilled essences that captured not just the scent of the plant, but something more subtle. Something that seemed to carry the very spirit of the flower itself. Martha had an ancient still, passed down through generations of her family, that could transform fresh flowers into liquid poetry. I watched in fascination as she demonstrated the process with rose petals, filling the still with the fragrant flowers and pure spring water, then carefully controlling the heat to produce a slow, steady stream of rose water that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The resulting liquid was clear as crystal, but carried the concentrated essence of 1,000 roses, so potent that a few drops could transform an ordinary bath into a luxurious ritual. "This is how the great ladies of the manor houses cleanse themselves," Martha told me as we bottled the precious rose water in small glass vials. But we who know the old ways can create the same luxury from flowers that grow wild in our own meadows. As my knowledge grew, I began to experiment with creating my own blends, combining herbs in ways that would address specific needs or create particular effects. I learned that lavender and chamomile together created a wonderfully calming wash, perfect for use before sleep, while rosemary and mint combined to create an invigorating blend that could wake up both body and mind on sluggish mornings. For women's particular needs, I discovered combinations that could ease monthly discomfort or support the body during pregnancy and childbirth. Red raspberry leaf, gathered at just the right moment, created a strengthening wash that Martha said had been used by women for countless generations. Lady's mantle, with its distinctive pleated leaves, was said to be especially beneficial for feminine health and beauty. The seasonal nature of herb gathering taught me to live more closely attuned to the natural rhythms of the year. Spring brought the first tender leaves and early flowers, each one carrying the concentrated energy of new growth. Summer offered the full abundance of the herbal kingdom, when plants were at their most potent and generous. Autumn provided roots and seeds. The plants stored energy concentrated for winter survival. Even winter had its gifts for those who knew where to look. Evergreen needles could be gathered year-round to create cleansing washes with their sharp, resinous scent. Pine, fir, and spruce each offered their own variations on this theme, from the gentle sweetness of fir to the more intense, almost medicinal quality of pine. I learned to preserve the summer's abundance for use throughout the year, drying herbs in carefully ventilated spaces where they could maintain their potency, creating tinctures in strong spirits that would keep indefinitely, and making oils and salves that captured the healing properties of fresh plants in forms that could be stored for months. But perhaps the most important lesson Martha taught me was about the relationship between the herb gatherer and the plants themselves. She showed me how to approach each plant as a teacher, how to sit quietly with an herb, and simply observe its growth patterns, its preferences, its interactions with other plants, and with the insects and animals that depended on it. "The plants will teach you everything you need to know," she said one afternoon, as we sat in a meadow filled with blooming herbs, the air thick with their mingled fragrances. "But you must learn to listen with more than your ears, to see with more than your eyes. The real knowledge comes through your hands, your nose, your intuition." This deeper listening taught me things that no book could have conveyed. I learned to sense when a plant was ready for harvest, when it was stressed or diseased, when it was at the peak of its potency. I developed an almost mystical connection to the green world, understanding that I was not just gathering plants, but participating in an ancient partnership between human and plant that had sustained our ancestors for countless generations. The washing rituals that incorporated these herbal preparations took on new dimensions of meaning and effectiveness. A simple bath became a healing ceremony when the water was scented with herbs chosen specifically for their therapeutic properties. The act of washing my hair with an infusion of rosemary and nettle didn't just clean it, but seemed to strengthen it from root to tip. Even the simplest preparations could be transformative. A handful of fresh mint crushed in the palm and rubbed on tired feet could revive the spirit as well as soothe aching muscles. Lavender flowers sewn into small sachets and tucked among clean linens infused everything they touched with their calming fragrance. As word of my herbal knowledge spread through the village, people began to seek me out for advice about their particular cleansing needs. The baker's wife, whose hands were constantly irritated by flour and yeast, found relief in a gentle wash made from calendula and comfrey. The blacksmith's apprentice, whose skin was constantly exposed to heat and sparks, discovered that a strong decoction of plantain could heal minor burns and cuts almost overnight. Each person who came to me taught me something new about the healing properties of plants and the individual nature of cleansing needs. I learned that what worked wonderfully for one person might be too strong or too gentle for another. That the art lay not just in knowing the properties of herbs, but in matching them to the unique constitution and circumstances of each individual. The garden behind my own cottage began to expand as I cultivated more and more of the herbs I had learned to value. What had started as a few scattered plants became a carefully planned sanctuary, where healing herbs grew in harmonious profusion. I planted lavender near the entrance where its fragrance would greet visitors, established a patch of chamomile in a sunny corner where it could spread freely, and created a shaded area for the violets and other woodland herbs that preferred less direct sun. Each season brought new discoveries, new understanding of the intricate relationships between plants, weather, soil, and the human beings who depended on their gifts. I learned that gardening was itself a form of cleansing. The act of working with soil and plants seemed to wash away the accumulated stress and worry of daily life, leaving me refreshed and renewed in ways that went far beyond physical cleanliness. As autumn approached and it came time to harvest and preserve the year's abundance of herbs, I reflected on how much my understanding of cleanliness had deepened since that first morning when Martha had found me gathering violets. What had begun as simple plant identification had evolved into a comprehensive understanding of how the natural world could support and enhance every aspect of human health and well-being. The herbs drying in my cottage filled the air with their concentrated fragrances, creating an atmosphere that seemed to purify not just the physical space, but the very thoughts and emotions of anyone who entered. Visitors often commented on the peaceful feeling they experienced in my home, not knowing that they were breathing air perfumed with the concentrated essence of healing plants. As I worked by candlelight in the evenings, stripping dried flowers from their stems and grinding them into powders that would perfume soaps and washing waters throughout the coming year. I felt connected to an ancient tradition of women who had served as guardians of herbal wisdom. I was part of an unbroken chain of knowledge that stretched back to the beginning of human civilization, when the first woman discovered that certain plants could heal, cleanse, and beautify. This knowledge was not just about plants and their properties. It was about the deeper understanding that human beings were not separate from the natural world but part of it, dependent on its gifts and responsible for its care. Every herb I gathered, every preparation I made, every person I helped with herbal remedies was a small act of participation in the great web of life that connected all living things. The cleansing rituals that incorporated these herbal gifts became more than just practical necessities. They became acts of communion with the natural world, moments of gratitude for the abundance that surrounded us, opportunities to remember our place in the larger community of life that included not just human beings, but all the plants and animals that shared our world. As winter approached and the last of the herbs were safely stored away, I looked forward to the quiet months ahead when I would have time to study my preserved specimens, to experiment with new combinations and preparations, and to deepen my understanding of the subtle arts that transformed simple plants into powerful allies in the ongoing work of keeping ourselves clean, healthy, and connected to the source of all life. The Merchant's Ledger. The first entry in Merchant Aldwin's ledger that caught my attention was not a record of profit or loss, but a single line written in his careful script. A stain removed is a reputation preserved, and reputation is the only currency that never loses its value. This philosophy, I would learn, governed every aspect of his thriving laundry enterprise, transforming what many considered the humblest of trades into a sophisticated commercial operation that served everyone from common laborers to the highest nobility. Aldwin's establishment occupied a prime location along the river that flowed through our town's commercial district. The building itself was a testament to the prosperity that could be achieved through the systematic application of cleansing arts to commercial purposes. 3 stories high and built of stone that had been quarried from the same hills that provided the finest clay for his washing operations. It housed not just the washing facilities, but also the complex infrastructure required to operate what was essentially a factory for the production of cleanliness. Most people see laundry as women's work, something done by wives and daughters in their spare time, Aldwin explained as he led me through his domain on my first visit. They fail to understand that commercial cleaning is an entirely different enterprise, requiring capital investment, technical expertise, and business acumen that rivals any other trade. When you're responsible for maintaining the appearance of a bishop's vestments or a merchant prince's finest robes, there's no room for the casual methods that suffice for household washing. The scale of the operation was immediately apparent. The ground floor housed a series of enormous wooden vats, each large enough to hold the laundry of an entire household. These were not simple containers, but carefully engineered vessels, with systems for heating water, draining waste, and controlling the temperature and agitation that different fabrics required. The vats themselves were arranged according to a logic that maximized efficiency. Those used for initial soaking positioned near the water source. Those for rinsing located where drainage was optimal. Those for final treatments placed where they could take advantage of natural light for quality inspection. Every aspect of the layout serves a purpose, Aldwin noted, following my gaze as I tried to comprehend the complexity of the arrangement. Water flows downhill, so we position our operations to take advantage of gravity rather than fighting against it. Heavy items are processed on the ground floor to avoid the labor of carrying them upstairs. Delicate fabrics are handled on the upper floors where dust and contamination are less likely to interfere with the work. The second floor revealed an even more sophisticated operation. Here, specialized workers handled the most valuable and delicate items. Silk garments that required techniques passed down through generations of textile craftsmen. Religious vestments that demanded not just cleaning but purification according to sacred protocols, and court dress that represented investments equivalent to a craftsman's annual income. Each piece was treated as an individual challenge, requiring assessment, planning, and execution by workers whose skills commanded wages that reflected their expertise. The difference between washing and laundering, Aldwin explained as we watched a skilled worker carefully treat a silk gown that bore intricate embroidery, is the difference between removing dirt and preserving value. Anyone can make something clean, but it takes real skill to make something clean while maintaining its beauty, its structure, and its commercial worth. A gown like this represents months of work by skilled seamstresses and embroiderers. Damage it in cleaning, and you've destroyed not just fabric but artistry. The economic principles that governed Aldwin's business were as sophisticated as his technical methods. Unlike craftsmen who produced goods for sale, his enterprise was based on the concept of service, providing value through the application of expertise rather than the creation of physical products. This required a different approach to pricing, one that took into account not just the cost of materials and labor, but the value of the service to the customer. A farmer's work clothes and a nobleman's ceremonial robes require different approaches not just because of the fabrics involved, but because of what those garments represent to their owners, Aldwin explained, as he showed me the detailed records he kept of each customer's preferences and requirements. The farmer needs his clothes clean and durable. He pays for function. The nobleman needs his clothes to project status and authority. He pays for appearance. Understanding what the customer truly values allows us to price our services appropriately. This understanding was reflected in the tiered structure of services that Aldwin offered. Basic washing, suitable for everyday garments and work clothes, was priced to compete with household washing while offering the convenience and consistency that busy customers valued. Premium services, involving specialized techniques and materials, commanded prices that reflected both the skill required and the value delivered. Luxury services, reserved for the most valuable garments and demanding customers, were priced as much for exclusivity as for the actual work performed. The key to profitable service, Aldwin confided as we reviewed his pricing structure, is understanding that different customers have different definitions of value. Some want the lowest possible price, others want the highest possible quality. Still, others want the convenience of not having to think about their laundry at all. By offering different service levels, we can serve all these customers profitably while avoiding the race to the bottom that destroys so many service businesses. The seasonal nature of the laundry business added another layer of complexity to Aldwin's operations. Spring brought the heavy washing that followed winter's accumulation of dirt and wear. Summer's heat created opportunities for faster drying, but also challenges in preventing fabrics from fading in the intense sunlight. Autumn was the time for preparing winter garments and processing the harvest of materials, soap, herbs, and other supplies that would be needed during the months when outdoor work became difficult. Winter brought its own challenges, with indoor drying and the need to maintain operations despite cold that could freeze washing water and make outdoor work impossible. A successful laundry business must think seasonally, Aldwin explained as he showed me the storage areas where supplies were kept to ensure year-round operations. We buy soap in bulk during summer when prices are lowest, store herbs and other materials when they're fresh and abundant, and maintain inventory levels that allow us to operate profitably even when supply conditions are unfavorable. The customer who needs his best robe cleaned for a winter ceremony doesn't care that soap costs twice as much in January as it did in July. The labor management aspects of Aldwin's business fascinated me almost as much as the technical and economic elements. His workforce included people with widely varying skills and responsibilities, from strong young men who handled the heavy lifting and initial washing to experienced women whose expertise in handling delicate fabrics commanded wages that reflected their specialized knowledge. Managing this diverse workforce required not just business skills, but an understanding of human nature and the ability to motivate people whose work was often tedious and physically demanding. The quality of our service depends entirely on the skill and dedication of our workers, Aldwin observed, as we watched the afternoon shift begin their tasks. A careless worker can destroy in minutes what took months to create. A skilled worker can save garments that others would consider beyond repair. This means that hiring, training, and retaining good workers is not just a business necessity, but the foundation of our reputation. The training programs that Aldwin had developed reflected this understanding. New workers began with simple tasks that allowed them to learn the basic principles of commercial washing while minimizing the risk of costly mistakes. As they demonstrated competence and reliability, they were gradually given more responsibility and more challenging assignments. The most skilled workers were encouraged to specialize in particular types of garments or techniques, becoming experts whose knowledge was valuable not just to the business but to the broader community of textile craftsmen. Specialization allows us to offer services that our competitors cannot match, Aldwin explained as he introduced me to Helena, a woman whose expertise in cleaning and restoring tapestries had made her famous throughout the region. Helena can save tapestries that others would consider ruined, restore colors that others would consider permanently faded, repair damage that others would consider irreversible. Her skills command premium prices because they deliver results that cannot be obtained elsewhere. Helena's work area was a testament to the sophistication that specialization could achieve. Her tools included brushes made from exotic animal hairs, solutions prepared according to recipes that had been refined through years of experimentation, and techniques that seemed to border on the magical. Watching her work on a tapestry that depicted scenes from ancient mythology, I began to understand that commercial laundering at this level was indeed a form of applied artistry. Each tapestry tells a story not just through its images, but through the materials and techniques used in its creation, Helena explained, as she carefully cleaned a section that depicted a battle between gods and mortals. The threads were dyed with materials that respond differently to different cleaning agents. The weaving techniques affect how the fabric holds dirt and how it releases it. Even the age of the piece matters. Older tapestries require gentler treatment than newer ones. Understanding these factors allows me to clean without damaging, to restore without altering the original artist's intent. The customer service aspects of Aldwin's business were as carefully developed as the technical operations. He maintained detailed records of each customer's preferences, requirements, and history with the business. Regular customers were offered services tailored to their specific needs, while new customers received consultations that helped them understand the options available and make informed decisions about the care of their garments. Customer service in the laundry business is about more than just cleaning clothes, Aldwin explained as he showed me the consultation area where customers discussed their needs with experienced staff members. It's about understanding the role that clothing plays in people's lives, the emotional and practical value of different garments, and the consequences of success or failure in our work. A merchant whose best robe is ruined before an important negotiation doesn't just lose a garment, he may lose a business opportunity. Understanding these stakes allows us to provide service that truly meets our customers' needs. The quality control systems that Aldwin had implemented reflected this understanding of the high stakes involved in commercial laundering. Every garment was inspected multiple times during the cleaning process, with checkpoints designed to catch problems before they became irreversible. Workers were trained not just in cleaning techniques, but in recognizing signs of potential problems. Fabrics that might not respond well to standard treatments, decorative elements that required special handling, or damage that needed to be addressed before cleaning could proceed safely. Prevention is always preferable to correction, Aldwin noted as he explained the inspection protocols. A problem caught early can usually be solved with minimal cost and effort. A problem discovered after damage has occurred may be impossible to correct, regardless of how much money and effort we're willing to invest. This is why we invest heavily in training our workers to recognize potential issues, and why we maintain quality control systems that some consider excessive. The technological innovations that Aldwin had introduced to his business demonstrated how traditional crafts could be improved through systematic thinking and investment in better methods. His washing vats incorporated features that allowed for better temperature control, more efficient agitation, and easier drainage. His drying systems took advantage of both natural air circulation and artificial heat sources to ensure consistent results regardless of weather conditions. His storage systems protected clean garments from dust, moisture, and other contaminants that could undo the benefits of careful cleaning. Innovation in the laundry business comes not from revolutionary discoveries, but from incremental improvements in existing methods, Aldwin explained as he showed me a new vat design that incorporated lessons learned from years of operation. We study every aspect of our operations, looking for ways to achieve better results with less effort, to reduce the risk of damage, to increase the consistency of our output. Small improvements accumulated over time can transform the economics and quality of the entire operation. The competitive landscape in which Aldwin operated added another dimension to the challenges of running a commercial laundry. He faced competition not just from other commercial operations, but from household washing, from traveling launderers who offered services at lower prices, and from new entrants who might undercut his prices by accepting lower quality standards or operating with less overhead. Competition keeps us honest and forces us to continuously improve, Aldwin acknowledged as we discussed the challenges of maintaining market position. Customers have choices, and they will exercise those choices if we fail to provide value that justifies our prices. This means we must constantly evaluate our operations, looking for ways to provide better service, reduce costs, or offer new services that meet evolving customer needs. The expansion strategies that Aldwin was considering reflected his understanding of both the opportunities and risks involved in growing a service business. He was exploring the possibility of opening additional locations in nearby towns, but recognized that expansion would require not just capital investment, but the development of management systems that could maintain quality standards across multiple locations. Growth for its own sake is dangerous in the service business, he cautioned as we discussed his expansion plans. Our reputation is built on consistent quality, and that consistency depends on direct supervision and personal attention to detail. Expanding too quickly or without adequate systems could destroy the reputation that took years to build. Better to grow slowly and maintain quality than to grow quickly and lose the foundation of our success. As my time with Aldwin drew to a close, he shared with me the broader lessons he had learned about the relationship between commerce and craftsmanship. His success, he explained, came not from choosing between business acumen and technical skill, but from understanding how each reinforced the other. A business without craft skills cannot deliver quality that justifies premium pricing, he observed. Craft skills without business understanding cannot generate the profits needed to invest in better methods and equipment. The most successful enterprises are those that excel in both dimensions, using business principles to support craft excellence and craft excellence to justify business success. On my final day at the laundry, Aldwin presented me with a ledger book similar to the one he used to track his operations. Record keeping is the foundation of any successful business, he said, as he explained the system he had developed for tracking costs, revenues, and customer satisfaction. What gets measured gets managed, and what gets managed gets improved. Whether you apply these principles to laundering or any other enterprise, the discipline of systematic record-keeping will serve you well. As I left Aldwin's establishment, carrying with me not just the ledger book, but a new appreciation for the complexity hidden within seemingly simple commercial operations, I reflected on the lessons I had learned. Commercial laundering, as practiced by Aldwin, was indeed a sophisticated enterprise that combined technical expertise with business acumen, craft tradition with commercial innovation, personal service with systematic operations. The merchant's ledger, I had learned, was more than just a record of financial transactions. It was a tool for understanding the relationship between cost and value, between service and profit, between individual customer needs and business sustainability. In Aldwin's hands, the simple act of washing clothes had been transformed into a comprehensive business system that created value for customers, while generating profits that supported continued investment in better methods and equipment. Years later, whenever I encounter businesses that seem to effortlessly combine quality service with commercial success, I remember Aldwin's words about the relationship between craft and commerce. His ledger book, now filled with my own records and observations, serves as a constant reminder that sustainable business success requires not just technical competence or commercial acumen alone, but the integration of both in service to customers whose needs extend far beyond the simple transaction of money for services. The first time I truly understood the sacred nature of hair washing, I was standing knee-deep in the Whitmore River on a morning in late spring, watching my sister Mira work a handful of soapwort into her long auburn locks. The sight was so beautiful, it took my breath away. The way the morning light caught the bubbles as they formed, the graceful movements of her hands as she worked the natural lather through each strand, the expression of pure contentment on her face as she surrendered to this ancient ritual of renewal. "Come here, Elena," she called softly, her voice carrying the particular gentleness that always accompanied our most intimate moments of cleansing. "Let me show you what old Grandmother Wren taught me about washing hair the proper way." I waded deeper into the cool water, feeling the current swirl around my legs as I approached my sister. She had been learning the old ways from Grandmother Wren, the eldest woman in our village, whose knowledge of beauty and cleansing rituals stretched back to her own grandmother's time. At 93 years old, Grandmother Wren still possessed hair that fell to her waist in silver waves, a testament to the effectiveness of the methods she had practiced throughout her long life. "Hair," Mira said, her hands gentle as she began to work the soapwort through my own dark tresses. is not just something that grows from our heads. It's part of our life force, our connection to the divine feminine energy that flows through all women. When we wash it properly, we're not just cleaning it, we're renewing our very essence. The soapwort created a soft, creamy lather that was nothing like the harsh soaps I had occasionally encountered in the market towns. This was gentle, almost caressing, and it carried the sweet, clean scent of the plant itself. As Mira worked it through my hair, I could feel tension I hadn't even realized I was carrying begin to dissolve, flowing away with the river current. Soapwort, she explained as she worked, is nature's gift to women who understand the old ways. It cleanses without stripping away the natural oils that keep hair healthy and beautiful. But it must be prepared properly, with the right intentions and the proper respect for the plant's spirit. She had learned to gather soapwort at dawn, when the dew still clung to its leaves, and the plant's cleansing properties were at their peak. The roots were the most potent part, but the leaves and stems could also be used to create a gentler wash. The preparation required patience, soaking the plant material in cool water for hours, then gently heating it to release the natural saponins that created the cleansing lather. As she rinsed my hair with handfuls of clear river water, Mira shared more of Grandmother Wren's wisdom about the care of women's hair. She spoke of the lunar cycles that influenced hair growth, of the herbs that could be added to washing water to address specific concerns, and of the ancient belief that a woman's hair held not just her beauty, but her power. Never cut your hair when you're angry or sad, she cautioned, echoing one of Grandmother Wren's most important teachings. Hair holds our emotions, our memories, our very life force. When we cut it, we should do so with intention, with gratitude for what we're releasing, and hope for what's to come. In the days that followed, I began to pay more attention to the hair care rituals of the women in our village. I noticed how they would gather certain herbs at specific times of the month, how they would prepare special washing waters for different seasons, and how they would treat their hair not as mere decoration, but as something sacred that deserved the utmost care and respect. Old Martha, despite her advanced age, still possessed thick, lustrous hair that she attributed to a lifetime of washing it with herbs she had grown herself. She showed me how to make a rinse from rosemary that would darken hair and add shine, how nettle could strengthen weak or thinning hair, and how chamomile could bring out golden highlights in brown hair while soothing an irritated scalp. The secret, she told me one afternoon as we sat in her garden, surrounded by the herbs she used for her various preparations, is to understand that each woman's hair is unique, with its own needs and its own character. What works beautifully for one woman might be too strong or too gentle for another. She taught me to read the signs that indicated what type of care different hair needed. Fine, delicate hair required gentler treatments and less frequent washing, while thick, coarse hair could handle stronger preparations and more vigorous cleansing. Oily hair benefited from astringent herbs like witch hazel and sage, while dry hair needed the moisturizing properties of plants like marshmallow root and slippery elm. The seasonal nature of hair care became another layer of understanding. In winter, when the air was dry and harsh, hair needed extra moisture and protection. Spring called for cleansing treatments that would remove the accumulated dullness of the cold months. Summer required lighter preparations that wouldn't weigh hair down in the heat, while autumn was the time for strengthening treatments that would prepare hair for the challenges of winter. I learned to create hair oils by infusing herbs in various carrier oils: olive oil for its nourishing properties, almond oil for its lightness, and even rendered animal fats that, when properly prepared, could provide deep conditioning that left hair soft and manageable. These oils were worked into the hair before washing, creating a protective barrier that allowed the cleansing agents to remove dirt and excess oil without stripping away the natural moisture that kept hair healthy. The ritual of hair washing itself became a meditation, a time of quiet reflection and self-care that went far beyond mere hygiene. I would begin by brushing my hair thoroughly with a brush made from boar bristles, working from the ends toward the roots to distribute the natural oils and remove any tangles. This brushing was itself a form of massage that stimulated the scalp and promoted healthy hair growth. The washing water was prepared with the same care that went into making medicine. I would heat river water or collected rainwater to the perfect temperature, warm enough to open the hair cuticles and allow for thorough cleansing, but not so hot as to damage the delicate strands. To this water, I would add whatever herbs were appropriate for the season and my hair's current needs. The actual washing was done slowly, meditatively, with full attention to the sensations and the process. I would wet my hair thoroughly, then work the cleansing preparation through each section, massaging my scalp with gentle circular motions that promoted circulation and relaxation. The rinsing was equally important. Multiple rinses with clean water to ensure that no residue remained to dull the hair's natural shine. After washing came the herbal rinses that were perhaps the most magical part of the entire process. These were prepared by steeping herbs in hot water, then straining out the plant material to leave behind a fragrant, nutrient-rich liquid that would be poured through the hair as a final treatment. Rosemary for shine and growth, chamomile for softness and highlights, sage for oil control, lavender for fragrance and scalp health. Each rinse was chosen for its specific properties and its harmony with the individual woman's needs. The drying process was also approached with care and intention. Rather than roughly toweling hair dry, which could cause damage and breakage, I learned to gently squeeze out excess water and then wrap my hair in a soft linen cloth that would absorb moisture without creating friction. When possible, I would dry my hair in the sun, letting the natural warmth and light add their own beneficial properties to the cleansing ritual. Combing wet hair required special attention, as hair was most vulnerable to damage when saturated with water. I used a wide-toothed comb made from horn or wood, starting at the ends and working gradually toward the roots, never forcing the comb through tangles, but patiently working them out with gentle, careful movements. As my understanding of hair care deepened, I began to see connections between the health of a woman's hair and her overall well-being. Women who were stressed or ill often had dull, lifeless hair, while those who were healthy and content seemed to glow with vitality that was reflected in their lustrous locks. This understanding led me to approach hair care not just as a beauty practice, but as a form of holistic health care that addressed the whole person. I learned to create treatments for specific hair problems using the wisdom of herbal medicine. For women suffering from hair loss, I would prepare strengthening treatments with nettle and horsetail, herbs rich in minerals that nourished the hair follicles. For those with dandruff or scalp irritation, I would create soothing rinses with calendula and chamomile that would reduce inflammation and promote healing. The social aspects of hair care also became important to me. Women would gather to wash their hair together, sharing not just the physical space of the river or the washing area, but also their knowledge, their concerns, and their dreams. These gatherings were times of bonding and mutual support, when older women would pass their wisdom to younger ones, and friends would help each other achieve the beautiful results that were difficult to accomplish alone. I remember one particularly magical evening when a group of us gathered at the river to wash our hair by moonlight. The water seemed to glow with its own inner light, and as we worked the herbal preparations through our hair, we looked like a circle of water nymphs engaged in some ancient ritual. The fragrance of the herbs mingled with the night air, and our quiet conversation created a sense of intimacy and connection that I treasure to this day. These communal hair-washing sessions also served practical purposes. It was easier to rinse long hair thoroughly when someone else could pour the rinse water, and the social aspect made the time-consuming process more enjoyable. We would share recipes for new preparations, compare the results of different treatments, and offer advice for specific hair challenges. The tools used for hair care were also important elements of the ritual. Combs and brushes were treasured possessions, often passed down through generations and cared for with the same attention given to the hair itself. I learned to clean and condition these tools regularly, understanding that they were extensions of the hair care ritual and deserved the same respect given to any sacred implement. Mirrors, when available, were treated with special reverence. Most of us relied on the reflection in still water to see ourselves, but those fortunate enough to own a piece of polished metal or glass would use it ceremonially, not just for vanity, but as a tool for self-examination and self-care. The act of looking at oneself while caring for one's hair was seen as an important part of the ritual, a moment of self-acknowledgement and self-love. As the seasons turned and my knowledge of hair care continued to deepen, I began to understand that this ancient art was about much more than appearance. It was about self-respect, about taking the time to care for ourselves in a world that often demanded we put everyone else's needs before our own. It was about connecting with the natural world through the herbs and waters we used, and about honoring the feminine wisdom that had been passed down through countless generations of women. The hair that emerged from these careful, loving rituals was beautiful, certainly, but it was also healthy, strong, and vibrant with life. It reflected not just the effectiveness of the natural preparations we used, but the care and intention that went into every aspect of the process. When a woman's hair was washed with love, prepared with wisdom, and treated with respect, it became a crown of glory that expressed her inner beauty as much as her outer appearance. As I mastered these ancient arts and began to share them with other women in our village, I realized that I was participating in something far larger than personal grooming. I was helping to preserve and transmit knowledge that connected us to our ancestors and would serve our descendants. Each time I taught a young woman how to prepare soapwort or create an herbal rinse, I was ensuring that this wisdom would continue to flow like the river itself, nourishing future generations with its timeless gifts. The sacred art of hair washing became, for me, a meditation on the nature of beauty itself. Not the artificial beauty that could be purchased or applied from without, but the deep, authentic beauty that emerged when we cared for ourselves with patience, wisdom, and love. Each strand of hair that fell in lustrous waves after a proper washing seemed to carry within it the accumulated blessings of all the herbs, waters, and intentions that had gone into its care. As autumn deepened and the air grew crisp with the promise of winter, I found myself reflecting on how the seasonal changes affected our hair care rituals. The dry air of the coming cold months would require different preparations, richer oils, and more protective treatments. I began gathering the last herbs of the season, preparing the concentrated preparations that would sustain us through the months when fresh plants would be scarce. One evening, as I sat by my fire preparing a batch of rosemary oil that would last through the winter, Grandmother Wren came to visit. At 93, she moved slowly, but with the dignity of someone who had lived fully and learned deeply. Her silver hair, braided and coiled around her head like a crown, caught the firelight and seemed to glow with its own inner radiance. "Child," she said, settling into the chair I offered her, "I've been watching you learn the old ways, and I see that you understand something that many young women miss. You understand that caring for your hair is not vanity. It's a form of prayer." She spoke of hair as a woman's connection to the divine feminine, a physical manifestation of the life force that flowed through all living things. In many cultures, she told me, women's hair was considered sacred, never to be cut except in times of great sorrow or spiritual transformation. Even in our own village, she had observed, the women who took the best care of their hair seemed to possess a vitality and confidence that went far beyond mere physical appearance. "When you wash your hair with intention," she continued, her weathered hands gesturing gracefully as she spoke, "when you choose your herbs with care and prepare your waters with love, you are participating in an ancient ritual of renewal. You are washing away not just the dirt and oil, but the accumulated weight of daily concerns, the small sorrows and disappointments that can dim our inner light." As she spoke, I understood that the hair-washing rituals I had been learning were indeed a form of spiritual practice, a way of maintaining not just physical cleanliness, but spiritual clarity. The time spent in careful preparation, the meditative quality of the washing itself, the sense of renewal that followed. All of these elements combined to create something that transcended mere hygiene and approached the sacred. Grandmother Wren shared with me some of the most ancient practices she had learned from her own grandmother, rituals that connected hair care to the cycles of the moon, the changing seasons, and the great passages of a woman's life. She spoke of special preparations for brides, whose hair would be washed with particular herbs to ensure fertility and happiness in marriage. She described the rituals surrounding a woman's first gray hair, not as something to be hidden or mourned, but as a sign of wisdom earned and a new phase of life to be celebrated. "Gray hair," she said, touching her own silver locks with obvious pride, "is not a sign of age, but of experience. Each silver strand represents knowledge gained, challenges overcome, wisdom accumulated. When we honor our gray hair instead of trying to hide it, we honor the journey that has brought us to where we are." She taught me special preparations for mature hair, herbs and treatments that would enhance its natural silver beauty, rather than trying to restore its youthful color. Sage, she said, could bring out the luminous quality of gray hair, while rosemary would keep it strong and healthy. A rinse made from black tea could add depth and richness to silver hair, while chamomile could soften any harshness and add a gentle glow. As winter settled over our village, the hair care rituals adapted to the season's demands. The harsh, dry air required more protective treatments, richer oils, and gentler cleansing methods. We washed our hair less frequently during the coldest months, relying instead on dry cleaning methods using powdered herbs and clays that could absorb oil and refresh the scalp without the need for water. Orris root, ground to a fine powder, became a treasured dry shampoo that could be worked through the hair and then brushed out, leaving behind a clean, fresh scent. Cornmeal, when available, could serve a similar purpose, absorbing excess oil while adding volume and texture. These dry cleaning methods were particularly valuable during the coldest weeks, when washing with water would have been uncomfortable or even dangerous. The preparation of these dry cleaning powders became another art to master. Different combinations of herbs and absorbent materials worked better for different hair types and colors. Light-colored hair could be cleaned with powders based on cornmeal or rice flour, while darker hair required darker powders made from ground nuts or seeds that wouldn't leave a visible residue. Scented powders were created by mixing the absorbent base with ground herbs chosen for their fragrance and beneficial properties. Lavender powder created a calming, sleep-inducing scent perfect for evening use, while rosemary powder provided an invigorating fragrance that could wake up both hair and spirit on sluggish winter mornings. The social aspects of hair care continued even during the coldest months, as women would gather indoors to share hair care rituals and knowledge. These winter gatherings had a different quality than the outdoor washing sessions of warmer months. More intimate, more focused on the sharing of wisdom and the strengthening of bonds between women of different generations. It was during one of these winter gatherings that I first learned about the connection between hair care and healing. Old Martha spoke of how changes in a woman's hair could indicate changes in her health, how sudden hair loss might signal illness or extreme stress, how changes in texture or color could reflect nutritional deficiencies or hormonal imbalances. This understanding led to the development of therapeutic hair treatments designed not just to improve appearance but to support overall health. Nettle rinses were used to provide minerals that might be lacking in winter diets, while treatments with horsetail and other silica-rich herbs were believed to strengthen not just hair, but nails and bones as well. The preparation of these therapeutic treatments required even more care and knowledge than ordinary hair care preparations. The herbs had to be gathered at the right time, prepared in the proper way, and used with an understanding of their effects on the whole person, not just the hair. This holistic approach to hair care reflected the broader understanding that true beauty came from health and well-being, not from superficial treatments that addressed only surface concerns. As I became more skilled in these arts, women began to seek me out for help with specific hair problems. The miller's wife, whose hair had become thin and lifeless after a difficult childbirth, found renewed vitality through treatments with nettle and red clover. The baker's daughter, whose hair had been damaged by working too close to the ovens, discovered that deep conditioning treatments with marshmallow root and slippery elm could restore softness and manageability. Each woman who came to me taught me something new about the individual nature of hair care needs. I learned to look beyond the surface symptoms to understand the underlying causes of hair problems, to ask about diet, stress levels, recent illnesses, and life changes that might be affecting hair health. This holistic approach often led to solutions that addressed not just the hair problem, but the woman's overall well-being. The reputation I gained for understanding hair care brought with it a deeper responsibility. Women trusted me not just with their appearance, but with their self-esteem, their confidence, and their sense of feminine identity. I learned to approach each consultation with the seriousness it deserved, understanding that hair problems could reflect deeper issues of health, stress, or emotional well-being. As spring approached, and the first signs of new growth appeared in the natural world, I began to prepare for the renewal of hair care rituals that would come with warmer weather. The herbs preserved from the previous year would soon be supplemented with fresh growth, and the outdoor washing rituals that had been suspended during the coldest months would resume with the joy of people emerging from winter's confinement. But the winter months had taught me valuable lessons about the adaptability of hair care practices, about the importance of working with natural cycles rather than against them, and about the deep connections between hair care and overall health and well-being. I had learned that true mastery of these arts required not just technical knowledge, but wisdom, compassion, and an understanding of the whole person. As I prepared my supplies for the coming year, gathering containers for the fresh herbs that would soon be available, checking my stores of oils and other preparations, planning the combinations and treatments I wanted to experiment with, I felt a deep satisfaction in knowing that I was carrying forward an ancient tradition that had served women for countless generations. The sacred art of hair washing had taught me that beauty was not something to be achieved through artificial means, but something to be nurtured and revealed through careful, loving attention to the natural processes of growth and renewal. Each woman's hair was unique, with its own character and needs, and the art lay in understanding and working with that uniqueness rather than trying to force it into some artificial standard of beauty. The rituals I had learned connected me not just to the natural world through the herbs and waters I used, but to the long line of women who had practiced these same arts throughout history. Every time I prepared an herbal rinse or worked oil through my hair, I was participating in an ancient conversation between women and the natural world. A dialogue that had been going on since the first woman discovered that certain plants could make her hair more beautiful and healthy. This knowledge was not just about personal care, it was about community, about the sharing of wisdom between generations, about the preservation of traditional knowledge that might otherwise be lost. As I looked forward to teaching these arts to younger women, I understood that I was not just passing on technical information, but participating in the continuation of a sacred tradition that honored both the natural world and the divine feminine principle that flowed through all women. The coming spring would bring new opportunities to gather herbs, to experiment with different preparations, and to share this knowledge with others. But it would also bring the deeper satisfaction of knowing that I was part of something larger than myself, something that connected me to the earth, to my community, and to the timeless wisdom that had sustained women throughout the ages. As I sat by my fire on that last cold night of winter, brushing my hair with the slow, meditative strokes that had become as natural as breathing, I felt the deep contentment that comes from knowing one's place in the world. The sacred art of hair washing had taught me not just how to care for my hair, but how to care for myself, how to find beauty in simple rituals, and how to honor the ancient wisdom that connected me to all the women who had come before, and all who would come after. The Pilgrim's Path. The first lesson I learned about ritual cleansing came not from any priest or scholar, but from a weathered pilgrim named Godwin, who had spent the better part of his life walking the sacred roads that connected shrine to shrine across the known world. I encountered him at the washing pools of St. Bridget's Well, where he was performing ablutions with a precision and reverence that spoke of countless repetitions, each one as meaningful as the first. "You wash your hands as if your soul depended on it," I observed, watching him cup the sacred water with movements that seemed choreographed by centuries of tradition. "Perhaps it does," he replied, his voice carrying the quiet authority of one who had tested his faith against the hardships of the road. Every step of the pilgrim's path is a prayer. Every prayer an act of purification. Every purification a step closer to the divine. The water that cleanses the body also cleanses the spirit, but only if approached with proper understanding and intention. This chance encounter led to a journey that would transform my understanding of cleansing from a practical necessity into a profound spiritual discipline. Godwin, taking pity on my obvious ignorance of the deeper meanings embedded in the rituals I had witnessed but never truly comprehended, invited me to accompany him on the final portion of his current pilgrimage, a 3-day walk to the Cathedral of St. Erasmus, where he would complete a vow made 20 years earlier in gratitude for his recovery from a plague that had claimed most of his village. The pilgrim's path is not measured in miles, but in transformations, Godwin explained as we set out from St. Bridget's Well, our feet finding the rhythm that had carried countless seekers before us. Each shrine, each sacred spring, each holy relic offers an opportunity for purification. But the true cleansing happens not in any single moment, but in the accumulation of moments, the gradual wearing away of the accumulated grime of worldly concerns. The physical aspects of pilgrimage, I quickly discovered, were inseparable from its spiritual dimensions. The act of walking itself became a form of cleansing, as the steady rhythm of footsteps created a meditative state that allowed the mind to release its grip on everyday anxieties and concerns. The discomfort of the road, the aching feet, the weight of the pack, the uncertainty of shelter and sustenance, served to strip away the layers of comfort and convenience that normally insulated the soul from direct contact with the divine reality. Comfort is the enemy of transformation, Godwin observed, as we paused at a roadside shrine to perform the ritual washing that marked each stage of our journey. When the body is at ease, the spirit grows lazy. When the flesh is challenged, the soul awakens. This is why pilgrimage has always involved hardship, why the sacred sites are often located in difficult places, why the path to enlightenment is never the easy path. The washing rituals that punctuated our journey were far more complex than I had initially realized. Each shrine had its own traditions, its own requirements, its own symbolic meanings that had been preserved and transmitted across generations of pilgrims. At some sites, the washing was performed with water that had been blessed by relics of particular saints. At others, specific prayers were required, or particular movements that recreated the actions of holy figures from the past. The forms matter because they connect us to the countless souls who have walked this path before us, Godwin explained as he demonstrated the proper technique for washing at the shrine of St. Columba. When I cup the water in my hands exactly as my grandfather taught me, exactly as his grandfather taught him, I become part of an unbroken chain of devotion that stretches back to the saint himself. The water cleanses not just my individual sins, but connects me to the purification of all who have sought grace at this place. The economic aspects of pilgrimage cleansing revealed themselves gradually as we encountered the complex network of services and suppliers that supported the constant flow of seekers along the sacred roads. Innkeepers who specialized in accommodating pilgrims, merchants who sold the special soaps and oils required for certain rituals, craftsmen who created the vessels and implements used in sacred washing. All formed part of an economy that transformed spiritual seeking into commercial opportunity. Pilgrimage has always been both a spiritual and economic phenomenon, Godwin acknowledged, as we purchased blessed salt from a vendor whose family had served pilgrims at this crossroads for 5 generations. The seeker's need for purification creates demand for the materials and services that support ritual cleansing. The merchant's need for profit ensures that those materials and services remain available. Neither could exist without the other, though both sometimes pretend otherwise. This economic dimension was most visible at the major pilgrimage sites, where entire towns had grown up around the needs of visiting seekers. The Cathedral of St. Erasmus, our destination, was surrounded by a maze of shops, inns, and service providers that catered to every aspect of the pilgrim experience. Vendors sold water from dozens of different sacred springs, each with its own claimed properties and appropriate uses. Craftsmen offered custom-made vessels for carrying holy water back to distant homes. Priests provided consultation services for pilgrims uncertain about the proper rituals for their particular circumstances. The commercialization of pilgrimage troubles some people, Godwin admitted, as we navigated the crowded streets surrounding the cathedral. They believe that spiritual seeking should be separate from worldly concerns, that the sacred is somehow contaminated by contact with commerce. But I have learned that the divine works through human institutions, including commercial ones. The vendor who sells blessed water may be motivated by profit, but the water itself retains its power to cleanse and heal. The diversity of cleansing practices I observed among the pilgrims gathered at St. Erasmus was remarkable. Some performed elaborate rituals that required hours of preparation and specific materials that had been carried from distant lands. Others practiced simple ablutions that could be completed in minutes with nothing more than ordinary water and sincere intention. Some sought dramatic transformation through extreme forms of purification, while others pursued gradual cleansing through repeated small acts of devotion. There is no single correct way to approach ritual cleansing, Godwin explained as we watched a group of pilgrims from the Eastern Kingdoms perform ablutions according to traditions I had never seen before. The divine speaks to different souls in different languages, calls different hearts through different practices. What matters is not the specific form of the ritual, but the sincerity of the intention behind it. This diversity was reflected in the physical arrangements at the cathedral itself. The main washing facilities could accommodate hundreds of pilgrims simultaneously, with separate areas for different types of ritual cleansing. Private chambers were available for those whose vows required solitude, or whose practices involved elements that were not appropriate for public observation. Specialized facilities served pilgrims with particular needs: the sick seeking healing, the penitent seeking forgiveness, the grateful seeking to fulfill vows made in times of crisis. The architecture of sacred space reflects the understanding that different souls require different approaches to the divine, Godwin noted as he guided me through the complex layout of the cathedral's cleansing facilities. The grand public spaces serve those who find inspiration in community worship, while the intimate private chambers accommodate those who encounter the sacred more readily in solitude. Both approaches are valid. Both are necessary. The preparation for Godwin's own ritual cleansing began 3 days before the ceremony itself. This preparation involved not just physical cleansing, but mental and spiritual purification that required careful attention to diet, sleep, prayer, and meditation. He ate only simple foods that would not burden the body or cloud the mind. He slept on hard surfaces that would keep him mindful of the temporary nature of physical comfort. He spent hours in prayer and meditation, gradually releasing his attachment to worldly concerns and opening his heart to divine grace. The ritual itself is only the culmination of a process that begins long before the pilgrim reaches the sacred site, Godwin explained as he guided me through the preparatory practices. The water that cleanses the body on the final day is effective only if the soul has been prepared to receive its benefits. Without proper preparation, even the most sacred water becomes merely ordinary washing. The materials required for Godwin's particular ritual had been gathered over the course of his entire pilgrimage. Water from 7 different sacred springs, each associated with a different aspect of St. Erasmus's life and miracles. Salt that had been blessed at the shrine where the saint's relics were first discovered. Oil pressed from olives grown in the garden of the monastery where the saint had lived as a young man. Herbs gathered from the hillside where he had experienced his most famous vision. Each element carries its own significance, its own power to cleanse and transform, Godwin said, as he arranged these materials according to patterns that had been prescribed by tradition. The water from St. Erasmus's baptismal font cleanses the sins of the past. The salt from his first miracle preserves the soul from future corruption. The oil from his garden anoints the pilgrim with the saint's own blessing. The herbs from his vision connect the seeker to the divine revelation that transformed a simple monk into a powerful intercessor. The ritual itself, when it finally took place, was both simpler and more profound than I had expected. Godwin began by removing all of his clothing, symbolically shedding not just the physical garments but the social roles and identities that normally defined him. He then entered the sacred pool, moving slowly and deliberately, allowing the consecrated water to touch every part of his body, while reciting prayers that had been passed down through generations of pilgrims. In this moment, I am not Godwin the merchant, or Godwin the father, or Godwin the citizen of any earthly kingdom, he said, his voice barely audible above the gentle lapping of the water. I am simply a soul seeking purification, a child of the divine returning to the source of all cleansing. The water washes away not just the dirt of the road, but the accumulated weight of 20 years of living. 20 years of choices, both good and ill. The transformation that occurred during the ritual was visible even to my untrained eyes. The tension that had marked Godwin's features throughout our journey gradually dissolved, replaced by an expression of profound peace and gratitude. His movements became more fluid, more graceful, as if the water had not just cleansed his body but restored his natural harmony with the world around him. The true miracle of ritual cleansing, he said, as he emerged from the pool, his face radiant with joy, is not that it removes sin or grants forgiveness, though it may do both of these things. The true miracle is that it reminds us of who we really are beneath all the layers of worldly identity and concern. We are souls created for communion with the divine, temporarily housed in bodies that require cleansing, but destined for a purity that transcends all physical washing. The aftermath of the ritual was as important as the ceremony itself. Godwin spent the remainder of the day in quiet contemplation, allowing the effects of the cleansing to settle into his consciousness. He ate sparingly, spoke little, and avoided activities that might disturb the sense of peace and clarity that the ritual had produced. This period of integration, he explained, was essential for ensuring that the benefits of the cleansing would persist beyond the immediate experience. Many pilgrims make the mistake of rushing back into ordinary life immediately after completing their rituals, he observed as we sat together in the cathedral garden, watching the sun set behind the ancient stones. They treat the cleansing as a discrete event rather than the beginning of a new way of being. The water may wash away the old self, but it takes time and attention to allow the new self to emerge and stabilize. The social dimensions of pilgrimage cleansing became apparent as I observed the interactions among the diverse group of seekers gathered at the cathedral. Pilgrims from different regions, social classes, and religious traditions found common ground in their shared commitment to purification and spiritual growth. The ritual washing served not just as individual cleansing, but as a form of community building, creating bonds among strangers that transcended the usual barriers of language, culture, and social position. The pilgrim's path creates a temporary society based on shared spiritual values rather than worldly distinctions, Godwin noted as we joined a group of fellow pilgrims for the evening meal. Here, the merchant and the peasant, the scholar and the laborer, the young and the old, all participate in the same rituals, seek the same grace, share the same hope for transformation. This equality before the divine is itself a form of cleansing, washing away the artificial divisions that separate us in ordinary life. The knowledge systems that supported pilgrimage cleansing were as complex as any scholarly discipline. Experienced pilgrims like Godwin possessed encyclopedic knowledge of the various shrines, their associated rituals, the proper materials and procedures for different types of cleansing, and the historical and theological significance of various practices. This knowledge was transmitted through oral tradition, passed from experienced pilgrims to novices through direct instruction and shared experience. The wisdom of the pilgrim's path cannot be learned from books alone. Godwin explained as he shared stories of the various shrines he had visited and the lessons he had learned at each one. Each sacred site has its own personality, its own requirements, its own gifts to offer the sincere seeker. Understanding these differences requires not just intellectual study, but direct experience. The kind of knowledge that comes only from walking the path with an open heart and a willingness to be transformed. The seasonal rhythms of pilgrimage added another layer of complexity to the practice of ritual cleansing. Different times of year were associated with different types of spiritual seeking, different forms of purification, different expectations for the results of ritual washing. Spring pilgrimages often focused on renewal and rebirth, summer journeys on growth and abundance, autumn travels on harvest and gratitude, winter quests on reflection and preparation for the year ahead. The wise pilgrim aligns their seeking with the natural rhythms of the world, Godwin observed, as he explained why he had chosen this particular time of year for his journey to St. Erasmus. The cleansing that is appropriate in spring may be insufficient in autumn, just as the purification that serves in youth may prove inadequate in old age. Understanding these rhythms allows the seeker to choose the right time, the right place, and the right method for their particular needs. The psychological effects of pilgrimage cleansing were as important as the spiritual benefits. The combination of physical challenge, ritual purification, and community support created conditions that facilitated profound personal transformation. Many pilgrims reported experiences of healing not just from physical ailments, but from emotional wounds, broken relationships, and spiritual crises that had resisted other forms of treatment. The pilgrim's path offers what ordinary life cannot provide. Godwin reflected as we prepared to part ways at the end of our journey together. It creates a space outside normal time and social expectations where the soul can confront its deepest needs and highest aspirations. The ritual cleansing that marks the completion of pilgrimage is effective not because of any magical properties of the water itself, but because it occurs within this specially prepared context of openness and transformation. As I prepared to leave the cathedral and return to my ordinary life, Godwin presented me with a small vial of water from the sacred pool where he had completed his ritual cleansing. This water carries the blessing of St. Erasmus and the prayers of countless pilgrims, he said, as he placed the vial carefully in my hands. But its true power lies not in its sacred origin, but in its ability to remind you of what you have witnessed here. The possibility of transformation, the reality of divine grace, the hope of purification that is available to every soul willing to undertake the journey. Years later, whenever I encounter situations that seem to require more than ordinary solutions, I remember Godwin's words about the transformative power of ritual cleansing. The vial of sacred water remains unopened, too precious to use for any but the most desperate circumstances. but its presence serves as a constant reminder that some forms of cleansing go far beyond the physical removal of dirt or contamination. The pilgrim's path, I learned, is not just a physical journey from one sacred site to another, but a spiritual process of gradual purification that continues long after the formal pilgrimage has ended. The ritual cleansing that marks the completion of the journey is not an end, but a beginning. The start of a new way of living that has been made possible by the transformative power of water, prayer, and the accumulated wisdom of countless seekers who have walked the same path in search of the same ultimate cleansing that can only come from direct encounter with the divine source of all purity. The economic, social, and spiritual dimensions of pilgrimage cleansing, I came to understand, are not separate aspects of a single phenomenon, but interwoven elements of a complex system that has evolved over centuries to serve the deep human need for purification and transformation. In this system, the simple act of washing with water becomes a gateway to experiences that transcend the physical world while remaining grounded in the practical realities of human life and community. The fever came to Thornwick in the depths of winter, arriving like an unwelcome visitor who refused to leave. It began with young Timothy, the cooper's son, who woke one morning burning with heat despite the frost that painted our windows with delicate patterns of ice. Within days, it had spread through the village like wildfire, leaving in its wake a trail of suffering that tested everything I had learned about the healing properties of water and herbs. I was summoned to the cooper's house on the third day of Timothy's illness, when his fever had climbed so high that his mother, Sarah, feared for his life. The cottage was stifling despite the cold outside, filled with the particular smell of sickness, sweat, fear, and something else that seemed to hover in the air like a malevolent presence. "Helena," Sarah whispered, her face drawn with exhaustion and worry. "Martha said you might know something that could help. The fever won't break, and he's been calling out in his sleep, saying things that make no sense." I approached the bed where Timothy lay, his small body dwarfed by the pile of blankets that had been heaped upon him in a desperate attempt to sweat out the fever. His face was flushed scarlet, his breathing rapid and shallow, and when I touched his forehead, the heat radiating from his skin was alarming. "We need to cool him," I said, my voice carrying more confidence than I felt. "The fever is too high. His body is burning itself from within." This went against everything the village had been taught about treating fever. The common wisdom was to pile on blankets, to encourage sweating, to cook the illness out of the body. But something deep in my understanding of water and its healing properties told me this was wrong, that Timothy's body needed cooling, not heating. "Bring me clean linens," I instructed Sarah, "and the coolest water you can find. We're going to bathe him." The look of shock on her face told me how radical this suggestion was. Bathing a sick person, especially one with fever, was considered dangerous, even potentially fatal. But I had seen how water could cleanse and heal, how it could carry away not just physical dirt, but the accumulated toxins that illness brought to the body. As Sarah reluctantly gathered the materials I requested, I began to prepare what I thought of as healing waters. To a basin of cool water, I added herbs that I knew could help reduce fever and fight infection. Willow bark for its cooling properties, elderflowers for their ability to induce healing sweats, and chamomile for its gentle, soothing effects. The first touch of the cool, herb-infused water on Timothy's burning skin produced an immediate response. His rigid muscles relaxed, his breathing deepened, and for the first time in days, he seemed to find some relief from the fever's grip. I worked slowly, methodically, bathing his entire body with the healing water, paying particular attention to the pulse points where the fever seemed to concentrate. His wrists, his temples, the back of his neck. As I worked, I explained to Sarah what I was doing and why. Fever is the body's way of fighting illness, I told her. But sometimes the fight becomes too intense, and the body needs help to find balance. The cool water doesn't stop the healing process. It supports it, giving the body a chance to fight the infection without burning itself up in the process. The transformation was remarkable. Within an hour of beginning the cooling baths, Timothy's fever began to break. His skin, which had been dry and burning, began to produce the healthy sweat that indicated his body was regaining its natural ability to regulate temperature. His delirium faded, and he fell into the first peaceful sleep he had experienced since the illness began. Word of Timothy's recovery spread quickly through the village, and soon I was being called to other houses where the fever had taken hold. Each case taught me something new about the healing properties of water and the ways it could be used to support the body's natural healing processes. For the elderly, whose bodies struggled to maintain proper temperature regulation, I learned to use lukewarm rather than cool water, adding herbs like ginger and cinnamon that could stimulate circulation without overwhelming their systems. For infants and young children, I discovered that gentle sponge baths with herb-infused waters could provide relief without the shock that full immersion might cause. But perhaps the most important lesson I learned during that terrible winter was about the spiritual dimensions of healing with water. As I sat beside sick beds, bathing fevered bodies and watching the healing waters work their gentle magic, I began to understand that I was participating in something far more profound than simple medical treatment. Water, I realized, was not just a physical substance, but a spiritual medium, a bridge between the world of illness and the world of health. When I bathed a sick person with healing waters, I was not just cooling their fever or cleansing their skin, I was helping to wash away the spiritual pollution that illness brought, the fear and despair that could prevent healing as surely as any physical symptom. This understanding led me to develop more elaborate healing rituals that incorporated not just the physical properties of herbs and water, but their spiritual dimensions as well. I learned to prepare healing baths with prayers and intentions, to choose herbs not just for their medicinal properties, but for their ability to lift the spirit and restore hope. For those suffering from the deep melancholy that sometimes followed serious illness, I created baths with herbs like St. John's wort and lemon balm that were known to brighten the mood and restore emotional balance. For those whose illness had left them feeling disconnected from their bodies, I prepared grounding baths with herbs like comfrey and plantain that could help restore the sense of physical wholeness. The preparation of these healing waters became a ritual in itself. I would begin by gathering the herbs at the most auspicious times, often before dawn when the dew still clung to their leaves and their healing properties were at their peak. The water itself was chosen with care, rainwater when possible, or spring water from sources known for their purity and healing properties. The actual preparation required not just technical knowledge, but a kind of meditative attention that transformed the simple act of making herbal infusions into something approaching prayer. I would heat the water slowly, adding the herbs at precisely the right moment to extract their maximum healing potential. As the herbs steeped, I would focus my intentions on the person who would receive the healing bath, visualizing their return to health and wholeness. The application of these healing waters was equally important. This was not the quick, efficient washing that daily hygiene required, but a slow, gentle process that honored both the healing properties of the water and the vulnerability of the person receiving treatment. I learned to read the subtle signs that indicated how each person responded to the treatment. The relaxation of tense muscles, the deepening of breathing, the gradual return of healthy color to pale skin. But healing with water was not just about treating acute illness. I also learned to use water rituals to support people through the long, slow process of recovery that followed serious disease. These recovery baths were different from the crisis interventions used during acute illness. Gentler, more nourishing, designed to rebuild strength and vitality rather than simply fight infection. For those recovering from wasting diseases that had left them weak and emaciated, I created strengthening baths with herbs like nettle and red clover that were rich in the minerals needed to rebuild depleted bodies. For those whose illnesses had affected their digestion, I prepared gentle baths with herbs like chamomile and fennel that could soothe the entire system and support the return of healthy appetite. The seasonal nature of illness also taught me to adapt my healing waters to the particular challenges of different times of year. Winter illnesses, often involving congestion and respiratory problems, called for warming, stimulating herbs like pine and eucalyptus that could help clear blocked airways and support breathing. Summer ailments, frequently involving digestive upset and skin problems, required cooling, soothing herbs like mint and calendula that could reduce inflammation and restore balance. As my reputation as a healer grew, I began to see patterns in the illnesses that affected our village. Certain conditions appeared more frequently at specific times of year, often related to seasonal changes in diet, activity levels, and exposure to various environmental factors. This understanding allowed me to develop preventive treatments, healing waters that could be used regularly to maintain health rather than just treat disease. These preventive baths became popular among the women of the village, who understood intuitively that maintaining health was easier than restoring it once it was lost. Weekly baths with herbs chosen for their general strengthening and purifying properties became a regular part of many women's self-care routines, helping them maintain the vitality needed to care for their families and communities. The children of the village, initially fearful of my strange treatments, gradually came to see the healing baths as something special and comforting. They would often ask for Elena's magic water when they felt unwell, and I learned to create gentler versions of my healing preparations that were appropriate for their smaller, more sensitive systems. One of the most rewarding aspects of this work was teaching other women in the village to prepare and use healing waters for their own families. I shared my knowledge freely, understanding that the more people who knew these techniques, the better our entire community would be able to cope with illness and maintain health. These teaching sessions often took place in the evenings, when the day's work was done, and women could gather to share knowledge and support each other. I would demonstrate the preparation of various healing waters, explain the properties of different herbs, and share the stories of successful treatments that illustrated the principles behind the techniques. But perhaps the most important thing I taught was the attitude of reverence and respect that should accompany any healing work. I emphasized that healing with water was not just about applying the right techniques, but about approaching the work with humility, compassion, and a deep understanding of the sacred nature of the healing process. We are not the ones who do the healing, I would tell my students. We are simply servants of the healing power that flows through all of creation. Our job is to create the conditions that allow that power to work, to remove the obstacles that prevent healing, and to support the body's own wisdom as it works to restore health and wholeness. This understanding transformed not just my approach to healing, but my entire relationship with illness and health. I began to see illness not as an enemy to be defeated, but as a teacher that could reveal imbalances and guide us toward greater wholeness. The healing waters became tools not just for treating symptoms, but for understanding and addressing the deeper causes of disease. As spring returned to our village, and the fever finally released its grip on our community, I reflected on everything I had learned during those difficult months. The healing waters had saved lives, certainly, but they had also taught me profound lessons about the nature of healing itself, about the connection between physical and spiritual well-being, and about the power of water to serve as a bridge between illness and health. The knowledge I had gained was not just technical, it was wisdom, earned through experience and tempered by compassion. I understood now that healing was not just about applying the right treatment, but about creating a sacred space where healing could occur, about holding hope when others despaired, and about serving as a channel for the healing power that flowed through all of creation. As I prepared for the challenges that future seasons would bring, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the opportunity to serve my community in this way. The healing waters had become more than just a medical technique. They were a calling, a way of participating in the great work of maintaining the health and wholeness of the human community. The bottles and jars of healing preparations that lined my shelves represented not just medical supplies, but tools of compassion, instruments of hope, and tangible expressions of the love that bound our community together in times of crisis. Each preparation had been made with care, infused with intention, and blessed with the accumulated wisdom of generations of healers who had understood that true healing involved not just the body, but the mind, the spirit, and the connections that linked us all together in the great web of life. As I looked forward to continuing this work, I carried with me the faces of all those I had helped to heal, the gratitude of families whose loved ones had been restored to health, and the deep satisfaction that came from knowing that I was participating in something far larger and more important than my individual existence. The healing waters had taught me that we are all connected, all part of the same flowing current of life, and that when we serve others, we serve the divine source from which all healing flows. The healer's basin. The first time I witnessed Master Physician Adelheid perform what she called therapeutic cleansing, I thought I was observing nothing more than an elaborate washing ritual. Only later did I understand that I had been present at a medical procedure as sophisticated as any surgical operation, one that combined centuries of accumulated knowledge about the healing properties of water with precise understanding of human anatomy and the nature of disease. Most people believe that cleanliness and health are related in only the most obvious ways, Adelheid explained as she prepared her instruments in the treatment chamber of the monastery infirmary where she practiced her art. They understand that dirty wounds become infected, that unwashed hands spread disease, that bathing generally makes people feel better. But they fail to grasp the deeper principles that govern the relationship between purification and healing. Adelheid's practice was built upon foundations that extended far beyond the simple removal of dirt and contamination. She had spent decades studying the ancient texts that described the medicinal properties of different types of water, the therapeutic effects of various temperatures and mineral compositions, and the precise techniques required to maximize the healing potential of aquatic treatments. Her treatment chamber was equipped not just with basins and vessels for washing, but with a complex array of specialized equipment designed to deliver water-based therapies with scientific precision. "Water is not simply water," she said, as she showed me the collection of vessels that lined the walls of her treatment room. Spring water differs from river water, which differs from rainwater, which differs from water that has been distilled or infused with medicinal herbs. Each type has its own properties, its own therapeutic applications, its own optimal methods of preparation and delivery. Understanding these differences is the foundation of effective aquatic medicine. The diagnostic methods that Adelheid employed were as sophisticated as her treatments. Before prescribing any form of therapeutic cleansing, she conducted extensive examinations that took into account not just the patient's obvious symptoms, but their overall constitution, their medical history, their lifestyle, and even their emotional state. She understood that the same cleansing technique that might heal one patient could prove harmful to another, depending on subtle differences in their individual circumstances. Effective healing requires treating the whole person, not just the disease, she explained, as she examined a patient who had come seeking treatment for a skin condition that had resisted other forms of therapy. This man's rash may appear to be a simple external problem, but its true cause lies in the imbalance of humors within his body, which in turn reflects his diet, his work, his family situation, and his spiritual state. The cleansing that will heal him must address all of these factors, not just the visible symptoms. The patient in question was a blacksmith, whose hands and forearms were covered with a persistent rash that made his work increasingly difficult. Other healers had prescribed various ointments and poultices, but the condition had only worsened over time. Adelheid's examination revealed that the problem was not simply a reaction to the materials he worked with, but a manifestation of internal heat that was being expressed through the skin. The fire of the forge has entered his body through years of exposure, she diagnosed, creating an internal imbalance that manifests as external inflammation. Simple washing will not cure this condition because it addresses only the surface manifestation, not the underlying cause. What he needs is a form of therapeutic cleansing that will draw the excess heat from his system while restoring the natural balance of his bodily humors. The treatment that Adelheid prescribed was a complex regimen that extended over several weeks and involved multiple forms of aquatic therapy. The blacksmith was to begin each day with a cold water immersion that would shock his system and begin the process of rebalancing his internal temperature. This was to be followed by a series of warm baths infused with herbs that would draw the excess heat to the surface of his body. The sequence was to conclude with applications of cool, mineral-rich water that would seal the pores and lock in the therapeutic effects of the treatment. Each element of the treatment serves a specific purpose, Adelheid explained as she prepared the first of the prescribed baths. The cold water creates a therapeutic shock that stimulates the body's natural healing mechanisms. The warm herbal baths open the pores and allow the medicinal properties of the plants to penetrate deeply into the tissues. The final cool rinse closes the pores and prevents the loss of the therapeutic benefits that have been achieved. The preparation of the therapeutic waters was itself a complex process that required extensive knowledge of herbalism, chemistry, and the principles of extraction and infusion. Different herbs required different methods of preparation to release their medicinal properties effectively. Some were best added to cold water and allowed to steep slowly over many hours. Others required boiling water to extract their active compounds. Still others needed to be ground into powders or processed into tinctures before being added to the treatment baths. The art of therapeutic cleansing lies not just in knowing which treatments to prescribe, but in understanding how to prepare and deliver those treatments for maximum effectiveness, Adelheid noted as she demonstrated the proper technique for creating an herbal infusion. The same herbs that produce powerful healing effects when properly prepared can be completely ineffective or even harmful if prepared incorrectly. The equipment that Adelheid used for her treatments reflected centuries of refinement and innovation in the field of aquatic medicine. Her treatment basins were made from materials that would not react with the various medicinal compounds she used. Her heating systems allowed for precise temperature control that could be maintained throughout lengthy treatment sessions. Her filtration systems ensured that the water used in treatments was free from contaminants that might interfere with the therapeutic process. The tools of healing must be as carefully chosen and maintained as the treatments themselves, she explained as she showed me the various instruments and vessels that filled her treatment chamber. A basin made from the wrong material can neutralize the medicinal properties of an herbal infusion. A heating system that cannot maintain consistent temperature can render a treatment ineffective or even dangerous. The serious practitioner of aquatic medicine must be as much an engineer as a physician. The theoretical framework that guided Adelheid's practice was based on the classical understanding of human physiology as a balance of 4 fundamental humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to this system, disease resulted from imbalances among these humors, and healing required treatments that would restore the natural equilibrium. Water-based therapies were particularly effective for this purpose because water could be modified with various additives and delivered at different temperatures to influence each of the humors in specific ways. Hot, moist treatments increase blood and phlegm, she explained as she outlined the principles that governed her prescriptions. Cold, dry treatments reduce these same humors while increasing the biles. By carefully controlling the temperature, moisture content, and chemical composition of our treatments, we can influence the balance of humors in precise ways, correcting the imbalances that cause disease and restoring the harmony that produces health. The case studies that Adelheid shared with me demonstrated the remarkable effectiveness of therapeutic cleansing when properly applied. She had treated patients suffering from conditions ranging from simple skin disorders to complex internal ailments that had baffled other healers. In each case, her success had depended not on any single miraculous treatment, but on careful diagnosis followed by systematic application of appropriate aquatic therapies. Healing is rarely dramatic, she observed, as she described the gradual recovery of a patient who had suffered from chronic digestive problems. The popular imagination expects miraculous cures, instant transformations, dramatic reversals of fortune. But real healing usually occurs slowly, through the patient application of appropriate treatments over extended periods of time. The water that heals does so not through magic, but through the systematic correction of the imbalances that cause disease. The training required to become proficient in therapeutic cleansing was extensive and demanding. Adelheid had spent years studying under master physicians in distant cities, learning not just the practical techniques of aquatic medicine, but the theoretical principles that governed their application. She had memorized hundreds of formulas for different types of therapeutic waters, studied the properties of countless medicinal herbs, and practiced the diagnostic skills required to determine which treatments would be most effective for individual patients. The practice of aquatic medicine requires knowledge that spans multiple disciplines, she explained as she described her educational background. The healer must understand anatomy and physiology, herbalism and chemistry, philosophy and theology. Each patient presents a unique puzzle that can only be solved through the integration of knowledge from all of these fields. The economic aspects of Adelheid's practice reflected the complex relationship between healing and commerce that characterized medieval medicine. Her services were expensive, requiring not just payment for her time and expertise, but compensation for the costly materials and equipment that her treatments required. The herbs she used came from distant lands and commanded premium prices. The specialized vessels and instruments in her treatment chamber represented significant capital investments. The time required for proper diagnosis and treatment meant that she could serve only a limited number of patients. Effective healing cannot be provided cheaply, she acknowledged, as we discussed the financial realities of her practice. The materials required for therapeutic cleansing are expensive. The equipment is costly to acquire and maintain, and the time required for proper treatment is extensive. Patients who seek bargain healing usually receive treatments that are worth exactly what they pay for them. This economic reality meant that Adelheide's services were available primarily to wealthy merchants, noble families, and religious institutions that could afford to pay for the highest quality of medical care. She occasionally treated poor patients without charge, viewing this as both a religious obligation and a professional responsibility. But the bulk of her practice served those who could afford to pay for the sophisticated treatments she provided. The inequality of access to healing is one of the great tragedies of our time, she admitted, as she described her efforts to provide charity care to those who could not afford her services. The same treatments that can restore a wealthy merchant to perfect health remain unavailable to the poor laborer who suffers from identical ailments. This is not because the treatments themselves are inherently expensive, but because the knowledge and skill required to provide them effectively are rare and therefore valuable. The seasonal variations in Adelheide's practice reflected both the changing patterns of disease and the availability of the materials required for different types of treatment. Spring brought patients seeking cleansing treatments to purge their systems of the accumulated toxins of winter. Summer provided the optimal conditions for treatments that required extended exposure to natural light and fresh air. Autumn was the time for strengthening treatments that would prepare patients for the challenges of winter. Winter brought patients suffering from the respiratory and circulatory problems that cold weather exacerbated. The wise physician aligns their treatments with the natural rhythms of the year. Adelheid explained as she described how her practice changed with the seasons. The same treatment that proves highly effective in summer may be inappropriate or even harmful in winter. Understanding these seasonal variations is essential for providing treatments that work with, rather than against, the body's natural cycles. The relationship between therapeutic cleansing and spiritual healing was a constant theme in Adelheide's practice. She understood that physical ailments often reflected spiritual imbalances, and that effective healing required attention to both dimensions of human existence. Many of her treatments incorporated elements of prayer, meditation, and ritual purification that addressed the spiritual as well as the physical aspects of disease. The body and soul are not separate entities, but different aspects of a single reality, she explained as she described her holistic approach to healing. Disease that affects the body inevitably impacts the soul, just as spiritual distress manifests in physical symptoms. The healer who treats only the body while ignoring the soul achieves at best temporary relief, not true healing. This understanding was reflected in the design of her treatment chamber, which incorporated elements that served spiritual as well as medical purposes. Sacred images and relics created an atmosphere of reverence and hope. Incense and aromatic herbs engaged the sense of smell in ways that promoted both physical and spiritual healing. The sound of flowing water created a meditative environment that encouraged patients to release their anxieties and open themselves to the healing process. The environment in which healing takes place is as important as the treatments themselves, she noted as she explained the careful attention she paid to every aspect of her treatment chamber. A patient who feels safe, respected, and spiritually supported will respond more favorably to treatment than one who feels anxious, uncomfortable, or spiritually neglected. Creating the proper environment for healing is itself a form of medicine. The documentation that Adelheid maintained of her treatments was extensive and systematic. She kept detailed records of each patient's condition, the treatments prescribed, the materials used, and the results achieved. These records served not just as a reference for future treatments, but as a database of information that allowed her to refine her techniques and develop new approaches to difficult cases. Systematic record-keeping is essential for the advancement of medical knowledge, she explained as she showed me the volumes of case studies she had compiled over the years. Each patient teaches us something new about the nature of disease and the effectiveness of different treatments. By carefully documenting our observations, we create a foundation of knowledge that future healers can build upon. The network of relationships that supported Adelheid's practice extended far beyond her immediate patients. She maintained correspondence with other physicians in distant cities, sharing information about new treatments and consulting on difficult cases. She worked closely with herbalists who supplied the materials for her treatments, often collaborating on the development of new formulations. She trained apprentices who would carry her knowledge to other locations, extending the reach of her healing methods. Medicine is not a solitary practice, but a collaborative endeavor, she observed as she described her professional relationships. No single healer possesses all the knowledge required to treat every condition effectively. By sharing information and collaborating with colleagues, we create a collective wisdom that is greater than any individual contribution. As my time with Adelheid drew to a close, she shared with me her vision of the future of therapeutic cleansing. She believed that the systematic study of aquatic medicine would eventually lead to treatments that were more effective, more accessible, and more precisely tailored to individual needs. She envisioned a time when the principles of therapeutic cleansing would be understood well enough to be taught systematically, creating a new generation of healers who could provide sophisticated water-based treatments to patients throughout the known world. The healing power of water is one of nature's greatest gifts to humanity, she reflected as we stood together in her treatment chamber, surrounded by the instruments and materials that represented a lifetime of dedication to the healing arts. We have only begun to understand the therapeutic potential of aquatic medicine. Future generations will develop treatments that we can barely imagine, but they will build upon the foundations that we are laying today through careful observation, systematic experimentation, and dedicated service to those who suffer. On my final day with Adelheid, she presented me with a small collection of herbs and a detailed set of instructions for preparing basic therapeutic waters. These materials and methods represent the simplest applications of aquatic medicine, she said, as she explained the proper techniques for their use. They are not substitutes for professional medical care, but they may prove useful for treating minor ailments and maintaining general health. More importantly, they will serve as a reminder of the healing potential that lies hidden in the most common and abundant of substances, water itself. Years later, whenever I encounter illness or injury that seems to resist conventional treatment, I remember Adelheid's words about the healing power of water. The herbs she gave me have long since been used, but the knowledge she shared continues to inform my understanding of the relationship between cleanliness and health, between purification and healing, between the simple act of washing and the complex process of therapeutic transformation that can restore both body and soul to their natural state of harmony and wholeness. There are moments in a woman's life when ordinary cleansing transforms into something sacred, when the simple act of washing becomes a ritual of transformation that marks the passage from one stage of existence to another. I learned this truth most profoundly during the spring of my 26th year, when I was called upon to prepare young Catherine Millwright for her wedding day. A responsibility that would teach me the deepest mysteries of ceremonial cleansing. Catherine was the miller's youngest daughter, a girl I had watched grow from a shy child into a beautiful young woman with hair like spun gold and eyes the color of summer sky. Her betrothal to Robert, the blacksmith's eldest son, had been celebrated throughout the village, for it was clearly a match made not just for practical reasons but for love. A rarity in our world where marriages were often arranged for economic advantage. Elena, Catherine's mother, Agnes, approached me 3 days before the wedding, her face glowing with the particular joy that comes to a mother seeing her daughter well matched. We would be honored if you would prepare Catherine for her wedding day. The old women say you know the ancient ways, the rituals that will ensure a blessed marriage and fertile union. I felt the weight of this request settle upon my shoulders like a mantle of responsibility. The preparation of a bride was one of the most sacred duties a woman could be asked to perform, involving not just physical cleansing, but spiritual purification that would prepare the young woman for the great transformation of marriage. I would be honored, I replied, understanding that I was being entrusted with knowledge and traditions that stretched back through countless generations of women. Tell Catherine to come to me tomorrow at dawn. We will begin the 3-day purification that will prepare her body and spirit for this sacred passage. That night, I prepared my cottage for the rituals to come. I gathered the special herbs that tradition demanded for bridal preparations. Rose petals for love and beauty, lavender for peace and harmony, rosemary for remembrance and fidelity, and chamomile for gentle purification. I filled my largest cauldron with water from the sacred spring that bubbled up from the earth near the old oak grove. Water that was said to carry special blessings for women in transition. Catherine arrived as the first light of dawn was painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, her face radiant with anticipation, but also touched with the natural nervousness that comes to any young woman facing such a momentous change. She was accompanied by her mother and her grandmother, old Meredith, whose presence lent gravity and tradition to the proceedings. "Welcome, child," I said, embracing Catherine gently. "Today we begin a journey that will transform you from maiden to wife, from daughter to the potential mother of the next generation. The waters we will use, the herbs we will employ, the rituals we will perform, all of these have been blessed by the countless women who have walked this path before you." The first day's ritual was dedicated to purification of the body. I had prepared a bath using water heated over a fire of sacred woods, oak for strength, apple for love, and hazel for wisdom. To this water, I added the herbs that would cleanse not just Catherine's skin, but prepare her entire being for the transformation to come. As Catherine lowered herself into the warm, fragrant water, I began to speak the ancient words that accompanied bridal bathing, words that had been passed down through generations of women and carried within them the accumulated blessings of countless happy marriages. "May this water wash away all that belongs to your maiden days," I intoned, my voice taking on the ritual cadence that such ceremonies required. "May it cleanse your body for the sacred union to come, and prepare your spirit for the joys and responsibilities of wifehood." The bathing was slow, meditative, each part of Catherine's body receiving special attention and blessing. I washed her hair with a preparation made from soapwort and rose water, working the fragrant lather through her golden locks while speaking blessings for beauty, health, and the attraction that would bind her to her husband throughout their lives together. Her skin was anointed with oils infused with herbs of love and fertility. Rose oil for passion, jasmine for sensuality, and a special blend that included herbs whose names were whispered only among women. Herbs that were said to ensure conception and easy childbirth. Each application was accompanied by prayers and blessings, creating a sacred atmosphere that transformed the simple act of bathing into something approaching the divine. The second day's ritual focused on the purification of the heart and mind. Catherine was bathed again, but this time the emphasis was on releasing any fears, doubts, or attachments that might interfere with her ability to embrace her new role as a wife. The water was infused with herbs of clarity and courage. Sage for wisdom, vervain for protection, and lemon balm for joy and peace of mind. As I worked, I spoke to Catherine about the mysteries of marriage, sharing the wisdom that had been passed down to me by older women who had learned through experience what it meant to be a true partner to a man. I spoke of the importance of maintaining her own identity while also learning to blend her life with another's, of the sacred nature of the physical union between husband and wife, and of the patience and understanding that would be required as two separate souls learned to become one. Marriage, I told her, as I worked aromatic oils into her skin, is not the end of your individual journey, but the beginning of a shared one. You will discover parts of yourself you never knew existed, find strengths you didn't know you possessed, and learn to love in ways you cannot yet imagine. The third and final day was dedicated to blessing and consecration. Catherine's bath on this day was prepared with the most sacred herbs and waters I possessed. Water from the holy well that was said to have healing properties, herbs that had been blessed by the village priest, and rose petals that had been gathered at dawn on the feast day of St. Catherine, her patron saint. This final bathing was attended not just by Catherine's female relatives, but by a gathering of the village's most respected women, each of whom offered their own blessings and prayers for the bride's happiness and prosperity. As Catherine emerged from the water for the last time as a maiden, she was wrapped in linen that had been woven by her grandmother and blessed by generations of happy wives. The preparation of Catherine's wedding attire was itself a sacred ritual. Her dress, made from wool that had been spun and woven by the women of her family, was scented with lavender and rose petals that had been sewn into small sachets and tucked into the seams. Her veil, a precious heirloom that had been worn by her mother and grandmother before her, was blessed with holy water and perfumed with the same fragrant oils that had been used in her bridal baths. But perhaps the most important element of Catherine's preparation was the creation of her bridal crown, a wreath of flowers and herbs that would symbolize her transition from maiden to wife. Working together, the women gathered flowers that carried special meanings: white roses for pure love, ivy for fidelity, rosemary for remembrance, and small sprigs of wheat for fertility and abundance. As we wove these elements together into a crown that would grace Catherine's head during the wedding ceremony, each woman shared her own wisdom about marriage, her hopes for the young couple's future, and her blessings for their life together. The crown became more than just a decoration. It was a tangible expression of the community's love and support for the bride, a symbol of the bonds that connected her to all the women who had gone before and would come after. The morning of the wedding dawned clear and bright, as if the very heavens were blessing the union to come. Catherine arrived at my cottage before sunrise for her final preparations, her face glowing with joy and anticipation. The 3 days of ritual cleansing had transformed her in ways that went beyond the physical. She carried herself with a new dignity, a sense of readiness for the great adventure that lay ahead. Her final bath was brief but deeply meaningful, a symbolic washing that represented her emergence from the cocoon of preparation into the butterfly of her wedding day. The water was perfumed with the most precious essences I possessed, and as Catherine stepped from the bath for the last time as an unmarried woman, she seemed to glow with an inner light that spoke of transformation completed. The dressing of the bride was a ceremony in itself, with each garment carrying its own significance and blessing. As we helped Catherine into her wedding dress, we spoke prayers for her happiness, her health, and her fertility. The bridal crown was placed upon her head with special reverence, and, as the final flower was adjusted, Catherine was transformed from a village girl into a vision of bridal beauty that took our breath away. The wedding ceremony itself was beautiful, but for me, the most meaningful moment came when I saw Catherine walking toward the church, surrounded by the women who had participated in her preparation. She moved with a grace and confidence that spoke of the deep transformation she had undergone, and I knew that the ancient rituals had accomplished their purpose. They had prepared her not just physically, but spiritually for the great adventure of marriage. In the months that followed, I was called upon to prepare other brides, each one teaching me something new about the sacred nature of these transitional rituals. I learned that the specific herbs and preparations needed to be adapted to each woman's individual nature and circumstances, that some brides needed more emphasis on courage and confidence, while others required focus on gentleness and receptivity. But the bridal preparations were just one type of life passage ritual that involved sacred cleansing. I was also called upon to help women through other major transitions: the onset of womanhood, the passage into motherhood, and eventually the transition into the wisdom years of elderhood. For young girls experiencing their first monthly cycles, I created gentle rituals that honored their passage into womanhood, while providing practical knowledge about managing their changing bodies. These ceremonies involved special baths with herbs that could ease the discomfort of menstruation, while also celebrating the sacred nature of women's fertility. The preparation of new mothers involved different but equally important rituals. After childbirth, women needed cleansing that would help their bodies recover from the trauma of birth, while also preparing them for the sacred responsibility of nurturing new life. These postpartum baths were prepared with herbs that could promote healing, increase milk production, and restore emotional balance after the intense experience of giving birth. Perhaps the most profound rituals were those that marked a woman's transition into elderhood, when the monthly cycles ended and she entered the phase of life traditionally associated with wisdom and spiritual power. These ceremonies honored the knowledge and experience that older women had accumulated, while also helping them embrace their new role as keepers of ancient wisdom. Each of these life passage rituals involved not just the woman undergoing the transition, but the entire community of women who supported her. The preparation and sharing of these ceremonies strengthened the bonds between women of different generations, ensuring that ancient wisdom was passed down while also adapting to meet the needs of each new generation. As I became more experienced in conducting these rituals, I began to understand that their true power lay not in the specific herbs or techniques used, but in the sense of connection and continuity they provided. when a young woman was prepared for marriage using the same rituals that had prepared her mother and grandmother. She was connected to an unbroken chain of feminine wisdom that stretched back to the beginning of time. The sacred waters used in these ceremonies carried within them the accumulated blessings of countless women who had undergone similar transitions. Each ritual added its own power to this collective blessing, creating a reservoir of feminine wisdom and support that would be available to future generations. The knowledge I gained through conducting these ceremonies went far beyond the technical aspects of herbal preparation and ritual procedure. I learned about the deep psychological and spiritual needs that these transitions addressed, about the importance of marking significant life changes with appropriate ceremony, and about the power of community support during times of major change. Most importantly, I learned that the sacred nature of these rituals lay not in their complexity or the rarity of their ingredients, but in the love, intention, and reverence with which they were conducted. A simple bath, prepared with common herbs, could become a profound spiritual experience when it was offered with genuine care and surrounded by the support of a loving community. As the seasons turned, and I continued to serve the women of my village through their various life transitions, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the opportunity to participate in these sacred moments. Each ritual was a privilege, a chance to witness and support the ongoing miracle of human transformation, and to serve as a bridge between the ancient wisdom of our ancestors and the needs of the present generation. The rituals of life's passages had taught me that cleanliness was never just about the physical removal of dirt or impurities. It was about the sacred work of transformation, the ongoing process of becoming who we were meant to be. Each ceremonial bath, each blessed preparation, each moment of ritual cleansing was an opportunity to shed what no longer served us and embrace what was calling us forward. As autumn deepened and the harvest season brought its own rhythms of completion and preparation, I found myself reflecting on the cyclical nature of these life passages. Just as the earth moved through its seasons of planting, growing, harvesting, and rest, so too did human lives follow patterns of initiation, growth, fulfillment, and wisdom. The cleansing rituals I had learned to conduct were ways of honoring these natural cycles, of marking the transitions that might otherwise pass unnoticed or unacknowledged. One evening, as I sat by my fire preparing herbs for the winter months ahead, old Meredith came to visit. At 87, she was one of the few women in our village who remembered the old ways from her own grandmother's time, and her presence always brought with it a sense of connection to the deepest roots of our traditions. "Child," she said, settling into the chair I offered her, "I've been watching you conduct the sacred rituals, and I see that you understand something that many young women miss. You understand that these ceremonies are not just about the woman being honored. They're about the entire community of women, about keeping alive the connections that bind us all together." She spoke of the importance of these rituals in maintaining the fabric of community life, of how they served to pass down not just practical knowledge, but the deeper wisdom that came from generations of women's experience. Each ceremony, she explained, was a thread in the great tapestry of feminine wisdom, connecting past, present, and future in an unbroken chain of support and understanding. "When you prepare a bride," she continued, "you're not just helping her get ready for marriage. You're connecting her to every woman who has ever been a wife, every woman who has ever faced the joys and challenges of creating a life with another person. The herbs you use, the words you speak, the love you pour into the preparations. All of this carries the accumulated wisdom of countless generations." As she spoke, I understood more deeply why these rituals felt so powerful, why they seemed to touch something profound in both the women undergoing the transitions and those who witnessed and supported them. They were not just individual ceremonies, but collective acts of remembrance, ways of honoring the great mystery of feminine experience and ensuring that its wisdom would not be lost. The winter months that followed brought their own opportunities for ritual and ceremony. The long, dark nights were traditionally a time for the older women to share their deepest knowledge with the younger generation, and I found myself both student and teacher in these intimate gatherings. In the warmth of cottage hearths, surrounded by the soft glow of candles and the fragrant smoke of burning herbs, we would share stories of the rituals we had witnessed and conducted, the lessons we had learned, and the wisdom we had gained. These winter gatherings were themselves a form of cleansing ritual, washing away the accumulated fatigue of the harvest season and preparing our spirits for the renewal that would come with spring. It was during one of these winter gatherings that I first learned about the most sacred of all the life passage rituals, the ceremonies that surrounded a woman's final transition, her passage from this world to whatever lay beyond. These rituals, I was told, were the most important of all, for they determined not just how a woman died, but how she would be remembered and what legacy she would leave for future generations. The preparation of a woman for her final journey involved cleansing rituals that were both similar to and different from those used for other life passages. The emphasis was on purification and release, on helping the dying woman let go of earthly attachments while also honoring the life she had lived and the contributions she had made to her community. These final cleansing rituals were conducted with herbs that were believed to ease the transition between worlds. Lavender for peace, rosemary for remembrance, and sage for wisdom and purification. The water used was often drawn from sacred sources and blessed by the entire community of women who had been touched by the dying woman's life. But perhaps the most important element of these final rituals was the sharing of stories, the recounting of the woman's life, and the ways she had contributed to the ongoing story of her community. As her body was gently cleansed and prepared, the women gathered around her would speak of her kindness, her wisdom, her strength, and her love, creating a verbal tapestry that would preserve her memory long after her physical presence was gone. Learning about these final rituals gave me a new perspective on all the life passage ceremonies I had been conducting. I began to see them not as separate events, but as part of a continuous journey, each one preparing the woman for the next stage of her existence and contributing to the great story of feminine experience that connected all women across time and space. As spring returned and the cycle of life began anew, I found myself approached by women seeking not just the traditional life passage rituals, but new ceremonies that addressed the unique challenges and opportunities of their individual lives. Some wanted rituals to mark the end of difficult periods, the recovery from illness, the healing of broken relationships, the overcoming of personal challenges. Others sought ceremonies to celebrate achievements, the mastery of new skills, the successful completion of important projects, the recognition of their contributions to community life. These requests taught me that the principles underlying the traditional life passage rituals could be adapted to meet the needs of women in any circumstances. The key elements: purification, blessing, community support, and the marking of significant change could be applied to any transition, whether it was one of the great universal passages or a more personal transformation. I began to develop new rituals that honored these individual journeys while still maintaining connection to the ancient wisdom that had guided women for countless generations. Each ceremony was unique, tailored to the specific needs and circumstances of the woman being honored, but all shared the common elements that made ritual cleansing a powerful tool for transformation and healing. The reputation of these ceremonies spread beyond our village, and I began to receive visits from women in neighboring communities who sought the sacred rituals that could help them navigate their own life transitions. Each woman who came to me brought her own story, her own needs, and her own understanding of what it meant to be cleansed and transformed through ritual. These encounters taught me that while the specific practices might vary from place to place, the underlying human need for ritual marking of life's passages was universal. Women everywhere sought ways to honor their transitions, to receive community support during times of change, and to connect with the deeper meanings that gave significance to their individual journeys. As I worked with women from different backgrounds and traditions, I learned to adapt my practices while maintaining their essential spirit. I discovered that the power of these rituals lay not in rigid adherence to specific forms, but in the genuine intention to serve, to honor, and to support the sacred journey of transformation that every woman undertakes throughout her life. The sacred cleansing rituals had become more than just a service I provided to my community. They had become a calling, a way of participating in the great work of supporting and honoring the feminine principle that flows through all of creation. Each woman I helped to prepare for her life transitions taught me something new about the mystery of human existence and the power of ritual to transform ordinary moments into sacred experiences. As I looked toward the future, I felt a deep sense of responsibility to preserve and pass on the knowledge I had gained. These rituals were not just quaint customs from a bygone era. They were living traditions that addressed fundamental human needs for meaning, connection, and transformation. In a world that often seemed to rush past the important moments without proper acknowledgement, these ceremonies provided a way to slow down, to pay attention, and to honor the sacred nature of life's great transitions. The bottles of sacred waters, the bundles of blessed herbs, the vessels and tools used in these ceremonies. All of these were more than just material objects. They were repositories of intention, carriers of blessing, and tangible connections to the great chain of women who had conducted these rituals throughout history. Each time I used them, I was not just performing a service, but participating in an ancient conversation between women and the divine. A dialogue that had been going on since the first woman understood that certain moments in life deserved special recognition and sacred attention. The rituals of life's passages had taught me that we are all connected, all part of the same great story of human experience that unfolds across generations and cultures. When I helped a young woman prepare for marriage, I was connecting her not just to her own future, but to the eternal mystery of love and partnership. When I supported a new mother in her recovery from childbirth, I was honoring not just her individual journey, but the great miracle of life itself. When I prepared an elder for her final transition, I was celebrating not just her individual existence, but the accumulated wisdom that she would leave as her legacy to future generations. These ceremonies had shown me that cleanliness was never just about the physical body. It was about the ongoing work of purification that allows us to become who we are meant to be, to fulfill our potential, and to contribute our unique gifts to the great tapestry of human experience. Each ritual bath, each blessed preparation, each moment of sacred cleansing was an opportunity to participate in this great work of transformation, to serve as a midwife to the soul as it navigated the great passages of human existence. As the seasons continued their eternal cycle, and new women came to me seeking the ancient rituals that could help them navigate their own transitions, I carried with me the deep satisfaction of knowing that I was part of something larger and more enduring than my individual life. The sacred waters would continue to flow, the blessed herbs would continue to grow, and the rituals of life's passages would continue to serve women's deepest needs for meaning, connection, and transformation, long after my own journey had reached its completion. The Scholar's Treatise. The most profound understanding of cleansing I ever encountered came not from practical experience but from theoretical study. During the months I spent in the scriptorium of Master Scholar Benedictus, whose treatise De Purificatione Aquarum represented the culmination of decades spent collecting, analyzing, and synthesizing knowledge about the principles and practices of washing from every corner of the known world. Popular understanding treats cleansing as a simple, intuitive activity. Benedictus explained as he showed me through his vast collection of manuscripts, scrolls, and codices that filled every available surface in his study. People wash because they feel dirty, because custom demands it, because their mothers taught them to do so, but they rarely pause to consider the deeper questions. What is cleanliness? How does water achieve purification? Why do different cultures develop such radically different approaches to the same fundamental human need? Benedictus had spent the better part of his scholarly career attempting to answer these questions through systematic study of every available source of information about cleansing practices. His collection included classical texts from Greek and Roman authors, religious treatises from Christian monasteries, medical manuscripts from Islamic scholars, philosophical works from Jewish rabbis, and ethnographic accounts from travelers who had observed the washing customs of distant peoples. True scholarship requires the integration of knowledge from multiple sources and traditions, he observed, as he guided me through the organizational system that allowed him to navigate his enormous collection. No single culture, no matter how sophisticated, possesses complete understanding of any complex phenomenon. The scholar's task is to gather wisdom from wherever it can be found, to compare different approaches, to identify underlying principles that transcend cultural boundaries. The methodology that Benedictus employed in his research was as rigorous as any modern scientific investigation. He had developed systematic procedures for evaluating the reliability of different sources, for identifying and correcting errors in transmission, and for distinguishing between factual observations and cultural interpretations. His annotations filled the margins of hundreds of manuscripts, creating a secondary literature that was often more valuable than the original texts themselves. The uncritical acceptance of traditional knowledge is the enemy of true understanding, he explained as he showed me examples of how careful analysis had revealed errors in widely accepted authorities. Even the most respected sources contain mistakes, omissions, and biases that can only be identified through comparison with other sources and systematic verification of claims. The scholar must approach every text with both respect and skepticism, honoring the wisdom of the past while remaining committed to the pursuit of truth. The theoretical framework that emerged from Benedictus's research was far more sophisticated than any practical understanding of cleansing I had previously encountered. He had identified 7 fundamental principles that governed all effective purification, regardless of the specific methods employed or the cultural context in which they were practiced. These principles, he argued, represented universal laws that operated independently of human understanding or intention. The first principle, he explained as he outlined his theoretical system, is that purification requires the removal of foreign substances from their natural state. This seems obvious when applied to physical cleansing. Dirt must be separated from skin, stains from fabric, contamination from water. But the principle applies equally to spiritual, emotional, and intellectual purification. Sin must be separated from the soul, negative emotions from the psyche, false beliefs from the mind. The second principle concerned the role of solvents in the purification process. Water, Benedictus had discovered, was effective not because of any magical properties, but because of its unique ability to dissolve and carry away a wide range of contaminants. Other substances, oils, alcohols, acids, alkaline solutions, could serve similar functions under appropriate circumstances. But water remained the most versatile and widely available purifying agent. The effectiveness of any cleansing agent depends on its ability to interact with the specific contaminants that must be removed, he noted as he demonstrated the principle using various solutions he had prepared for experimental purposes. Water dissolves salt but not oil. Oil dissolves wax but not mineral deposits. Acid dissolves lime but not organic matter. Understanding these relationships allows the practitioner to choose the most appropriate cleansing agent for each specific situation. The third principle addressed the importance of mechanical action in the purification process. Benedictus had observed that even the most effective solvents required physical agitation to achieve optimal results. Scrubbing, rubbing, stirring, and other forms of mechanical action served to break down the bonds between contaminants and the surfaces they adhered to, allowing the solvent to penetrate more effectively and carry away dissolved impurities. Purification is not a passive process, but an active one that requires energy and effort, he explained as he described the various forms of mechanical action employed in different cleansing traditions. The monk who scrubs his body with rough cloth, the washerwoman who beats laundry against stones, the alchemist who stirs his solutions. All are applying the same fundamental principle, using physical force to enhance the effectiveness of chemical solvents. The fourth principle concerned the role of temperature in purification processes. Heat, Benedictus had discovered, accelerated most cleansing reactions by increasing the solubility of contaminants and the activity of cleaning agents. Cold, conversely, could be used to slow reactions, preserve delicate materials, or achieve specific therapeutic effects. The optimal temperature for any cleansing process depended on the nature of the contaminants, the properties of the cleaning agents, and the characteristics of the materials being cleaned. Temperature is a tool that can be used to control the speed and intensity of purification, he observed, as he showed me charts he had compiled documenting the effects of different temperatures on various cleansing processes. Hot water removes grease more effectively than cold water, but it can also damage delicate fabrics or sensitive skin. Cold water preserves colors and textures, but it may be insufficient for removing stubborn contaminants. The skilled practitioner learns to adjust temperature to achieve the desired balance between effectiveness and preservation. The fifth principle addressed the importance of time in achieving thorough purification. Benedictus had documented numerous cases where inadequate contact time between cleaning agents and contaminants had resulted in incomplete purification, while excessive exposure had caused damage to the materials being cleaned. Each combination of contaminant, cleaning agent, and substrate had its own optimal exposure time that could only be determined through careful observation and experimentation. Patience is perhaps the most undervalued virtue in the practice of purification, he reflected as he described his experiments with different exposure times. Most people rush the cleansing process, applying cleaning agents briefly and expecting immediate results. But true purification often requires extended contact time, allowing the cleaning agents to penetrate deeply and dissolve contaminants that are not immediately visible on the surface. The sixth principle concerned the sequential nature of effective purification. Benedictus had observed that complex cleansing tasks often required multiple stages, each designed to remove different types of contaminants or to prepare the way for subsequent treatments. The order of these stages was critical. Certain treatments could interfere with others if applied in the wrong sequence, while proper sequencing could create synergistic effects that enhanced overall effectiveness. Purification is often like solving a puzzle, he explained as he described the complex multi-stage processes used by master craftsmen to clean valuable artifacts. Each step must be completed successfully before the next can begin. Skip a step or perform them in the wrong order, and the entire process may fail. This is why traditional cleansing practices often appear unnecessarily complex to the uninitiated. What seems like superstition may actually represent centuries of accumulated wisdom about the proper sequence of purification procedures. The seventh and final principle addressed the importance of verification in the purification process. True cleansing, Benedictus argued, could only be confirmed through systematic testing that went beyond superficial appearance. Many substances could appear clean while still harboring invisible contaminants that would cause problems later. Effective purification required methods for detecting and measuring the presence of contaminants that might not be apparent to casual observation. The eye can be deceived, the nose can be fooled, even the sense of touch can be misled, he warned as he described various methods for testing the effectiveness of cleansing procedures. True purity can only be verified through systematic testing that reveals the presence or absence of specific contaminants. This is why the most sophisticated cleansing traditions have always included procedures for verification, not because they doubted their methods, but because they understood the limitations of human perception. The practical applications of Benedictus's theoretical framework were demonstrated through a series of case studies that he had compiled from his extensive correspondence with practitioners throughout the known world. Each case illustrated how understanding of the 7 fundamental principles had led to more effective cleansing methods, while ignorance of these principles had resulted in failure, waste, or even harm. Theory without practice is sterile speculation, he acknowledged, as he shared examples of how his principles had been applied to solve real-world cleansing problems. But practice without theory is blind fumbling that wastes resources and achieves inconsistent results. The integration of theoretical understanding with practical experience produces methods that are both effective and efficient, that can be taught systematically and adapted to new situations. One particularly striking case study involved a monastery that had been struggling with persistent contamination of their water supply. Traditional methods of purification, boiling, filtration through sand and charcoal, treatment with herbs, had proven inadequate to remove a mysterious contaminant that caused illness among the monks. Application of Benedictus's principles had led to the identification of mineral contamination that required acid treatment, followed by alkaline neutralization, a solution that would never have been discovered through trial and error alone. This case illustrates the power of systematic analysis, Benedictus noted as he described the monastery's problem and its eventual solution. The monks had been applying traditional methods that were appropriate for organic contamination but ineffective against mineral contaminants. Only by understanding the chemical nature of their specific problem were they able to develop an appropriate solution. The historical dimension of Benedictus's research revealed fascinating patterns in the development of cleansing practices across different cultures and time periods. He had documented how certain innovations had spread along trade routes, how religious beliefs had influenced the development of purification rituals, and how practical necessities had driven the evolution of more effective cleansing methods. The history of cleansing is also the history of civilization, he observed, as he showed me maps that trace the spread of various cleansing innovations across the known world. Advances in purification technology have always accompanied advances in other areas of human knowledge and capability. The societies that developed the most sophisticated cleansing methods were also those that achieved the highest levels of health, prosperity, and cultural achievement. The linguistic analysis that formed another major component of Benedictus's research had revealed surprising connections between different cleansing traditions. Words for purification, cleanliness, and washing showed common roots across languages that were otherwise quite different, suggesting that certain fundamental concepts about cleansing had been shared among human cultures from very early times. Language preserves memory of practices and beliefs that may otherwise be lost, he explained, as he showed me charts comparing cleansing terminology across dozens of different languages. By studying the words that different cultures use to describe purification, we can reconstruct the historical development of cleansing practices and identify the underlying concepts that all human societies seem to share. The philosophical implications of Benedictus's research extended far beyond the practical realm of washing and cleaning. His work had led him to profound insights about the nature of purity and contamination, order and disorder, the relationship between physical and spiritual reality, and the fundamental human drive toward perfection and transcendence. Cleansing is ultimately about the human desire to return to an original state of purity, he reflected, as we discussed the deeper meanings embedded in purification practices. Whether we speak of removing dirt from the body, sin from the soul, or error from the mind, we are expressing the same fundamental aspiration: to restore something to its proper, natural, perfect condition. This aspiration may be the most distinctively human of all characteristics. The pedagogical methods that Benedictus had developed for teaching his theoretical framework were as innovative as his research methods. He had created a systematic curriculum that began with basic principles and progressed through increasingly complex applications, with practical exercises designed to reinforce theoretical understanding at each stage. His students came from throughout the known world to study his methods, returning to their home countries as teachers who spread his approach to new generations of scholars and practitioners. Knowledge that cannot be transmitted effectively dies with its discoverer, he observed as he described his teaching methods. The scholar's responsibility extends beyond the discovery of truth to its preservation and dissemination. This requires not just mastery of the subject matter, but understanding of how knowledge is best communicated to different types of students with different backgrounds and capabilities. The institutional framework that supported Benedictus's research was itself a model of scholarly organization. His scriptorium employed dozens of scribes, translators, and research assistants who helped him collect, organize, and analyze the vast quantities of information required for his comprehensive study of cleansing practices. The library he had assembled was recognized as one of the finest collections of texts on purification in the known world, attracting scholars and students from distant lands. Scholarship is a collaborative enterprise that requires institutional support. He acknowledged as he described the network of relationships that made his research possible. No individual scholar, no matter how dedicated or talented, can master the full range of knowledge required for comprehensive understanding of complex phenomena. Success requires the coordinated efforts of many people working toward common goals. The economic implications of Benedictus's research were significant, though he himself seemed largely uninterested in the commercial applications of his discoveries. His theoretical framework had led to more efficient cleansing methods that reduced waste, improved results, and lowered costs for a wide range of industries. Textile manufacturers, food processors, metal workers, and other craftsmen had all benefited from applications of his principles. Knowledge has value beyond its intrinsic worth as understanding, he admitted when pressed about the practical benefits of his research. The principles we discover through scholarly investigation often prove useful in ways we never anticipated. But the scholar who pursues knowledge primarily for its commercial value corrupts the enterprise of learning, and ultimately produces inferior results. The international recognition that Benedictus's work had achieved was reflected in the correspondence he maintained with scholars throughout the known world. His treatise, De Purificatione Aquarum, had been translated into multiple languages and was studied in universities and monasteries from Ireland to Byzantium. Scholars regularly sought his advice on difficult problems, and his theoretical framework had become the standard approach to the systematic study of cleansing practices. True scholarship transcends national and cultural boundaries, he observed, as he showed me letters from colleagues in distant lands. The pursuit of truth creates bonds among scholars that are stronger than the political divisions that separate their countries. Knowledge belongs to all humanity, not to any particular nation or culture. As my time with Benedictus drew to a close, he shared with me his vision for the future development of cleansing science. He believed that systematic application of his theoretical principles would lead to revolutionary advances in purification technology, with implications that extended far beyond the immediate realm of washing and cleaning. He envisioned a time when the principles of purification would be understood well enough to be applied to the cleansing of air, the purification of food, and even the treatment of diseases that were caused by invisible contaminants. We stand at the beginning of a new age of understanding, he reflected as we discussed the potential applications of his research. The principles we have discovered through the study of simple washing and cleaning will eventually transform every aspect of human life. Future generations will live in a world where contamination of any kind can be detected, understood, and eliminated through the systematic application of purification science. On my final day in his scriptorium, Benedictus presented me with a copy of his treatise, carefully transcribed by his most skilled scribes, and illuminated with diagrams that illustrated the key principles of his theoretical framework. This represents the distillation of a lifetime spent studying the nature of purification, he said, as he placed the precious manuscript in my hands. But it is not an end, but a beginning, a foundation upon which future scholars will build even greater understanding of the principles that govern the cleansing of all things. Years later, whenever I encounter cleansing problems that seem to resist conventional solutions, I return to Benedictus's treatise and his 7 fundamental principles. The theoretical framework he developed continues to provide insights that go far beyond the practical realm of washing and cleaning, offering a systematic approach to understanding the nature of purity and contamination that applies to every aspect of human existence. In his work, the simple act of washing becomes a window into the deepest questions about the nature of reality, the possibility of perfection, and the eternal human quest for purification and transcendence. The Artisan's Workshop. The final and perhaps most revelatory understanding of cleansing came to me in the workshop of master craftsman Aldrich, whose reputation for creating objects of extraordinary beauty and durability rested not on any secret techniques or rare materials, but on his absolute mastery of the principles and practices of purification. In his hands, the simple act of cleaning became the foundation of all creative excellence, the essential prerequisite without which no work of lasting value could be achieved. Most people think of cleansing as something you do after the work is finished. Aldrich explained as he showed me through his workshop, where every surface gleamed with meticulous care and every tool rested in its precisely designated place. They see cleaning as the removal of the mess that creation inevitably makes. But I have learned that true craftsmanship begins with cleansing, continues through cleansing, and achieves its highest expression through the perfect integration of creative work and purifying discipline. Aldrich's workshop was itself a masterpiece of organized cleanliness, but not the sterile, lifeless cleanliness of a space that was never used. Instead, it possessed the dynamic cleanliness of a place where intensive work was constantly in progress, where every activity was performed with such precision and care that contamination was prevented rather than merely cleaned up after the fact. Tools were cleaned immediately after use. Materials were stored in ways that prevented contamination, and work surfaces were maintained in a state of readiness that allowed the craftsman to move seamlessly from one task to another without interruption. The organization of the workspace is the foundation of all excellent craftsmanship. He observed as he demonstrated the systems he had developed for maintaining perfect order amid the complex activities of his trade. When everything has its proper place and is kept in its proper condition, the craftsman's mind is free to focus entirely on the creative work at hand. But when the workspace is disorganized or contaminated, part of the craftsman's attention must always be diverted to dealing with these problems, and the quality of the work inevitably suffers. The materials that Aldrich worked with required different types of preparation and maintenance, each demanding its own specific cleansing protocols. Metals had to be cleaned of oxidation and contamination before they could be properly worked. Woods needed to be seasoned and prepared in ways that removed moisture and impurities that might cause warping or decay. Pigments required purification to achieve the clarity and permanence that distinguished superior work from merely adequate craftsmanship. Every material has its own nature, its own requirements, its own potential for excellence, he explained as he showed me the various substances he used in his work and the specific methods required to prepare each one properly. The craftsman who fails to understand these individual requirements, who applies the same cleansing methods to all materials regardless of their specific needs, will never achieve results that transcend the merely functional to reach the level of true artistry. The tools of Aldrich's trade were maintained with a care that bordered on reverence. Each implement was cleaned immediately after use, inspected for signs of wear or damage, and stored in conditions that would preserve its optimal performance. The sharpening and maintenance of cutting tools was performed according to schedules that ensured they were always in perfect condition when needed. The preparation and care of brushes, measuring devices, and other precision instruments received the same meticulous attention. A craftsman's tools are extensions of his own hands and mind, Aldrich noted as he demonstrated the proper techniques for cleaning and maintaining various implements. A dull blade a contaminated brush, a measuring device that has lost its accuracy. These are not merely inconveniences, but obstacles to the achievement of excellence. The craftsman who neglects his tools is like a musician who allows his instrument to fall out of tune, or a scholar who permits his books to become illegible through neglect. The processes that Aldrich employed in his work revealed the intimate relationship between cleansing and creation that distinguished master craftsmanship from ordinary workmanship. Each stage of production began with purification, the cleaning of materials, the preparation of tools, the organization of the workspace. This initial cleansing was followed by careful attention to preventing contamination during the work itself, and concluded with final purification that removed any traces of the production process while preserving and enhancing the essential qualities of the finished work. Creation and purification are not separate activities, but different aspects of a single process. He explained as he worked on a piece that demonstrated these principles in action. Every act of true creation involves the removal of the unnecessary, the elimination of the impure, the clarification of the essential. The sculptor removes excess stone to reveal the form hidden within. The painter applies and removes pigment to achieve the precise effects he envisions. The metalworker heats and cools, hammers and files, always working toward greater refinement and purity of form. The apprenticeship system through which Aldrich transmitted his knowledge placed enormous emphasis on the mastery of cleansing techniques before students were allowed to progress to more advanced aspects of the craft. New apprentices spent months learning nothing but the proper methods for cleaning tools, preparing materials, and maintaining the workshop. Only after they had demonstrated complete competence in these fundamental skills were they permitted to begin learning the creative techniques that would eventually make them craftsmen in their own right. The apprentice who is eager to skip past the basics of cleansing and organization to get to the real work of creation has already demonstrated that he lacks the temperament required for true mastery. Aldrich observed as he described his teaching methods. Excellence in any craft requires the integration of practical skills with spiritual discipline, and this integration can only be achieved through patient attention to the fundamentals that support all higher achievements. The economic implications of Aldrich's approach to cleansing were significant, though they often operated in ways that were not immediately apparent to casual observers. His meticulous attention to cleanliness and organization reduced waste, prevented costly mistakes, and extended the life of tools and materials. More importantly, it enabled him to produce work of such consistently high quality that he could command premium prices and maintain a waiting list of customers who were willing to pay extra for the assurance of excellence. Quality and cleanliness are inseparable, he explained as we discussed the business aspects of his craft. Customers may not understand the technical details of how superior work is achieved, but they can recognize the difference between products that have been made with care and attention to detail and those that have been produced carelessly. The craftsman who maintains high standards of cleanliness and organization inevitably produces work that reflects these standards in every aspect of its design and execution. The seasonal rhythms that governed Aldrich's work reflected the complex relationship between environmental conditions and the requirements of different cleansing and crafting processes. Some materials could only be properly prepared during certain times of year when temperature and humidity conditions were optimal. Certain types of finishing work required specific weather conditions to achieve the desired results. The cleaning and maintenance of tools and workspace had to be adjusted to account for seasonal variations in dust, moisture, and other environmental factors. The master craftsman works with nature, not against it. Aldrich noted, as he explained how his production schedule was coordinated with the changing seasons. There is a proper time for every type of work, just as there is a proper method for every type of cleansing. The craftsman who tries to force processes to occur under inappropriate conditions will achieve inferior results, no matter how skilled he may be in other respects. The spiritual dimensions of Aldrich's approach to craftsmanship were inseparable from its practical aspects. He understood his work as a form of prayer, a way of participating in the divine act of creation through the patient transformation of raw materials into objects of beauty and utility. The cleansing that preceded and accompanied this creative work was itself a form of spiritual discipline, a way of purifying not just materials and tools, but the craftsman's own heart and mind. Every act of true creation is also an act of worship, he reflected, as he described the meditative aspects of his daily routines. When I clean my tools with complete attention and care, when I prepare my materials with patience and precision, when I organize my workspace with love and respect for the work that will be done there, I am offering these activities as prayers, as expressions of gratitude for the gifts that have been given to me, and the opportunity to use them in service of beauty and excellence. The technical innovations that Aldrich had developed over the course of his career often involved new approaches to cleansing and purification that enabled him to achieve effects that other craftsmen considered impossible. He had experimented with different solvents and cleaning agents, developed new tools and techniques for removing specific types of contamination, and created methods for preventing contamination that allowed him to work with materials and processes that were too delicate for conventional approaches. Innovation in craftsmanship often comes not from the discovery of entirely new techniques, but from the refinement and perfection of existing methods, he observed, as he demonstrated some of his specialized cleaning procedures. The craftsman who masters the fundamentals of his trade to a degree that surpasses ordinary competence often finds that this mastery opens up possibilities that were previously invisible. What appears to be innovation is often simply the natural result of carrying traditional methods to their logical conclusions. The network of relationships that supported Aldrich's work extended far beyond his immediate customers, to include suppliers of materials, makers of specialized tools, and fellow craftsmen who shared knowledge and techniques. This network was bound together not just by commercial relationships, but by shared commitment to the standards of excellence that could only be maintained through constant attention to the principles of cleanliness and organization that governed all superior craftsmanship. Excellence is not an individual achievement, but a collective endeavor, Aldrich acknowledged as he described his relationships with the various people who contributed to his work. The supplier who provides perfectly prepared materials, the toolmaker who creates implements of exceptional precision, the fellow craftsman who shares hard-won knowledge about difficult techniques, all are partners in the creation of work that transcends what any individual could achieve alone. The documentation that Aldrich maintained of his methods and discoveries was as meticulous as every other aspect of his practice. He kept detailed records of the procedures he used for different types of work, the results achieved with various materials and techniques, and the lessons learned from both successes and failures. These records served not just as references for his own future work, but as a legacy that would preserve his knowledge for future generations of craftsmen. Knowledge that is not recorded and preserved dies with its possessor, he noted as he showed me the volumes of notes and diagrams that documented decades of experimentation and refinement. The craftsman has a responsibility not just to achieve excellence in his own work, but to contribute to the advancement of his craft by sharing what he has learned with others who will carry the tradition forward. The training of apprentices in Aldrich's workshop followed a carefully structured progression that ensured each student mastered the fundamental principles of cleansing and organization before advancing to more complex aspects of the craft. This training was not merely technical, but included the development of the attitudes and habits of mind that were essential for maintaining the standards of excellence that distinguished master craftsmanship from ordinary workmanship. Technical skill without proper attitude is worthless, Aldrich explained as he described his approach to teaching. The apprentice must learn not just how to clean tools and prepare materials, but why these activities are essential to the achievement of excellence. He must develop the patience, attention to detail, and respect for quality that will guide his work throughout his career. These qualities cannot be taught through instruction alone, but must be developed through practice and example. The philosophical implications of Aldrich's approach to craftsmanship extended far beyond the immediate realm of making objects. His understanding of the relationship between cleansing and creation offered insights into the nature of excellence itself, the conditions required for the achievement of perfection, and the role of discipline and purification in all forms of human endeavor. The principles that govern excellence in craftsmanship apply equally to excellence in any field of human activity, he reflected, as we discussed the broader implications of his methods. Whether one seeks to create objects of beauty, to develop knowledge and understanding, to build relationships of love and trust, or to achieve spiritual growth and enlightenment, the same fundamental requirements apply. Careful preparation, constant attention to purity and quality, patient persistence in the face of difficulties, and unwavering commitment to the highest standards. The legacy that Aldrich hoped to leave through his work extended beyond the beautiful objects he created, to include the methods and principles he had developed and the students he had trained to carry these forward. He understood that individual achievements, no matter how excellent, were temporary, but that knowledge and methods properly transmitted could influence the work of countless future craftsmen and contribute to the ongoing development of human capability and understanding. The true measure of a craftsman's success is not the excellence of his individual works, but the contribution he makes to the advancement of his craft, he observed, as we discussed his hopes for the future. The objects I create will eventually wear out or be destroyed, but the methods I have developed and the students I have trained will continue to influence the work of future generations. This is the only form of immortality available to mortal craftsmen. As my time in Aldrich's workshop drew to a close, he presented me with a small tool that he had made himself. A simple but perfectly crafted implement designed for the precise cleaning of delicate objects. This tool represents everything I have tried to teach about the relationship between cleansing and excellence, he said as he placed it carefully in my hands. It is made with complete attention to quality and precision. It is designed to perform its function perfectly, and it will serve as a reminder that excellence in any endeavor begins with proper attention to cleanliness and purification. Years later, whenever I encounter work that exemplifies true excellence, whether in craftsmanship, scholarship, artistry, or any other field of human endeavor, I am reminded of Aldrich's workshop and his understanding of cleansing as the foundation of all superior achievement. The tool he gave me remains one of my most treasured possessions, not because of its monetary value, but because of what it represents. The possibility of perfection that becomes available when human skill is combined with unwavering commitment to the principles of purity and excellence that govern all lasting achievement. In Aldrich's workshop, I discovered that the journey I had begun in the washwoman's courtyard had led me full circle. back to the simple recognition that cleanliness and excellence are inseparable, that purification and creation are different aspects of the same fundamental process, and that the mastery of cleansing, whether of body, soul, materials, or mind, is the key that unlocks the door to every form of human transcendence and achievement. The water that cleanses, the discipline that purifies, the attention that perfects. These are not merely practical necessities, but sacred tools that connect us to the deepest sources of beauty, truth, and goodness that give meaning and purpose to human existence. In learning to clean properly, we learn to live properly. In mastering the art of purification, we discover the secret of transformation itself. As I write these final words by the flickering light of a candle that has burned through another sleepless night, I find myself returning to the question that began this long journey through the hidden world of medieval cleansing. What profound truths lie concealed within the most ordinary of human activities, waiting to be discovered by those who possess the patience to look beyond surface appearances to the deeper realities that shape our existence? The answer, I now understand, is more extraordinary than I could have imagined when I first encountered the washwoman in her courtyard, methodically transforming soiled garments into objects of pristine beauty through the simple application of water, soap, and unwavering attention to detail. In that humble scene, and in all the subsequent encounters that have filled these pages, I have discovered nothing less than a complete philosophy of human excellence, a comprehensive guide to the principles that govern every form of meaningful achievement. The 10 masters whose wisdom I have attempted to capture in these chapters, the washwoman, the alchemist, the monk, the soldier, the courtesan, the merchant, the pilgrim, the healer, the scholar, and the artisan, each revealed different aspects of the same fundamental truth, that the mastery of cleansing is inseparable from the mastery of life itself. In learning to purify water, they learned to purify thought. In perfecting the cleaning of objects, they discovered the principles that govern the refinement of character. In developing techniques for removing physical contamination, they uncovered methods for eliminating the spiritual impurities that prevent human beings from achieving their highest potential. This connection between outer cleanliness and inner excellence is not merely metaphorical, but represents a profound understanding of the interconnected nature of all reality. The medieval mind, less fragmented than our own, recognized that the same principles that governed the physical world also operated in the realms of morality, spirituality, and intellectual achievement. The discipline required to maintain perfect cleanliness in one's person, possessions, and environment was understood to be identical to the discipline required to maintain purity of heart, clarity of mind, and integrity of purpose. Each of the masters I encountered had discovered this truth through their own particular path of specialization, but all had arrived at essentially the same understanding: that excellence in any endeavor requires the systematic elimination of everything that is unnecessary, impure, or disordered. The alchemist's laboratory, the monk's cell, the soldier's equipment, the courtesan's chamber, the merchant's warehouse, the pilgrim's path, the healer's basin, the scholar's scriptorium, and the artisan's workshop. All were expressions of the same fundamental commitment to the principles of purification that transform ordinary human activities into vehicles for transcendence and enlightenment. The historical significance of this understanding extends far beyond the medieval period in which these masters lived and worked. Their insights into the relationship between cleansing and excellence represent a form of wisdom that has been largely forgotten in our modern age. When the pursuit of efficiency and convenience has often displaced the patient attention to detail and quality that characterized the finest achievements of earlier eras, we have gained much in terms of technological capability and material comfort. But we have lost something essential in our understanding of the conditions required for the achievement of true excellence. The washwoman's recognition that cleanliness is the foundation of all other virtues speaks to a truth that transcends any particular historical period or cultural context. In every age, those who have achieved the highest levels of accomplishment in any field have understood the necessity of maintaining the highest standards of order, purity, and precision in their work. The great artists, scientists, philosophers, and spiritual teachers of history have all been, in their own ways, masters of cleansing, not merely in the literal sense of maintaining physical cleanliness, but in the deeper sense of systematically eliminating everything that interfered with the perfect expression of their gifts and the complete fulfillment of their purposes. The alchemist's laboratory taught me that the transformation of base materials into precious substances requires not only technical knowledge, but spiritual purification. The practitioner who seeks to change lead into gold must first transform his own nature, eliminating the impurities of character that prevent him from perceiving and manipulating the subtle forces that govern all change and development. This principle applies equally to every form of creative work. The artist who would create beauty must first purify his vision. The scholar who would discover truth must first cleanse his mind of prejudice and error. The leader who would inspire others must first perfect his own character. The monastery's discipline revealed the profound connection between outer order and inner peace. The monk who maintains perfect cleanliness in his cell, his clothing, and his daily routines creates the conditions necessary for the achievement of spiritual clarity and divine communion. But this same principle operates in every context where human beings seek to achieve their highest potential. The student who maintains an orderly study environment learns more effectively than one who works amid chaos and confusion. The professional who keeps his workspace clean and organized performs his duties with greater competence and satisfaction than one who tolerates disorder and contamination. The soldier's field manual demonstrated that survival itself often depends on the maintenance of proper cleanliness and order. In the harsh conditions of military campaign, the difference between life and death frequently comes down to the systematic application of basic principles of hygiene, equipment maintenance, and environmental management. But these same principles apply to every situation where human beings face challenges that test their capabilities and resolve. The entrepreneur who maintains perfect order in his business operations is more likely to succeed than one who allows chaos to undermine his efforts. The family that establishes and maintains clear standards of cleanliness and organization creates a more harmonious and nurturing environment for the development of its members. The courtesan's secrets illuminated the intimate relationship between physical beauty and spiritual refinement. The cultivation of external attractiveness, when pursued with proper understanding and intention, becomes a path toward the development of inner qualities that are even more valuable than surface appearance. The discipline required to maintain perfect grooming and presentation develops patience, attention to detail, and respect for quality that enhance every aspect of one's character and capabilities. This principle extends to all forms of self-presentation and communication. Those who take care to present their ideas clearly and attractively are more likely to be understood and appreciated than those who neglect the importance of form and presentation. The merchant's ledger revealed the economic dimensions of cleanliness and order. Business success requires not only the ability to identify profitable opportunities, but the discipline to maintain accurate records, clean facilities, and reliable systems that inspire confidence in customers and partners. The merchant who allows his operations to become disorganized or contaminated inevitably suffers losses that could have been prevented through proper attention to basic principles of cleanliness and order. These same principles apply to personal financial management. Individuals who maintain clear records and orderly systems for managing their resources achieve better results than those who approach these responsibilities carelessly. The Pilgrim's Path demonstrated that spiritual progress requires the systematic elimination of everything that interferes with single-minded devotion to one's highest purposes. The physical discipline of maintaining cleanliness while traveling under difficult conditions becomes a metaphor for the spiritual discipline of maintaining purity of intention, despite the distractions and temptations that constantly arise along the path of spiritual development. This principle applies to every form of long-term endeavor. Those who maintain clear focus on their ultimate objectives while attending carefully to the details of daily practice are more likely to achieve their goals than those who allow themselves to be distracted by secondary concerns. The healer's basin taught me that the restoration of health requires not only the application of specific remedies, but the creation of conditions that support the body's natural healing processes. Cleanliness in the treatment environment, purity in medicines and instruments, and order in therapeutic procedures all contribute to outcomes that cannot be achieved through medical knowledge alone. This principle extends to every form of helping relationship. Teachers, counselors, coaches, and mentors who maintain high standards of preparation and presentation create more effective learning environments than those who neglect these fundamental requirements. The scholar's treatise revealed that the pursuit of knowledge requires not only intellectual capability, but the systematic organization of information and the careful verification of sources. The scholar who maintains perfect order in his library and rigorous standards for evaluating evidence produces more reliable and valuable insights than one who works carelessly with unreliable materials. This principle applies to every form of intellectual work. Researchers, analysts, writers, and planners who maintain high standards of organization and verification achieve better results than those who approach these tasks without proper discipline. The artisan's workshop demonstrated that the creation of objects of lasting beauty and utility requires not only technical skill, but unwavering commitment to the principles of cleanliness and order that support excellence in every aspect of the creative process. The craftsman who maintains perfect tools, pure materials, and orderly procedures produces work that transcends mere functionality to achieve the level of art. This principle applies to every form of creative endeavor. Musicians, writers, designers, and innovators who maintain high standards of preparation and execution create works that have greater impact and endure longer than those produced without proper attention to these fundamentals. The synthesis of all these insights leads to a comprehensive understanding of human excellence that has profound implications for how we approach every aspect of our lives. Excellence is not a mysterious quality that some people possess and others lack, but the natural result of consistently applying certain principles that can be learned and practiced by anyone willing to make the necessary effort. These principles are not complex or esoteric, but are as simple and fundamental as the basic practices of cleanliness and order that every human being can master. The tragedy of our modern age is that we have largely forgotten this wisdom in our pursuit of shortcuts and quick fixes that promise results without requiring the patient development of character and capability that true excellence demands. We seek techniques and technologies that will allow us to achieve our goals without having to transform ourselves. But such approaches inevitably produce superficial and temporary results that fail to satisfy our deepest aspirations for meaning and fulfillment. The masters whose wisdom I have attempted to preserve in these pages understood that there are no shortcuts to excellence, that every form of meaningful achievement requires the systematic cultivation of the qualities of character that support sustained effort toward worthy goals. They understood that the development of these qualities begins with the mastery of simple, fundamental practices that anyone can learn, but that few are willing to pursue with the consistency and dedication that mastery requires. The path to excellence begins with the recognition that our external circumstances reflect our internal condition, that the state of our environment mirrors the state of our consciousness, and that we cannot achieve lasting improvement in our results without first achieving improvement in our methods and attitudes. This recognition leads naturally to the understanding that the systematic practice of cleanliness and order in our daily lives is not merely a matter of practical convenience, but a form of spiritual discipline that develops the qualities of mind and character that support excellence in every area of human endeavor. As I conclude this record of my journey through the hidden wisdom of medieval cleansing, I am struck by the realization that I have not merely documented historical practices, but have rediscovered timeless principles that are as relevant today as they were centuries ago. The specific techniques and technologies that the masters employed may have been superseded by modern innovations, but the underlying principles they understood and applied remain as valid and powerful as ever. The invitation that emerges from this understanding is both simple and profound. To begin where we are, with whatever circumstances we currently face, and to commit ourselves to the systematic application of the principles of cleanliness and order in every aspect of our lives. This commitment need not require dramatic changes or heroic efforts, but simply the patient, consistent attention to detail and quality that transforms ordinary activities into opportunities for growth and development. The washwoman's courtyard, where this journey began, remains for me a symbol of the extraordinary potential that lies hidden within the most ordinary circumstances. In that humble setting, through the simple act of washing clothes with complete attention and care, I glimpsed the possibility of a way of life that integrates practical necessity with spiritual aspiration, that finds meaning and purpose in the most basic human activities, and that achieves excellence through the patient mastery of fundamental principles rather than the pursuit of exotic techniques or extraordinary circumstances. This possibility remains available to every human being who possesses the wisdom to recognize it and the commitment to pursue it. The path is open, the principles are known, and the only requirement is the willingness to begin where we are and to proceed with the patient persistence that has always characterized those who achieve lasting excellence in any field of human endeavor. The candle burns low as I write these final words, but the light of understanding that has emerged from this long investigation continues to illuminate possibilities that extend far beyond the boundaries of any single lifetime or historical period. In learning to see the profound within the ordinary, the sacred within the secular, and the eternal within the temporal, we discover not only the secrets of medieval cleansing, but the keys to human transformation itself. The water flows, the work continues, and the ancient wisdom waits patiently to be rediscovered by each new generation of seekers. who possess the humility to learn from the masters of the past and the courage to apply their insights to the challenges of the present. In this eternal cycle of learning and application, of discovery and practice, of cleansing and renewal, we find the path that leads from wherever we are to wherever we aspire to be. The end.